The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am tabling in both national languages 6 orders in Council respecting appointments which have been made by this government. I regret to inform the House that due to an administrative error, these appointments were not tabled pursuant to Standing Order 110.1 on Friday afternoon when they should have been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Private members' business. Consideration of Bill C-571, an act to amend the Meat Inspection Act and the Safe Food for Canadians Act, slaughter of equines for human consumption. First time debated at second reading.
Mr. Adamanenko, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moves that Bill C-571, an act to amend the Meat Inspection Act and the Safe Food for Canadians Act, slaughter of equines for human consumption, be read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a pleasure to speak to my Bill C-571 today. I will begin by recognizing and thanking all those Canadians who have written letters, signed petitions, and shared information about the horse slaughter industry with me. Mr. Speaker, Bill 571 seeks to recognize that horses are ordinarily kept as domestic animals for recreational and sporting purposes, not to produce meat for human consumption, and may contain substances that are prohibited in food animals. The bill would prohibit horses from being conveyed to slaughter and horse meat from being sold for human consumption. The only exception to the prohibition would be for horses that are raised primarily for the food chain and are accompanied by a complete lifetime record in chronological order of all medical treatments ever administered. To understand why such a distinction needs to be made, it is necessary to examine the nature of the equine industry. The medications that are administered to horses, the purposes for which these medications are commonly used, the implications that are posed to human health from ingesting equine drugs that may be present in horse meat, and the adequacy of the regulations which currently govern the Canadian horse slaughter industry. Mr. Speaker, the question that needs to be answered is, without the enactment of C-571, is it possible to guarantee a safe horse meat product if it is produced from horses that were not raised or regulated within an agricultural industry and were never intended to enter the human food chain until the day of being purchased by a kill buyer under contract to a Canadian horse processor? Last year, 71,961 horses were slaughtered in Canada. Some 85% of the meat derived from these horses was exported to the EU, and the remaining 15% sold domestically. Over half of these horses were imported from the U.S., a country, I will note, is not permitted to export horse meat to the EU, and where a 2007 ban on horse slaughter remains in place today. It bears keeping in mind that out of a population of some 10 million Canadian and U.S. horses, little more than 1% is slaughtered to produce meat, meaning nearly 99% are not. Whether bred for show, racing, jumping, breeding, pleasure, rodeo, dressage, companionship, or as pet, or for work, horses enter the slaughter supply chain to Canada for processing from a multitude of owners in a myriad of directions. Throughout their lives, a wide variety of medications are administered to keep horses healthy and able to perform in their racing or sporting career, and any other capacity required by their owners. Warning, do not use in horses intended for human consumption, reads the label that is found on an extensive array of common horse drugs and includes, among others, wormers, vaccines, painkillers, tranquilizers, bronchodilators, anabolic steroids, ulcer medications, diuretics, antibiotics, and fertility drugs. You will find most of these drugs listed in Chapter 17, Annex E.5 of Canada's Meat Hygiene Manual of Procedures, under the heading List of Veterinary Drugs Not Permitted for Use in Equine Slaughter for Food. When something is not permitted, any administration of these drugs renders their meat unfit for and unapproved whether or not it can be detected in tests. In his detailed letter of notice to EU Commissioner Tony Borg, Bruce Wagman of the legal firm Schiff Harden, representing Front Range Equine Rescue and the U.S. Humane Society, includes as Exhibit 1 a list of 115 banned and dangerous substances commonly administered to U.S. horses that are slaughtered for horse meat exports to the EU, in contravention of numerous food safety and transparency laws. Also included in Mr. Wagman's letter are 13 signed declarations representing the sworn testimonies of a broad spectrum of American veterinarians, breeders, trainers, and owners attesting to the administration of these drugs to horses they have raised and or cared for. In one example, Dr. Holly Kallela, a veterinarian who attends to more than 1,200 horses annually in her practice, testifies that a majority of the substances on Exhibit 1 is regularly and routinely administered to the horses she works with. In her article for Newsweek, What's in Your Horse Burger? Chemicals that Pose Serious Health Risk, Vicky Akoff writes, horses, and particularly race horses, are walking pharmacies. Dr. Nicholas Dodman, one of the authors of the study entitled Association of Phenylbutazone Usage with Horses Bought for Slaughter, a Public Health Risk, that was published in the scientific journal Food and Chemical Toxicology, has stated in interviews that, and I quote, eating them, that is horses, is about as healthful as eating food contaminated with DDT. Dodman's study has clearly shown that mechanisms to ensure the removal from the food chain of horses treated with the drug phenylbutazone, or bute as it is commonly called, are inadequate at best. By matching the registered name to the racetrack drug record over a 5-year period, the Dodman study revealed that 18 thoroughbred racehorses sent for slaughter had been given bute on race day, a drug which is banned for use in any animal intended for human consumption because it causes serious and lethal idiosyncratic adverse effects in humans. Mr. Speaker, Mindy Lovell, a Canadian, has owned horses for over 35 years. She has competed extensively and trained professionally for many years. Currently, she operates a boarding stable in conjunction with a thoroughbred aftercare program. In her experience, the one thing she notes that all horses have in common is the way in which they are cared for with respect to veterinary care and medications. As she writes in her letter to me, one can simply walk into any boarding, training, schooling facility and open the medicine cabinet to clearly see the array of drugs and medications easily available and commonly used on horses. The majority of these are clearly labeled, not to be used on horses intended for human consumption. In testimony before a 2012 congressional committee that was struck on the heels of New York Times expose on the use of drugs in the racing industry and its relationship to an increased number of horse breakdowns leading to jockey deaths on American racetracks, Arthur B. Hancock III, a fourth-generation horse breeder, declares, today, only 5% of all horses are bleeders, and yet almost 100% receive Lasix on race day. There is only one reason for this. Lasix is a powerful diuretic that allows a racehorse to shed 20 to 30 pounds at race time, thus making it a performance-enhancing drug. Further down in his testimony, he states, in addition to Lasix, nearly 100% of all racehorses run with butazolidine, ketofen, or banamine, along with other therapeutic drugs in their systems. At the same congressional hearing, Catherine Papp, a veterinary practitioner at Penn National Racecourse in Grantville, Pennsylvania, states, the overuse and abuse of medication is rampant at our thoroughbred racetracks and training centers. That abuse is not limited to just performance-enhancing drugs. It encompasses all substances that our trainers think may improve their horses' performance, from valid treatments to HoC and possible dangerous therapies. Medications that are currently being overused at our racetracks include, but are not limited to, antibiotics, corticosteroids, NSAIDs, hormones and their analogs, calmative agents, hypersensitivity agents, and respiratory aids, amongst others. These substances are not just being used inappropriately around race time. More commonly, they are employed during training and at time leading up to races. I cannot tell you how many barns I know that train every one of their horses on phenylbutazone every day, whether they need it or not. And bute alone has many adverse effects to consider, ranging from GI issues to renal issues. End of quote. Also at this committee meeting, Congress heard from Glenn Thompson, a thoroughbred trainer for 30 years and author of the book, The Tradition of Cheating in the Sport of Kings, who stated, from the time you start your first hot walking job until you take out your trainer's license, You were taught if a horse has a health problem, you do whatever it takes to get them healthy for the race. If there's an ankle problem, you give the horse bute. If a horse bleeds, you give them Lasix. If a filly is in season, you give her a shot to take her out of season. It
is very clear that everyone involved in the horse slaughter industry, including Canadian, American, and European regulatory organizations, know full well that it is impossible for them to guarantee the safety of horse meat. In fact, since the United States has no program to control the use of pharmaceutical products given to horses and has no intention of having one, they are not entitled to export horse meat directly to Europe. The comments contained in the audit reports prepared by the Food and Veterinarian Office for the European Union clearly show and outline the shortcomings in our regulatory system as regards the slaughter of horses. Here are some examples from the 2010 audit. First of all, the oversight regime in Canada for the use of pharmaceutical substances in horses for slaughter in accordance with Council Directive number 9623 EC is inadequate because it does not include an official verification of the identification, movements, or medical history of but a limited number of horses destined for slaughter. Imported horses were accompanied by a signed statement from the last owner, oftentimes a broker for horses, which indicates medication administered over the past 6 months. However, there is no official guarantee required from authorities in the United States with respect to the verification and accuracy of these statements. Supervision and certification are not enough to overcome the problems identified. In areas as the export of horse meat, standards do not provide adequate guarantees. The certified statement dealing with the veterinarian treatment required for all horses is required for all horses slaughtered, regardless of their origin. However, there is no official control over this, nor is the accuracy or authenticity of the statement verified. Imported animals are accompanied by a sworn statement with respect to veterinarian treatments provided. However, the USDA does not take any responsibility with respect to the origin of animals or does not control or verify the authenticity of this statement in American facilities. We would be, in fact, led to believe that in light of this damaging audit, with respect to the serious risk for human health stemming from the use of medication in animals, horses in fact, the slaughtering industry would be forced to seriously reduce its activities. On the contrary, though, the European Union has called upon Canada to prepare a new plan to remedy the problems with respect to medication used in horse meat. In the meantime, while Canadian and European authorities are looking for ways to rework their regulations while respecting trade agreements, Canadian and American contaminated horses continue to be slaughtered as if nothing were at issue. An investigation by the Star discovered that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is in fact seriously flawed with respect to the regular number of racehorses sent to the abattoir each year. During the course of a horse's life, for example, many competitive horses like Backstreet Bully receive very strong drugs that are used to enhance performance. These products can, in fact, be deadly if they are found in meat destined for human consumption. 2 of these products, nitroflurazone and phenylbetazone, were administered to Backstreet Bully dozens of times, but because of mediocre documentation and insufficient control by the Canadian Oversight Organization, it was authorized to process the meat from this horse and to sell it on the market in Quebec, Europe, and in some restaurants in Toronto. And I quote, "You cannot kill that horse," end of quote, stated Stacey Clark, who works at the Stronach Farm, to a representative from the slaughterhouse. This horse had not received small quantities of these drugs. It had received 21 doses of nitroflurazone, linked to cancer in man, and 23 doses of phenylbutazone, which is linked to bone marrow disease.
Where the primary consideration of owners is the care and treatment of horses is to ensure they perform their career as required, not whether they will end up on someone's dinner plate. We see a wide variety of substances that are commonly and in many cases routinely administered to horses, but are prohibited for use even once if intended for the human food supply. We have exceedingly lax enforcement of a highly inadequate regulatory system, and whereas governments in the EU and US have conducted various studies and considered at length the issues of horse medication and food supply, Canada's Parliament has not yet seen fit to do the same. I am asking my honourable colleagues to support C-571 at second reading and close with the following statement by Dr. Peggy Larson, a former USDA veterinary medical officer. Based on long-standing medical and scientific principles, it is impossible to declare horse meat safe for human consumption when the horses who are slaughtered for that meat have been exposed to an unidentified and unidentifiable number of drugs, treatments, and substances in unknown and unknowable quantities at various times during their lifetime. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my member for his comments on this bill. Of course, this bill, if it were to pass into law, would take effect here in Canada. Certainly, I think a lot of the comments he made might be concerns that are outside of Canada. And so I would like to ask him, like, for example, with bute and the presence of bute, CFIA has very strict protocols in place to detect bute, and any horse with bute is not processed for human consumption. It doesn't happen, and Mr. Speaker, there's a 98% compliance rate with that protocol. So the question I'd like to ask my colleague is, does he have concrete examples here in Canada where this law might apply, here in Canada that would actually validate the concerns that he raised within his speech? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his questions. The point is that if at once in its lifetime an animal gets any of these prohibited substances administered, and the consensus is that roughly 85 or more percent of horses in North America, across the border in both countries, have at some point in time in their life been administered these drugs, then that meat is no longer fit for human consumption, whether it's detectable or not according to the tests we use. That's the point. The point is once this animal is administered these drugs, then at no point in time should that animal go into the food chain.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from BC Southern Interior for pursuing this matter for so long, because he obviously has a very deep concern and has been consulting with the community who are concerned about food safety. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the member could speak to the issue of the precautionary principle. And the member from across the way had said that we have a 98% compliance rate. Given the concerns that have been raised over the last several years about the credibility of the capabilities of our food safety program, does he have faith that, in fact, we are stopping the potential the spread of contaminated meat through our food supply system by allowing the racehorses to be used for meat?
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her questions. Well, I don't have faith. Actually, the former head of one of the slaughterhouses in Saskatchewan that was shut down said in an interview that he couldn't see how these horses were being sent to the slaughter. He said there was no control over or way of verifying what in fact they were administered. The case of Backstreet Bully, for example, the kill buyer verified that horse had not had any medication in the last 6 months, and where in fact he only had it for 24 hours. So the system of verification isn't present. In Europe, a horse needs to have an equine passport at the age of 6 months. And that has to, all the list of all of the medications have to follow that horse throughout its lifetime. We don't have that kind of control, so I would definitely say we need to have a precautionary principle based on food safety, based on the European system.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires? Honorable député de...
The honourable member.
Rivière-du-Nord.
For Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for all the relevant information he has provided us. I would like to know, in comparison with beef, well, we know that beef producers also use antibiotics and other drugs, but in comparison, when we come to the toxic effects, can you give us some information, percentages and so on? Thank you. Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior. Well, the beef industry is regulated. With respect to antibiotics, for example, there are strict rules on what can be used and how much. But in the horse industry, there are a number of drugs and substances that are restricted or banned, but in the beef industry, where there are controls, we've had difficulties even there. So we can't really make a comparison. The meat on your plate is not intended for consumption.
Reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member from BC Southern Interior for raising this subject to the attention of the House. I want to assure members that our government takes animal welfare concerns very seriously. Horses, or equines, have played an important role in Canada's history, and I think we all agree that horses, and indeed all animals, need to be treated humanely. Where we disagree, Mr. Speaker, is whether the subject before us today is one of food safety. And while this bill is being presented as such, in fact, it is not. To remind the members, this bill proposes to amend the Meat Inspection Act and the Safe Food for Canadians Act. This would prohibit the import or export of equines for slaughter, along with equine meat products for human consumption, unless the equine was raised primarily for human consumption and unless a complete lifetime medical record was provided. I want to point out that it isn't just about restricting the movement of horses across the border. This bill includes preventing horses from moving from one province to another within Canada. This is not a food safety issue, and it is certainly not an import-export issue. So I appreciate the opportunity to present clear facts to this House. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. The slaughter of animals is a legitimate activity in Canada. Canadians can consume horse meat. The government is determined to make sure that animals are not treated with cruelty. Horse meat every year, even 400,000 tons are eaten in Europe. In Canada, this industry is estimated to produce $122 million a year. 17.7 rather a large amount of export quantities came from Canada.
Of individual choice. Right now, each horse owner in Canada has the right to choose the best end-of-life option for their animal. Canadians care about their horses, and while I appreciate that some people have difficulty with the idea of horse slaughter, the fact is this is a humane end-of-life option. So let me be clear, our government does not support taking away rights from horse owners, and this is a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, Canada's equine herd grows by approximately 34,000 foals each year. Canadians use end-of-life slaughter for 85% of the annual increase in the domestic horse population. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this is an important population management tool. The decision to choose slaughter as an end-of-life option should therefore remain a decision for each horse owner to make. As well, Mr. Speaker, the equine slaughter industry employs well over 600 people directly in rural Canada, jobs that will be in danger with the passage of this bill. I would encourage the NDP to stand up for hardworking Canadians instead of trying to ban this industry through the back door.
With respect to my second point, Mr. Speaker, there are Canadians who do eat horse meat. In fact, they eat some 2,000 tons a year of horse meat. And this is a common practice in Canada, in all provinces. In Quebec, there is horse meat in the supermarket beside the beef, pork, and chicken. And therefore, it is not up to the federal government to say what Canadians can eat. But we do have a responsibility to make sure that food is safe for Canadians. And this is why strict regulations exist to guarantee food safety in Canada. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency does daily inspections in all food plants to make sure that the products are complying with the regulations.
Such as phenylbutazone, also known as bute. Bute is an anti-inflammatory commonly used to treat lameness in horses. It is approved by Health Canada for this use as an anti-inflammatory, but it is not approved for use in food-producing animals. That includes equines destined for human consumption. For this reason, the CFIA regularly tests equine meat for veterinary drugs, including phenylbutazone. The overwhelming majority of tests reveal freedom from drug residues. In fact, compliance rates are very high, over 98%. And in addition to testing, other precautions are taken. Since July 2011, the CFAA has required that equines presented for slaughter be accompanied by a complete treatment history for the 6 months prior to slaughter. The European Union, our largest export market for equine products, accepts this as an appropriate assurance that non-permitted residues are not present. And Mr. Speaker, under Canada's Meat Hygiene Manual for Procedures, all equines presented for slaughter must be accompanied by an Equine Information Document, or EID. The EID links the identity of the animal to its 6-month medical history. The 6-month period exceeds the recommended withdrawal period for a number of veterinary drugs, including bute. EIDs are just one part of a larger integrated system designed to prevent trace residues in all meat products. It's important to note that no case of human illness has been attributed to the consumption of horse meat or veterinary residues therein in North America or any of our trading partners. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, Canada already has firm protocols in place to verify that meat products are safe to eat. To my third point, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to verifying that all animals destined for slaughter are treated humanely. Here are facts about what we're doing. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada's Slaughter Improvement Program has made up to $60 million available to improve federally regulated slaughter facilities. This includes specific investments aimed at improving animal welfare practices. We have committed up to $3.4 million for the development and updating of codes of practices for farmed animal care. And animal welfare assurance systems continue to be eligible for funding under Growing Forward 2. For example, up to $100,000 has been committed to the National Cattle Feeders Association to help develop and implement a national feedlot animal care assessment program. As I said earlier, we all agree that animals must be treated humanely. And that's why CFIA inspectors are present on site in all federally registered slaughter facilities each day to verify that animal welfare requirements are met. However, if something unfortunate should occur, the CFIA has the authority to investigate animal welfare concerns in instances of non-compliance. The CFIA also has the authority to respond to findings with a full suite of enforcement tools, including criminal prosecution. This is the reality right now. but I cannot speak to the consequences if the current end-of-life option was no longer available. According to Equine Canada, Bill C-571 will not enhance or add value to existing food safety legislation in Canada. It will not improve the humane welfare of horses in Canada, and it will cause serious implications for Canadian horse owners moving horses interprovincially within Canada. For all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, our government opposes this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and, resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say from the very start that the Liberal Party supports this bill. I think this bill tries to find a balance between the cultural consumption of horse meat by many people around the world, in Kazakhstan, in Quebec, in France, etc. People do consume horse meat. It's been a tradition. So I think we want to understand that cultural difference. We want to understand also that Canada has a $90 million horse meat industry, mostly for export, that brings in some money into certain people who are in that industry. There are only 5 areas across Canada, 2 in Quebec, 2 in Ontario, and 1 in British Columbia. And I think that we don't want to stop these people from having an industry. So this bill strikes to find a balance between the valid reason for exporting horse meat for slaughter to countries that eat horse meat, but it also understands that there's a difference between a horse and a cow. Cows are raised primarily for slaughter. From the moment you start raising a cow for slaughter, or sheep for that matter, or any other animals that we raise, chickens, etc., there is a fierce sense that you need to ensure that that animal has not had unsafe hormones, unsafe drugs in its blood. And so we know that horses that are raised currently for pets, for racing and for other things, tend to have a fairly large amount or fairly long history of having injections of some kind, either lots of corticosteroids for arthritis, for injuries, a fair amount of hormones in order to build the right kind of muscle. So we think that horses that are currently raised to do those things, to be pets, to be household friends, to draw certain carriages, etc., and horses for racing and for other equestrian purposes. These horses have a history of taking certain medications that if, at the end of their lives, you slaughter that horse for human consumption, that is in the meat. It's been in the meat for a long time, and it can pose a threat to human health. We know that, in fact, these are drugs that we don't ordinarily give to humans, and we don't give to other livestock that are raised for human consumption. And what this bill is saying is, if you wish to have a horse slaughter industry, then breed horses like you do cows, primarily for that purpose, so that they're raised with all of those checks and balances in place in terms of the way they're raised, the medications that's taken, the type of food that they eat, etc., so that they're safe. And I think that this is an important step for Canada to take. The United States eradicated its horse slaughter industry or its horse meat industry in 2007. And so now in North America, the only 2 countries that actually use horses for slaughter is Mexico and Canada. All we're saying, and all this bill is saying, rather, is that there needs to be this kind of balance so that we don't want to endanger human health. Now, there are some, again, we heard earlier on that there are some prohibitions in place, but at the end of a horse's life, when it is no longer useful for whatever reason it was bred other than slaughter, that still does not mean that the horse hasn't had over its years the kind of medications that it needs in order to make it perform as well as it needs to for the purposes for which it was raised. So you can't, after the fact, say, oh, yes, we're going to check the meat, because the bottom line is that it isn't, and we don't have that ability to ensure that there's a safety down the road for humans if they eat horses that are bred for other purposes than for slaughter. And so what this bill would do, really, is it would prohibit most horses or equines today from being transported for slaughter for meat. But it will make an exception for horses that have been bred primarily for human consumption and accompanied by a complete lifetime medical history. So basically, we're saying that we want to put in the checks and balances. And for those who say, well, you know, this is all emotional, it isn't actually. I think there is fairly good evidence to show that horses who are not bred for slaughter carry a certain amount of medications that are actually used that can harm people. I mean, the opponents of this bill, of horse slaughter, or the proponents of this bill in Canada, are the Canadian Horse Defence Coalition, the Humane Society International, and the Society of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. So that basically, we think that this bill is eminently supportable. We do not want to put the businesses that are currently in Canada out of business. So we're saying here is a plan for you to follow. If we're going to maintain what we do for every kind of food we eat, every kind of animal food that we eat, and that is to ensure that it is safe, that all of the health precautions have been taken care of, and animals are not given medications that will, in the long term, which we know are stored in their muscles and in their fat, be actually passed on to humans who are not able to survive having that level of a lifetime of medication. So that I think we also want to say that I know this bill is an extension on a former bill that was brought in. It was an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Bill C-322, which was brought in October. That bill, the proponent of this bill or the person who is moving this bill says clearly that that bill did not extend and didn't do the checks and balances that he wanted. And so what we have now is a very thoughtful bill, and I would like to say that we support it. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join the debate on my friend and colleague's bill on horse slaughter. The difficulty, and I, in response to my colleague, the Liberal Party, has sensed that somehow you just want to make slaughter a better thing and a more safe thing. Actually, the bill would actually, for all intents and purposes, end slaughter in this country, which may have been the unintended consequence of the bill, because it actually says horses have to be raised for slaughter and have a passport. Well, Mr. Speaker, in this country, we really don't have anybody who raises horses for slaughter. There are some that, that kind of on the edges of it, but primarily there isn't, this, unlike the beef industry where you actually have folks who, who are in it, or the entire industry, most of the industry, and there will be some who primarily would do some of it, but primarily horses aren't raised for that. Most of them are raised for other things, whether they be racing industry, recreational use. Families quite often, their kids get involved in riding horses, and sometimes adults get involved later on in life. They want to raise horses. So there is an industry in this country. There are concerns about bute, and those are legitimate concerns. In fact, CFIA takes those concerns very, very seriously, to the extent that they have put it down as a controlled substance. They made sure that it shouldn't be allowed. The evidence is clear on bute. No one argues that. I don't think anybody in this House would argue it. I think basically people are saying that those are the rules, shouldn't happen. Or are there indeed some folks who may not be complying, and that's what authorities and the regulatory bodies are supposed to do at the end of the day, make sure they catch them. That's what they're supposed to do. We're supposed to look at the industry to make sure that doesn't happen. But it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the General Accounting Office in the U.S. has actually done a study, because in the U.S. they didn't actually ban horse slaughter. Quite often that gets said around the country by those in Canada who oppose horse slaughter. They say, well, in the U.S. they banned horse slaughter. They actually didn't. What the Congress did was actually withdrew the funding to the USDA for inspections. So consequently, since you couldn't have a federal inspector, similar to this country, if you don't have a federal inspector, you can't actually export the meat. So consequently, since the market for slaughtered horse meat in the States was primarily an export market, not an internal market, they shut down the facilities, not because it was banned. It's still not banned in the U.S., as a matter of fact. It simply had to be done somewhere else. So then horses are transported here. And so what the General Accounting Office in the U.S. is saying, what they've done, and they did a study just the last little while actually, they looked at from the time that the slaughterhouses closed until now, how has it seen, how is horse welfare across the country in general? And they've come to the conclusion it's gone into decline. There are more horses that are abandoned. There are more horses that are simply mistreated and aren't as well as they should be, not as fed as much, because those horses that are now being abandoned would have indeed gone to a slaughter facility. I recognize a lot of folks don't necessarily like that the end of a horse's life, that may not be his natural life, is in a slaughter facility. But I think one has to understand there's a bit of a cycle to this when it comes to horses, that indeed this has been going on for a long time. And so clearly, as much as the proponents of the bill, those who would defend it, are saying it's a health and safety concern, there's no question the legislation is in place already about health and safety concerns. We still have regulations about transport. We have regulations about how horses should be slaughtered. We have regulations about the types of drugs that are being used and whether they're allowable, not allowable, and whether indeed you should have them. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, this is an industry that is happening in this country, that is regulated under CFIA. There are folks who do it. And yes, indeed, it may not be, Mr. Speaker, in some folks' eyes, it may not be a particularly nice thing that happens. Well, I would suggest to folks, if you've ever been to a slaughter facility, most of it's not nice in the sense that their sensibilities would be probably upset by it. And I think correctly so, but at the end of the day, we do slaughter animals. And so the Canadian Equine Association, which actually is indeed the major umbrella group, if you will, for horse owners, and whether they be in show and arena and jumping, or commercial, or whether they be horse racing, opposes the bill. And I think correctly so. As they say, they don't believe that it enhances the value of existing legislation for food safety. They don't believe that the humane welfare of horses in Canada will improve. And they think there's serious implications for Canadian horse owners moving horses interprovincially within the country. And so clearly, the group that actually is indeed engaged with horse owners and the horse industry across this country is saying this isn't a helpful bill. And Mr. Speaker, I have to agree with them. I think they're right. I think they're headed in the right direction. Yes, we can always do better at our inspections in the sense of making sure that where horses are coming into auction houses, that the documentation is correct, that somehow we make sure it's lined up properly, that CFIA and the inspectors ensure that we don't get another story like we saw in the paper, because those are always the one-ofs. There's literally thousands of horses go through the system. There's always a one-of. Well, that horse was only purchased, 48 hours or 24 hours or 2 days or 3 days before, and, the owner attested to a 6-month certificate. Well, clearly, when those folks are found out, then their licenses have to be removed so that they can't do the things they need to do. In fact, there's things in place to say that they can't do those things. And so if they're caught, egregiously basically breaking the law and breaking the rules of the system, then they have to be dealt with. And there's things in place to make sure that actually happens. So ultimately, this is a bill that, for all intents and purposes, would end horse slaughter in the country. Unfortunately, in the bill, when one reads the restrictive practices, it says must be this and must be that. So in other words, it must be only horse slaughter they're raised for only and have a passport. It didn't say or. If it had said or, perhaps there was an opportunity, and I used perhaps with a capital P, perhaps. But clearly it didn't. It said it must comply with both pieces. So therefore, you would take all horses who have been engaged in some sort of commercial activity or recreational activity as their primary lifelong skill, if you will, or lifelong duty to their owner. That group of horses would then be the majority of the abandoned horses over time, because folks were just saying, well, you know what, I don't want that horse anymore. And no one wants to buy it. I can't sell it. And they abandon it. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, around this country, horses get abandoned because they're expensive. A lot of folks get into owning a horse thinking, horses are nice animals, and they are. Many of us look at them and think, they're majestic, and they are. And they have this sense of, They can hear what you think almost. Can they feel what you're thinking almost? You know, there's that closeness with a horse that perhaps one doesn't have with a chicken. But then again, I know folks who, who used to be the mayor of my municipality many years ago, Mr. Speaker, who was a judge for what's called Bantu chickens, and he loved chickens, and he loved the fact you get these multicolored, feathered Bantu chickens. He loved those animals, and much more differently than probably most of us in this House or elsewhere across this country would think about chickens. He thought of them differently. So folks' attachment to animals vary greatly from one group to another. Some of it's domestic, cats or dogs, and for some folks it's snakes, and for other folks it's horses. And so there's sensibility around horses, and I can sympathize with their sensibilities. What one can't lose sight of is, what are we trying to attain? And with this bill and the groups that support it, that clearly the member has quoted from, their end product, the end result of their campaign is to end horse slaughter. That's the intended consequence. It's not an unintended consequence, it's their intended consequence. And clearly the GAO in the States has said the unintended consequences of having to shut down their facilities, not banning it, just simply shutting down their facilities, has been for horses themselves. Life has become worse. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to say to you publicly, I find myself in a strange position as a critic for agriculture on this side, having to disagree with my good friend from British Columbia, Southern Ontario, and I will not be able to support this bill the second reading. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from British Columbia, Southern Ontario for raising this issue and bring it to the attention of the House, and also to thank those individuals that have already spoken here this morning. I'll begin by stating that slaughter of equines for human consumption is a legitimate economic activity in Canada. For you see, Canadians also value their freedoms and choices, and so do horse owners. If anything, Mr. Speaker, this bill would only take away choices. The choice for Canadians to eat what they want as long as it's safe, and the choice for importers and exporters to buy and sell a product that is legitimate. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I've read this bill a number of times, and I've given it a great deal of thought. I appreciate that some people have difficulty with the idea of slaughtering horses for meat production. Mr. Speaker, there's no question that Canadians care about their horses and, in fact, the humane treatment of all animals, and our government understands that. However, this bill is not the way to proceed. The choice for horse owners to use a safe end-of-life option for their animals is paramount. And as a government, our role is to protect Canadians' rights and choices, not to take them away. The choice for Canadians to eat what they want as long as it is safe. This is so important. Mr. Speaker, it's not the role of government to tell Canadians what they can or cannot eat. Canadians in Quebec and other provinces like Alberta choose to consume horse meat. In fact, supermarkets in Quebec offer it right next to the beef, the chicken, and the pork. So what is our role here? While it's certainly not to tell Canadians what they can or cannot eat, it is our role to verify that the food they choose to eat is safe. And while this bill is presented as a food safety matter, in reality, it is not. This last January, I was privileged to speak at the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum on the topic of food safety and food security. The world looks to Canada as a leader in food safety. We have an international reputation as having the finest food safety system in the world. And the innuendo that works its way in from the margins as we debate issues like this does everyone a disservice. So let me point out to the House just what it is that we Canadians can be so proud of. Horse meat is a safe and wholesome source of protein, Mr. Speaker, and Canada has strict food safety regulations already in place to ensure this. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency performs daily inspections in all federally registered meat establishments to verify that all products are manufactured in accordance with federal food safety rules. And the CFIA also requires that all equines presented for slaughter have an equine information document, or an EID, which identifies the animal with its 6-month medical history. The CFIA also regularly tests equine meat for veterinary drug residue. That's happening right now. The 6-month period also well exceeds the recommended withdrawal period for a number of veterinary drugs. And, Mr. Speaker, the overwhelming majority of tests reveal freedom from drug residues. Compliance rates are very high, over 98%, in fact. The CFIA would be well within its mandate role to halt any practices that posed a threat to the public, but that is absolutely not the case here. Mr. Speaker, while the slaughter of equines for the purpose of human consumption is a legal activity in Canada, this bill would effectively ban that industry through the back door. I'd like to explain and expand upon this as we look at the next choice that this bill puts in place. The choice for importers and exporters to buy and sell a product that is legitimate. I've talked about how there are Canadians who choose to eat equine products. They have the right and the freedom to do so, and we will protect their rights and freedoms. And, Mr. Speaker, equine production is a significant part of Canada's economy as well. In 2012, the estimated value of the Canadian equine slaughter industry was $122 million. Approximately 24 million kilograms of this product was produced. That same year, 17.7 million kilograms of equine products were exported for an estimated value to the Canadian processing industry of $90 million. Now, this bill proposes to prohibit the import or export of equines for slaughter, along with the equine meat products for human consumption, unless the equine was raised primarily for human consumption and unless a complete lifetime medical record was provided. This includes moving from one Canadian province to another, as well as crossing the border. Mr. Speaker, by imposing these restrictions, this bill would take away a right that the industry has to accept equines for slaughter, even though they do meet federal food safety and animal welfare regulations. While the bill would not prohibit the consumption of equine meat or equine slaughter, it opts to cut off the movement of equines for slaughter and equine products. This is a backdoor strategy to destroy a legitimate industry, Mr. Speaker. This bill would essentially end or curtail all equine meat products in Canada. The equine slaughter industry employs well over 600 people directly in rural Canada, jobs that will be in danger with the passage of a bill such as this. And we also need to think about these people and their families and the economic hardship that would endure if this bill were adopted. This bill would also hopelessly erode our ability to export to countries that want our top-quality Canadian equine products, countries such as Japan, China, France, Italy, Mongolia, and Belgium, to name just a few. And what about choices for Canadian consumers? We have to look at the principles here. Mr. Speaker, let's explore this a little further, the last choice that this bill will take away. The choice for horse owners who may want this end-of-life option for their animals. Mr. Speaker, right now, each horse owner has the right to determine the best end-of-life option for their animal. As I said at the beginning, I appreciate that some people have difficulty with the idea of slaughtering horses. But humane slaughter for meat processing is a humane end-of-life option. Mr. Speaker, Canada's national equine herd grows by approximately 34,000 foals each and every year. In 2012, owners chose humane slaughter for meat processing for 26,000 Canadian-born horses. Canadians use the end-of-life slaughter option for 85% of this annual increase in the domestic horse population. Restricting choice here directly affects an important management tool, Mr. Speaker, so I suggest that the decision to choose slaughter as the best end-of-life option for horse should remain a logical, well-thought-out decision for each horse owner to make. This option, Mr. Speaker, generates value for Canadian horse owners who appreciate the revenues they receive from the sale of surplus equines for slaughter. The other concern I have, which is even worse, is that this bill could have negative animal welfare consequences. By taking away this humane end-of-life option, what would horse owners resort to? Abandonment or unsupervised euthanasia? We do not want to facilitate undue suffering for horses or any animals for that matter. Mr. Speaker, that's why it's important that industry be allowed the option to slaughter equines in a humane and hygienic manner, that consumers be permitted to consume equine products, and that importers and exporters be free to buy and sell equine products. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let me add some personal thoughts. My first recollections as a child on the farm were trips I made on the hay rack being pulled by our family's team of horses. I also know that the $12.50 colt that my dad bought when I was a kid was the best cattle horse that I'd ever ridden. These horses were farm animals, great animals, and they were part of our business. But their end-of-life options were as obvious to me growing up as was the chickens, pigs, and cattle we butchered as part of farm life. As part of the Kneehill Valley Pee-wee 4-H Beef Club, I remember sale days vividly. We just had average calves cut from our herd. But when I was about 10 years old, my calf and I came second in showmanship. The man that bought my pet steer told me that he was going to maybe take it to another show since it was so well trained. I never forgot how that made me feel. Thinking back, I doubt if that ever happened, but it did make our final farewells easier. Yet even so, it never changed the fact that I knew that this was business and that soon after many people will be enjoying this fine animal of mine. Mr. Speaker, it's a great privilege that we have different opinions to be heard here in the House. That's our democratic way. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior for raising this issue, but we will be opposing his bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain. He will have approximately 4 minutes for debate this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be watching for your signal. I also would like to take this opportunity to speak to Bill C-571, and I would like to begin by quoting Equine Canada, the dedicated national voice working to serve, promote, and protect the interests of horses and Canada's equestrian community. According to Equine Canada, Bill C-571 will not enhance or add value to existing food safety legislation in Canada. It will not improve the humane welfare of horses in Canada, and it will cause serious implications for Canadian horse owners moving horses interprovincially within Canada. There's no doubt it would set a significant regulatory burden. It would be difficult to implement, difficult to enforce, and it would certainly create an unnecessary bureaucracy. These are real concerns, Mr. Speaker. And also, despite the way the bill is written, it appears that the bill is not really about food safety, and it's not about imports and exports at all. It really is about the humane treatment of animals. And Mr. Speaker, I think on both sides of the House we agree that all animals should be treated humanely. And I know that our government takes the issue of animal welfare very seriously. In Canada, we have strict laws and regulations in place right now to verify that effective welfare standards are in place in all establishments. Canadian Food Inspection Agency inspectors work hard to enforce these regulations and operational policies under the Meat Inspection Act, which sets the standards for the humane treatment and slaughter of animals in federally registered abattoirs. Horses or equines are included in these protections. The CFIA inspectors are present on site in federally registered slaughter facilities each day, Mr. Speaker, each day to verify that animal welfare requirements are met. I would take it that most Canadians, or most, would not know that there are on-site inspectors that inspect the facilities daily. Under the authority of the Meat Inspection Act and the Meat Inspection Regulations, CFIA inspectors are empowered to intervene when they observe non-compliance concerning humane handling at the slaughterhouse. This is an important job because, as I said earlier, I think we all agree that animals should be treated humanely. The CFIA is also providing additional training to veterinarians and inspectors who oversee human handling of animals every day on the front lines. And in addition to being on the floor to verify that humane handling is in fact taking place, CFIA wants to hear about problems, concerns, and incidents of alleged noncompliance with the Health of Animals Act and the Meat Inspection Act. If anyone is aware of any noncompliance, of course they want to hear about it because they need to be dealt with. And that's not to say from time to time there may be violations. But that said, there's an enforcement mechanism, there's a toolbox to deal with that issue. I want to say here that it's important for anyone with concerns to raise them as soon as possible so that if there is a problem, it can be investigated immediately. CFIA also has the authority to respond to findings with a full suite of enforcement tools, including criminal prosecutions. And I see, Mr. Speaker, my time has run out. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this bill.
The honourable member will have 6 minutes at the resumption of this debate to complete his speech, if he so desires. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
Reading of Bill C-20, Canada-Honduras Economic Growth and Prosperity Act.
Debate. The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in the strongest possible terms in opposition to Bill C-20, an act that would implement a free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Honduras. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona, Mr. Speaker. Now, at the second reading stage of a debate, we're looking at the principles of a bill. And it's those principles that I want to address today in the short time available to me. Because this is a government bill that would bring Canada in closer economic terms to Honduras. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm ashamed and embarrassed that our country is considering such a bill. This agreement is about providing preferential trade to the country Nicaragua. And I cannot believe, for reasons I will hope to outline, that Canadians would accept us doing so. I should start by initially by saluting the excellent work by our trade critic, my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway. He has reminded us that the NDP is fully aware of the importance of trade to our country. We want expanded trade deals that support Canada's exporters, just how important that is to our economy. But, Mr. Speaker, the process and the content of this initiative are so wanting that I again say I'm embarrassed that this would be before Parliament today. Canadians want a trade policy that will strengthen our economic relationships with significant economies. They want things that would assist our exporters. They want to encourage value-added production to many resources of our economy. They want a balanced trade policy. They want a process of entering into these sectoral preferential trade agreements that takes into account the views of Canadians and aren't negotiated in absolute secrecy, as appears to have been the case in this office. The Conservatives took office in 2006, and by all objective measurements, their trade performance has been wanting. They came into office with a current account surplus of $18 billion. Now, after their performance, we have a current account deficit of $62 billion. So about $10 billion a year we've gone down since the Conservatives came to power. What about the kind of things we're exporting, Mr. Speaker? Well, the rip and ship approach to trade seems to be paramount for the Conservative government. Just as in British Columbia we deplore the export of raw logs, this government seems to think exporting raw bitumen is an acceptable trade policy. We are, compared to other countries that had to weather, like us, the recession, about the dead last, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to current account performance. 17 other countries around the world between 2006 and 2012 came into the same global recession. How did we do? By comparison, terribly. So, Mr. Speaker, the criteria that we need to use in our judgment to assess trade agreements of this sort are threefold. First, is the country with which Canada is purporting to enter into an agreement a country that respects democracy, human rights, fair labor practices, and the environment? I will argue definitively no in the case of Honduras. Second criteria is, would this economy be of significance or strategic value to Canada? Hardly in the case of Honduras. And thirdly, are the terms of this particular agreement satisfactory? I will argue that they are not. Now, don't take my word for it when I will not repeat all of the human rights atrocities that my colleagues have brought to your attention. I won't talk about the recent military coups and all of that. That's well known. But let me cite from the CIA World Factbook, hardly a left-wing document, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the country that our government wants to do business with in this preferential fashion. I quote, Honduras, the poorest country in Central America, suffers from extraordinarily unequal distribution of income as well as high unemployment. The U.S. Central America Dominican Republic Free Trade Agreement came into force in 2006 and has helped foster foreign direct investment. But physical and political insecurity, as well as crime and perceptions of corruption, may deter potential investors. And about 70% of foreign direct investment is, in fact, from the United States. They go on to say that an 18-month IMF standby agreement expired in March 2012 and was not renewed due to the country's growing budget deficit and weak current account performance. Public sector workers complained of not receiving their salaries in November and December of 2012, and government suppliers are owed at least several $100 million in unpaid contracts. The government announced in January 2013 that loss-making public enterprises will be forced to submit financial rescue plans before receiving their budget allotments for 2013. Close quote. Hardly an economic marvel with which Canada would be associated. It's our 104th export market in terms of value and exports. Hardly an important economic trading partner. And how did we get here? Well, a complete lack of transparency in the negotiations, a failure to listen to civil society, many of whom have been there, human rights activists and environmental organizations, labor organizations. None of those people have been listened to at all. And I just can't understand a principled argument for entering into this agreement. For example, Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the AFL-CIO in the United States and 12 Honduran labor organizations filed a formal petition with the U.S. Department of Labor alleging labor violations by companies in apparel, textiles, and other industries, accusing the government of Honduras, and this is key, of, quote, failing to enforce its labor laws under the Central American Free Trade Agreement by not upholding laws that enable workers to unionize, organize, and bargain collectively, or promoting acceptable working conditions, close quote. This is the country that our government thinks we should have another agreement with that kind of record before us, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, we believe in moving forward with trade, but a country that is as corrupt, a country for which Transparency International has talked about in such critical terms, a country where attacks on journalists are rife, a country where rural violence is such that over 90 people have been killed in recent years in land disputes in one area, most since 2009, a country where more than 90 LGBT people were killed between 2009 and and 2012, a country where prison conditions are inhumane, overcrowding, inadequate nutrition, poor sanitation, all of this from Human Rights Watch. This is the kind of country that we should be doing business with and giving preferential trade agreements to, according to this government. Well, I disagree. My constituents may not disagree as well. The Council of Canadians have spoken powerfully disagreeing. Experts from the Department of Foreign Affairs have also testified in negative terms about the kind of activities going on in this particular country. So, Mr. Speaker, in our judgment, if it's good for Canada, let's do it. If it's good for the people on the other side of the table with whom we would be proposing to do business, let's do it. But this isn't that kind of an agreement. This is not the kind of agreement when you take into account the basic facts about Honduras, which I have brought to your attention, to the House's attention today. But again, I have to go back to the process. Why is it that the government wants to do this in secrecy? Why is it that they failed to make the text of the agreement available to those organizations that could comment intelligently about it? But rather, we have to sit up and have a yes or no vote on something. The failure of this government in Honduras to enforce the rules on environment and on labor issues are telling. The kind of corruption that this government has experienced and the lack of concern for democracy are telling. And this government, in our judgment, in my submission, ought not to be entering into an agreement of this kind. It's easy for the Conservatives to say we're opposed to trade. We're not. We believe in it. We understand its importance. But a trade agreement with a country like this is abominable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good Monday morning to you. My colleague opposite made the statement that this country is hardly an important trading partner for Canada, yet it's my understanding that in 2010 we actually saw imports. Honduras actually saw Canadian imports in the magnitude of $151 million, as well as Canadian direct investment over $100 million. When we talk about the economic prospects of a country and its social development, certainly trade, I think, would be a good thing. So I would just like him to clarify on his statement that it's hardly an important trading partner when trade can actually be a force that spurs growth and social change in a country.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, I thank the member opposite for her observations, and I agree that trade can often do that. Trade agreements can often do that. But in terms of statistics that she raises, the number of dollars involved, I should point out that Honduras, as a trading partner, is 120th out of 186 countries in the Human Development Index. It is a country that is very poor, Mr. Speaker, and according to the World Bank, it is a lower middle income country. 2/3 of the population in 2012 lived in poverty, and 46%, almost half, in what they call extreme poverty. So it doesn't seem like the kind of country with which we can get into robust trade arrangements that will benefit Canadians in this country. The issue is, how will it enhance our value-added export economy, which is where the jobs of the future will be? Is it a rip-and-ship kind of economy with which we're doing business? Are we going to deal with companies in that country that exploit their workers, as has been pointed out? Those are the issues that Canadians also have a right to be concerned about.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech in this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the member could speak to, there are a number of ways that a country such as Canada can assist the lesser developed nations in building good governance, democratic processes, rule of law, and frankly sustainability systems for their economy. And I wonder if he could speak to, perhaps it makes more sense in the case of a country such as Honduras, which has such a poor human rights record, poor record on rule of law, and obviously dire poverty, that is this not a nation where in fact we should be looking towards providing foreign aid in the form of good governance rather than seeking to trade where it is not clear that the mass of the people of Honduras will derive any benefit whatsoever from our trade?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, I thank my colleague for her excellent question. Yes, Canadians have a lot to teach foreign other countries. We used to be able to talk about fair democracy. I'm not so sure, in light of what's going on in our country, we have much to brag about these days. But generally speaking, we have been experts in sending people to other countries to talk about good governance arrangements. We have a lot of NGOs who are involved in that field. And before it was transformed, to use a neutral word, by our conservative government, we were very proud of CETA and its work in trying to assist countries in development, such as Honduras. But, Mr. Speaker, Professor Mark Rule has written the following about Honduras. Opinion surveys over the last decade have shown ordinary Hondurans are much less committed to democratic institutions than most other Latin Americans and are more willing to see their political leaders employ undemocratic means. Close quote. So the country itself, understandably with over almost half of its population in extreme poverty, may not be putting their attention on democratic institutions at this time, which is why the corruption is so high, why it is in the most violent area in the world, according to The Economist magazine, and maybe why, as my colleague suggests, Canada could make some contributions to improve that economy and that civil society. But I fear that this agreement, this trade agreement before Parliament, is not that answer.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is my privilege to rise in this place and speak to Bill C-20, which sets forth a trade agreement between Canada and the country of Honduras. As my colleague from Victoria has stated, the regrettable fact is that this transparency and participation by the members of this place has occurred so late in the day, which has been the case with every trade agreement that this government has brought forward to this place. Unlike the process that is followed in most Western democracies, where the duly elected members of Parliament are provided information day one in the negotiation process. And, Mr. Speaker, the kind of matters that parliamentarians should be informed on before the bill comes to the House, where essentially the deal is already cast in stone, would include critical factors, which this government professes that it gives due consideration to, including the human rights record of the country that Canada is seeking to provide preferential treatment and trade with, value added to Canadian trade. Is it worthwhile to send our officials off to be spending their time negotiating this trade deal as opposed to putting their efforts toward nations where these factors already exist? Whether or not is a stable democratic regime, including democratic processes and rule of law. Clearly an important factor. Surely, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why we enter into these trade agreements providing preferential trade provisions is we are showcasing to potential investors from Canada that this is a place where you can do business and we're giving preferential rights. And therefore, Canadian investors, whether large or small, would be given some level of assurance that their investment is going to be safe and protected under some kind of a rule of law regime. We have seen recently, with the demise of some regimes around the world, where our party, frankly, into some dissenting reports, have raised concerns, and the government has not been willing to do that. So one would raise the question whether this bill goes through or not. Is the government providing any riders to this, informing Canadian investors that some of their investments may well be at risk because of the state of the government regime in Honduras? I will reiterate only briefly, Mr. Speaker, concerns that have been raised by others in the House about the state of the regime in Honduras. The current government regime came into place in 2010 through what is said to be a very undemocratic and illegitimate election. We hear litany after litany of continuing human rights abuses, killings, arbitrary detentions, severe restrictions on public demonstrations, protests and freedom of expression, and interference with the independence of the judiciary. We are told, Mr. Speaker, that Honduras has the highest murder rate in the world and is considered a very dangerous country for journalists. A normal person, a normal investor would say, is it going to be safe for me to invest my dollars there? Is it going to be safe for me to send my workers there if they decide to set up some kind of a special operation? clearly has been shared in the House, Mr. Speaker. Transparency International ranks Honduras as the most corrupt country in Central America, is a major drug smuggling center, and has the worst income equality in the region. Clearly a nation that could use assistance. And one would raise the question, instead of rushing into a trade deal to give preferential treatment, obviously to a small portion of the populace that has control of the dollar, should we instead be working with other donors around the world and trying to help Honduras build a more democratic regime? But, Mr. Speaker, for the remainder of my time, I wish to speak to an abject failure of our government in living up to its commitments that it would pursue an economic strategy for sustainable development. And trade deal after trade deal that this government has brought forward to this place has been undermining previous undertakings by the Government of Canada that they would make protection of the environment or sustainable development a key component of the trade deals. Why am I deeply concerned about this, Mr. Speaker? I had the privilege of being the first head of law and enforcement for the NAFTA Environment Commission, based in Montreal. It was a breakthrough agreement under the NAFTA trade agreement with Mexico, Canada, and the United States. And while some had argued that it should have been encompassed in the actual trade deal and was promised that the next trade deal is coming, that would happen, at least it came forward and it was a deal signed by all three governments. Well, what we've seen, Mr. Speaker, is this government has essentially shredded the basics of that initial, actually very well-founded and credible agreement. Unlike under the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, where the three signatories to the NAFTA agreement, Mexico, Canada, and the United States, signed on to create a Council of Environment Ministers to oversee all of the issues to do with environment and trade. Well, we see no such council. Every trade deal that this government has initiated, including this one in Bill C-20, does not have duly elected officials heading up this matter to provide the oversight. It simply would be a committee of government officials, unspecified. So we don't even know who in Canada or in Honduras will be overseeing and ensuring that the rights of the people in Honduras will be protected should there be Canadian investment. There is no independent secretariat, a very important part of the NAFTA agreement. A full-time employed secretariat with experts from representatives from both nations, delivering the work, ongoing, actually digging in and making sure that economic development actually protects environment towards the future. Absolutely zero accountability and engagement of the public and impacted communities in this trade agreement under Bill C-20. Unlike the NAFTA environmental side agreement, where there was a creation of a joint public advisory committee with representatives of industry, representatives of the public, representative farmers, who would advise regularly the Council of Ministers. No such body. Under the NAFTA agreement, we had a National Advisory Council appointed in each of the countries. No National Advisory Council. So absolutely no scrutiny, no involvement of the Canadian public in how this deal proceeds and is implemented, and also none of the same in Honduras. Under the NAFTA environmental agreement, there was a provision for any citizen within North America could file a complaint of failure to effectively enforce environmental law. And when the NAFTA deal was signed, there was a great hue and cry, well, you're going to have all this economic development, but what about, are they going to be undermining environmental protections that were there already? So there was a provision allowing any resident of the three countries to file a complaint which would be duly investigated and reported out publicly. No such provision. Under the Bill C-20, a resident of Honduras or Canada could file a complaint to some undesignated official in that country. Well, given the lack of credibility of the government regime in this country in taking environmental damage seriously, and given what has been stated about the state of governance in Honduras, how can we have faith that any citizen might be brave enough to come forward and file such a complaint and that will be dealt with in any kind of a credible manner? Unlike the NAFTA agreement, where there is a clearly specified framework for effective environmental enforcement. And, Mr. Speaker, I can speak to that fact because I have been a member of this incredible international body on cooperation on effective environmental compliance and enforcement. 180 countries around the world working together and talking about the specific components of effective enforcement of environmental law to give credibility to that kind of a structure. That framework was set out in the environmental side agreement to NAFTA. It is completely absent in Bill C-20. Again, my final comment would be a very important part of the NAFTA environmental agreement was transparency and participation. And so throughout the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, you have the right to file a complaint of failed enforcement, the right of private access to remedies where you feel environment is not being protected, procedural guarantees to be able to resort to the courts if your community is damaged. None of these provisions exist in this side agreement. So what we see, Mr. Speaker, is a great downgrading of once was a model for sustainable economic development around the world that Canada initiated. And this government has completely shredded that regime and paid no heed whatsoever. Their talk about participation, transparency, and environmental protection is clearly reflected in this agreement. It is completely absent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments from the member. Wanted to just ask questions in regards to trade agreements. In principle, is something in which we in the Liberal Party have always been fairly supportive of, recognizing the importance of trade to Canada's economic and social fabric. My question to the member is just related to trade agreements in general. To what degree does she feel that her political party or what sort of considerations primarily would be taken into account when they review trade agreements in determining whether or not to support or not support them?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that all of the members and the official opposition have been very clear in what their priorities are. First and foremost, a record of human rights and transparency and good governance. And a good number of my colleagues have spoken to that. I spoke briefly to that. I would think that that would be a starting point. Secondly, that there would actually be some kind of a genuine benefit to Canadians from entering into such an agreement. That includes maintaining our reputation for honouring as a precondition that we only deal with people in good faith and that there is rule of law, that there is observance of human rights and protections for Canadian investors. But thirdly, that we not start undermining and downgrading the very provisions that many fought for and worked very diligently for to put in place in trade agreements previously, but we have not seen since under this government.
Question et commentaire. Questions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, which was very persuasive. I would like to her comment on something that was said by The Economist, which is not particularly a left-wing publication in my view, but The Economist indicated that Honduras is one of the most violent areas of the world. Is it a good idea to establish trade or encourage trade with a place like that?
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, as I spoke to, I would think that one of the preconditionings for entering into a preferential trade agreement is to provide some level of assurance. Once we sign off on that deal, we're sending signals to Canadian investors. This is a safe place, a good place to invest your dollar. And we have yet to have the government come forward and show us how the government of Honduras is addressing the erosion of rule of law, the erosion of democratic processes. And frankly, I think that credible Canadian investors are also going to want to look to the issue of human rights abuses. And so, no, I do not see that the government has brought forward a credible case for the signing off and the voting in favour of Bill C-20.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his remarks and also ask him what he thinks about an issue, that is that Honduras is a place where the political regime is oppressive. This doesn't seem like the kind of country that Canada really wants to promote trade with. We know that human rights are not respected. There are policies that are not in line with the standards that we would promote, and I would like his comments on that.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona, you have about 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in response to my colleague's question, I would simply share what the Canadian Council for International Cooperation, America's Policy Group, has said, in quotes, "We have long maintained that under the right conditions, trade can generate growth and support the realization of human rights. These conditions simply do not exist in Honduras. Until there's a verifiable improvement in the country's democratic governance and human rights situation, the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement will do more harm than good." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of Labour.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the MP for Northumberland, Quinte West. Mr. Speaker, as you know, our government has been focused on what matters to all Canadians: jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity. And that's why we are currently pursuing the most ambitious trade expansion plan in our country's history. In less than 7 years, Canada has concluded free trade agreements with 9 countries and negotiating with 30 more. Consider this: 1 in 5 Canadian jobs are dependent on exports. That is 20% of all Canadian jobs. Our prosperity hinges on opening new markets for Canadian goods, services, and investments. The Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement will have a tremendous impact on Canadian businesses and workers in the fields of agriculture, professional services, value-added food processing and manufacturing, as well as commodity and resource-based industries. This agreement will open up significant opportunities for Canadian companies in Honduras as well as the broader region. The Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Honduras also furthers Canada's foreign strategy of deepening our engagement in the Americas and supports the vision of enhancing economic integration in the hemisphere. On the other hand, the NDP's anti-trade record is very clear, going all the way back to the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement in 1988. They've opposed every single free trade agreement that Canada has ever signed into law. They believe that the global economy is something hard-working middle-class Canadians should fear. Their vision for Canada as a country turns inward insecurity, a Canada that cowers, a Canada that lacks confidence, and a Canada that actually can't compete. Our government categorically rejects this view. We know that Canadians can compete with the best in the world and win. Mr. Speaker, in November 2013, I signed the Canada-Honduras Agreement on Labour Cooperation, which was negotiated in parallel with the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement. Our government strives to demonstrate on the international stage that a competitive economy includes safe, healthy, and productive workplaces. We expect all of our trading partners to ensure safe working conditions consistent with international standards. That said, this agreement will help ensure a level playing field for Canadian workers and employers when competing internationally for trade and investment in the context of our expanding economic relationship with Honduras. Our government is pleased to work with our partner countries in the Americas to ensure mutual prosperity within the region and achieve greater levels of international cooperation on labor issues. This free trade agreement will increase export and investment opportunities for Canadians by creating a potential and preferential and more predictable trade and investment environment. At the same time, the Labour Cooperation Agreement will ensure that these economic advances are not made at the expense of workers' rights. The Labour Cooperation Agreement between Canada and Honduras will help protect labour rights and maintain productive and healthy labour environments in both countries. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this agreement will lead to greater prosperity for Honduras and Canada. As a Canadian, I want greater prosperity, and as a minister, I'm pleased to take the steps necessary to promote this historic free trade agreement with a government that will be helped to respect labor and environmental standards.
Our historical trade agenda, and our government is ensuring that international labor rights and obligations are respected. It is of vital importance that prosperity does not come at the expense of workers' rights. That's why the free trade agreement with Honduras is accompanied by a parallel labor cooperation agreement. This agreement includes strong and comprehensive provisions for the enforcement of labor rights and a transparent complaint and dispute resolution mechanism. Under the terms of this labor cooperation agreement, Canada and Honduras have committed to ensure that their laws respect and embody International Labour Organization's 1998 Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. The declaration covers the right of freedom of association, the right of collective bargaining, the abolition of child labour, the elimination of forced and compulsory labour, and the elimination of discrimination in the workplace. Through these provisions, we demonstrate our shared commitment to improving labour standards and protecting workers' rights. In the Canada-Honduras Labour Cooperation Agreement, both countries have committed to protect workers' health and safety on the job, as well as provide compensation in case of work-related injuries or illnesses. Both countries have further committed to establishing and maintaining minimum employment standards, including standards with respect to wages and overtime pay. Enfin, nous avons...
Finally, we have also agreed to provide migrant workers with the same legal protections as those afforded to nationals, and this prevents discriminatory working conditions and protects some of the most vulnerable workers. Canada recognizes Honduras's ongoing efforts to bolster its enforcement of national laws and fundamental labor rights, and it encourages its efforts to continue along this path.
It's clear that Honduras is just as committed as we are to the success of this accord. In fact, when I met with my Honduran counterpart in November of 2013, we reaffirmed our commitment to the effective implementation of a high-quality labor cooperation agreement. But as you can appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the commitments we make in these agreements are only credible if there is a means of enforcing them. And that is why I'm pleased to say that the Canada-Honduras Labor Cooperation Agreement includes a strong dispute resolution mechanism that is transparent and easy to use. Mr. Speaker, if either Canada or Honduras should fail to respect internationally recognized labor rights and principles or not enforce domestic labor laws, they could ultimately face financial penalties. As part of the Canada-Honduras Labour Cooperation Agreement, the Canadian government has agreed to work with Honduras to improve their labour standards and better protect workers. Our government recently provided funding for various technical assistance projects that are strengthening the capacities of the Honduran Ministry of Labour to enforce domestic labour laws. These have focused on key issues, including workers' rights, improving labour inspections, promoting more vibrant and constructive dialogue between government workers and employer representatives, and encouraging the development of sound occupational health and safety practices. Mr. Speaker, our government has been clear that trade liberalization and labour rights go hand in hand. Canada has more to offer the global market than just the robust quality of its products and services. We also have a reputation for honesty and reliability. We keep our promises and we play by the rules. That is why the Canada-Honduras Labour Cooperation Agreement is important. And I'm confident that this agreement will help create well-paying jobs for Canadian workers, as well as making sure that those workers in Honduras are seeing a higher standard of labor, standard for the labours that they are embarking upon at home. I ask my fellow parliamentarians to support Bill C-20 to implement the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement and the parallel labour cooperation and environment agreements. This legislation will further strengthen Canada's economy, it will provide a foundation for future trade opportunities, and it will also promote and ensure fair and productive workplaces that will benefit both countries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her comments on Bill C-20. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, in her comments, she skirted completely around the erasure of the former strong mechanisms for ensuring sustainable development and protection of the environment. Perhaps the member would like to speak to why her government has decided that instead of using as their base and building on that, instead of using as their base the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, which actually provides forums for dialogue between not just the governments of Honduras and Canada, but the peoples of Honduras and Canada, the workers of Honduras and Canada, the communities of Honduras and Canada, on what the implications for further economic development or Canadian investment might have. Could you speak to the fact of why they have removed all the forums that would have been provided had they followed the model of the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much. And as I mentioned in my speech, our focus, and I think it's a very important one, is about creating jobs and prosperity. And with that, there are equal chapters, one on the environment, one on the labor cooperation agreement, which I spoke to, that are about making sure that those individuals in both countries are well supported. And so while there may be a desire by the opposition to find the reasons why they may not want to support a free trade agreement in the future, to make sure that there's prosperity here at home, as they have with every other free trade agreement that has been brought before them, not being willing to step up and support those Canadian workers and Canada's opportunities abroad. We're moving forward, making sure that free trade agreements are a reason to increase the prosperity here at home, create more jobs, and also, quite frankly, I think it's going to provide great benefits to those individuals in Honduras.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to pick up on the Minister's comments about creating more jobs. This is something in which we have been raising in terms of the Liberal Party for a number of months in regards to how important it is that we create more jobs, the impact of trade, overall trade on our middle class here in Canada. The government has, in fact, dropped the ball quite significantly. If you take a look at the time in which they had inherited the reins of governance here in Canada, we had a huge trade surplus. They've turned that trade surplus into a trade deficit at a substantial cost to the middle class, at a substantial cost in terms of just the number of jobs that are here today. So yes, we've given tentative support for this agreement and the bill that we're talking about today. But one of the concerns has got to be why does she believe that the government has done so poorly in terms of overall trade? When does she believe that Canada will once again be on the plus side of trade? Because what they've demonstrated is that they've, yes, been successful at negotiating some trade agreements, but on the bottom line is we have a net trade deficit. And that's something in which we've only had under this particular majority government.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Well, I'm delighted to speak about jobs, as the member opposite has raised, because we've created and worked with business and Canadians to generate a net over 1 million new jobs in Canada, over 80% of them full-time, over 80% of them in the private sector. So this government is doing its job. We are out creating jobs, working with industry, working with Canadians to make sure that they can have long-term prosperity. Unlike the opposition party that sits at the far end of the House, we're focused on what matters to Canadians, making sure that Canadians have jobs. And that's why we're so proud of having signed over 9 agreements, working with more than 30 countries, something that government in the past, the one that that the Liberals had well before 2006, was unable to accomplish. So, feel free. I encourage the members opposite to support this agreement. Delighted to hear that they will be doing that, because it is the right thing. This government's moving forward in creating free trade agreements. We're going to continue to do that and create jobs, something that government was unable to do.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak today in support of the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement and about our government's goal to create prosperity for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government is in the midst of the most ambitious pursuit of new and expanded trade and investment agreements in Canadian history. We will not sit in the sidelines while other countries vigorously pursue trade deals to secure better market access for their products and services.
Indeed, the Canada and Honduras Free Trade Agreement is yet another step this government is taking to help Canadians compete and succeed in the global economy. No government in Canada's history has been more committed to the creation of jobs and prosperity for Canadian businesses, workers, and their families. Deepening Canada's trading relationship in dynamic and high-growth markets around the world is key to those efforts. In 2006, Canada had free trade agreements with only 5 countries. Since then, Canada has concluded free trade agreements with 8 countries: Colombia, Jordan, Peru, European Free Trade Association, member states of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway and Switzerland, and Panama, and signed trade agreements with Honduras. Last fall, we also announced that an agreement had been reached with the 28-member European Union. But that's not all. We are, of course, intensifying our focus on Asia. On March 11th of this year, our Prime Minister and President Park of South Korea announced the conclusion of negotiations for a Canada-South Korea free trade agreement. This landmark achievement constitutes Canada's first free trade agreement in Asia. The Canada-Korea agreement will strengthen economic ties with a key partner in this fast-growing and dynamic region of the world and generate significant benefits, jobs, and opportunities for Canadians. This agreement is projected to boost Canada's gross domestic product by $1.7 billion and increase Canadian merchandise exports to South Korea by about 32%. It will also provide substantially improved access for Canadian businesses to South Korean market, a key gateway to other markets in Asia. Canada and South Korea are committed to bringing the Canada-South Korea Free Trade Agreement into force as soon as possible. But it doesn't end there. Canada is actively pursuing an agreement with 11 other Asia-Pacific countries through the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations, which Canada joined in October of 2012. With its current membership, the TPP represents a market of more than 793 million people and a combined gross domestic product of $28.1 trillion. Canada sees this agreement as a leading mechanism for regional economic integration and a critical tool for positioning Canadian businesses in the fast-growing Asia-Pacific market. Negotiations are also well underway for major agreements with large dynamic economies, including Japan and India. A Canada-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement would strengthen access to the world's third largest economy. This agreement could increase Canada's GDP by $3.8 billion and boost exports to Japan by 67%. Just recently, the Prime Minister announced during his visit to Israel the launch of negotiations to expand and modernize the Canada-Israeli Free Trade Agreement. This Conservative government continues to update our existing agreements in order to maximize benefits for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that 2014 marks the 20th anniversary of the North America Free Trade Agreement. 20 years ago, trade within the North American region was somewhere around $372 billion. In 2013, total trilateral merchandise trade reached over $1.1 trillion. That's nearly a fourfold increase. Canada is now the top export destination for 35 U.S. states. Of course, the U.S. remains by far the top export destination for all provinces. Over 8 million U.S. jobs depend on trade and investment within Canada, and over 2.5 million Canadian jobs, that's 1 in 7, depend on exports to the United States of America. NAFTA has provided a solid foundation for Canada's future prosperity, on which Canada continues to build on to advance North American trade and competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, deepening Canada's trade relationships in rapidly growing markets around the world, such as the Honduras, is an important part of this government's pro-trade plan for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. The Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement is a key part of our government's agenda to open new markets for Canadian businesses, create new opportunities for our workers, and contribute to Canada's future prosperity. This free trade agreement provides numerous benefits to Canadian companies active or interested in the Honduras. Not only will it eliminate the vast majority of Honduran tariffs, but it will help raise the profile of Canadian businesses in the country and further deepen and strengthen Canada's commercial and economic relationship with the Honduras. The Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement will also make us competitive with players from the United States and the European Union, who already enjoy free trade with the Honduras, not to mention giving Canadian companies a secure, predictable framework for business. Keeping pace with Canada's main competitors is just one reason why we need to move forward on this deal. There are other benefits to the free trade agreement as well, which I would now like to reiterate. This will help a variety of Canadian companies in sectors such as chemical products, wood, pulp, paper products, vehicles, auto parts, as well as fish and seafood. It will also be advantageous to Canadian agricultural producers in areas like beef, pork, and processed potato products. Canada's service providers will enjoy enhanced commitments in the sectors of export interest to Canada, such as natural resources, professional services, and information and communications technology. Clearly, the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement will create new opportunities for Canadian companies in the Honduran market. Thanks to actions under our government's free trade leadership, Canadian workers, businesses, and exporters now have preferred access and a real competitive edge in more markets around the world than any other time in our history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Député de Beauharnois-Salaberry.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue to say that the government across the way is fostering trade with countries where we don't understand why they're going there, because human rights are being completely flouted. This country has been recognized as being one of the most corrupt in the world, and it is ranks 180th in terms of exports with Canada. So with regard to the benefits that will be yielded, it really accounts for a very small proportion of trade. So what makes it so attractive for the Conservatives, whereas we know that there are a great many violations of human rights? Journalists are very poorly treated in the country. There is a great deal of violence with regard to journalists. And so there are many things that we don't understand about this agreement. Canada could... why is it insisting on dealing with Honduras?
West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know the member was listening intently when the Minister of Labour was giving her speech. And she will recall, the member will recall, that the Minister referred the House to the labour agreement she signed with Honduras, and she will recall that the Minister mentioned some of the environmental aspects that were included in this free trade agreement. But I guess the best example I would suggest to the member is the history of her own country, and that is the country of Canada. You know, some 60 to 100 years ago, we had everything from child labour, we had persecution against the right of association, that is, the right to organize labour unions, etc. And how did that change? Well, that changed because there were jobs for people, people organized. people were able to mature into this democracy that we share today in respect for human rights. But if we allowed countries such as Honduras to remain isolated, didn't have free trade agreements with them, didn't offer people an opportunity to provide a living for themselves and their families, eventually that country will mature into a country hopefully like ours. And by signing these labor agreements associated to the free trade agreement, and environmental, we're going to be assisting that country. We're going to be pushing it along and helping the very people that she talks about have a better life. And that's why we're in favor of free trade. You know, I could mention some of the things that were said by her members, but I don't think it's constructive to take a negative attitude. I'd like her to think positively, as this is the first step on the road for Honduras to become a country like ours with a respect for human rights. And they can only do that when they have the type of trade agreements that have written into them human rights and labor regulations and laws and rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I have had the opportunity to express some thoughts and ideas in regards to the Honduras trade agreement, indicated in terms of the Liberal Party wanting to see this agreement to continue to go through the process. I made reference to the importance of overall trade. What I thought was interesting when the member made reference to Korea and the trade agreement that's been achieved in Korea. It was the first in Asia. One of the thoughts that came across my mind as he was talking about that was the country of the Philippines. Philippines is a country that contributes immensely to Canada's immigration today. It's ranked number 1, 2, or in top 3 over the last few years in terms of just the number of immigrants that are coming from Philippines to Canada, let alone the number of workers, students, and so forth. And I want to ask the member if he would provide some comment in regards to the Philippines and when or does he believe that his government is currently working in developing trade negotiations with that particular country.
Member for Northumberland, Quinte West. You only have about 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say that I think, though, from a trade perspective and a trade agreement perspective, we're going to leave no stone unturned, and I'll tell you why. Not only are we helping, as I previously mentioned to the member of the NDP, to bolster and to increase the lives of the people within that country, but we have to be a little bit on the selfish side here. We have to think about the jobs that Canadians depend on, whether it's the Philippines, whether it's Korea, whether it's any country. We will engage in free trade agreements with the rest of the entire world, and we'll write into those agreements labor and environmental agreements that will go to improving the lives of not only Canadians through the jobs and benefits that derive from free trade for Canadians, but also the benefits and the jobs and those other human rights issues that we talk about in this House. We'll only get there. We will only get there when we improve the livelihoods of everyone in the world. And I believe that free trade and trade amongst countries and bringing other countries closer to our standards will do that very thing, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-90, which is a trade agreement with Honduras in 2013. When I sat on the subcommittee of the Trade on Human Rights, we focused extensively on the situation in Honduras. And so I have the necessary knowledge to speak in opposition to this bill. The despotic regime is characterized by its undemocratic practices, its corruption, its flawed institutions, and its poor track record on human rights. Canada should therefore not sign a free trade agreement with the country. I don't understand why certain members of other parties would dare to support a treaty of this nature, knowing what we do regarding the situation in Honduras. When it comes time to assessing a trade agreement, we need to look at whether or not the partner respects democracy and human rights. In this case, that is not the case, as my colleagues have said earlier. I'd like to add to the debate what we learned at the Subcommittee on International Human Rights. As you know, Honduras is not a state of law. Human rights are violated. There are murders. There is a great deal of corruption, and impunity reigns. Professor Gordons at Wilfrid Laurier University appeared before our committee and said that he doubts that elections are free in the country. Members of the opposition parties have been assassinated. Others have been threatened, and so on. Since the overthrow in 2009, violence has been worse than ever before. In 2013, there were 10 massacres per month on average. According again to a professor from the University of California, 80% of crime in Honduras go without punishment. According to the families of the disappeared in Honduras, there are more than 10,000 complaints of human rights violations against security forces. And there has been no follow-up on those complaints by the armed forces. Human Rights Watch published a report in 2010 talking about the lack of cooperation in investigations by the state. At all levels, the independence of the judiciary is questioned, and there has not been improvements. ONG Freedom House has ranked Honduras second as the most dangerous countries for journalists. According to the National Human Rights Commission, in Honduras, 36 journalists were killed in 2012-2013, and 29 were killed since the coming into power of the current president. In June 2013, a director of a newspaper was kidnapped and killed when he was driving his car, and no suspect has been identified. The media are concentrated in the hands of several companies linked to the government. They are censored. Corrupt journalists is widespread, and manipulation of advertising is widespread. It is used to silence opponents, people in opposition to these ideas. To prevent the government from being criticized. In these difficult conditions, last year, in fact, these issues were raised at the American Congress. A letter was signed, in fact, where many people said they were very concerned about human rights issues in Honduras. 94 members of Congress called on the U.S. Department of State to stop interaction with Honduras given repression and violence. Some criticism has been leveled against the charter in Honduras, which is designed to give exclusive access by foreign companies to the natural resources and labor force in Honduras. Essentially, what they wanted to do is enable action within Honduras, and in every place where this is being proposed, there are conflicts that have lasted for decades. The most important zone is in the Aguan Valley. It was designated as a potential area for this. It's also the place where a great deal of investments have been made in tourism. And once again, communities in these cities are excluded from any kind of dialogue. Paul Romor, who proposed these initiatives, withdrew from the process, saying that there was no accountability or transparency. But the trade agreement that we are debating today was beneficial to that, benefited from that charter. Now, this agreement was negotiated without any transparency, despite calls to the government. There has been no release of the text of the negotiations. I don't understand how this House can give its support to an agreement without knowing the details of it, especially knowing full well what the situation with respect to human rights is in that country. This is tarnished, covered in blood from Honduras. This will hinder, in fact, Canada's reputation if we enter into a partnership with a regime like this. In 2011, members of my riding, Brome-Missisquoi, sent me here with a view to building a Canada that is different. In light of the facts that I just identified, I cannot support Bill C-20, and I would encourage others who remain undecided to oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had an opportunity to visit Honduras this year, and I met with some of the business people there, and they would like Canadians to understand how important the free trade agreement is to these companies. And some of the companies, the Canadian companies, are responsible for 1/3 of Honduras' GDP, and one of those companies was named Gildan, and Gildan employs 26,000, and they feel that they've can show how Canadian corporations in Honduras do promote and respect human rights, and how they do work in a socially responsible manner. I encourage those companies to perhaps be able to demonstrate somehow to the opposition and to those that are opposing this free trade agreement to perhaps look into, perhaps these companies could somehow have a dialogue with the opposition. I'm wondering if the opposition would be open to listening to some of the companies and what they have to offer, what they think is a contribution to human rights, because they feel that a good job, as the Labour Minister said, and the previous speaker said on this side from recently, that jobs do equal more jobs in turn do lead to less crime, and less crime does help with human rights. So I've just wondered if the member would be open to hearing some of the good things that are done by our Canadian companies.
The Honourable
Member for Brome-Missisquoi. I'm prepared to listen to everyone. However, I have heard horror stories at the subcommittee on human rights with respect to Honduras, and for all of the reasons that I just outlined, I would focus on countries that respect high human rights standards, high environmental standards, etc. Japan, Africa, Japan, Brazil, among others. Canada must sign trade agreements that will have positive benefits internationally and nationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting hearing the comments from the member, given the fact that the NDP have never, ever stood inside the House of Commons and voted in favour of a trade agreement. They've never done that. They might say, oh, yeah, we supported this agreement, or we something of that nature, but they've never actually stood and voted in favour of a free trade agreement. The question I have for the member is, given his comments, am I to conclude that the NDP's position in regards to the trade file is that if there are human rights violations in countries, that we should not be looking at trading with those countries. For example, China. Does this particular member believe that we should be having trade with China, given its reputation?
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. I'd like to thank the member for his question. And I would say in reply that the NDP is very aware of the importance of trade for our economy. But we choose to do business with countries that have a political will to, who are inclined to respect human rights, environmental rights, etc., not countries like Honduras, where I won't repeat what I just said in my remarks, but it's a country that I wouldn't do business with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise in the House and talk about the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement. Canada's prosperity is directly linked to reaching beyond our borders for economic opportunities that serve Canada's trade and investment. Our government is focused on the real priorities of Canadians, and that's creating new jobs and new opportunities. That's why we continue to open new markets for our world-class exporters around the world. With the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement, we will create new sources of prosperity for Canadian businesses of all sizes and their workers. This agreement, along with the recently announced landmark agreements with the EU and South Korea, are further proof that the most ambitious trade expansion plan in Canada's history continues to deliver results for all Canadians. Key sectors that will benefit immediately from better market access include beef, pork, potato products, vegetable oils and grain products, as well as a range of processed food products. The FTA also signifies Canada's support of Honduras's continued democratic, economic and social development, as lagging as that may be. Honduras continues to follow a positive path of development, and the economic and social benefits accruing to the CHFTA with Canada would help support this process. Overall, Honduras will ultimately eliminate tariffs on almost 98% of tariff lines under the agreement. Canada will likewise eliminate its tariffs on almost 98% of tariff lines under the agreement. Honduras is already an established market for Canadian exports and holds significant increased potential for Canadian business. A country like Canada with so much expertise can take advantage of significant opportunities in Honduras. This agreement is a comprehensive free trade agreement with obligations that extend well beyond those subjects to include other areas of importance to Canadian business. The Free Trade Agreement provides comprehensive obligations in the areas such as financial services, temporary entry of business persons, electronic commerce and telecommunications, and competition, monopolies, and state enterprises. The Canadian banking system is consistently recognized amongst the best in the world. In fact, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's banking system as the most sound in the world 6 years in a row. This is an area where Canada is truly excelling. The Canadian financial services sector is a leader in providing high-quality and reliable financial services. Across the Americas, Canadian banks are helping foster economic growth through access to credit card and other financial services. And in Honduras specifically, Canadian financial institutions such as Scotiabank have an active presence and offer a wide variety of banking services. And this agreement will help those Canadian financial institutions take advantage of opportunities in Honduras. On financial services, this agreement provides market access parity with what Honduras was offered in the U.S. through the trade promotion agreement with that country, and contains a robust prudential carve-out. These market access commitments are complemented by key obligations that ensure non-discrimination, provide a right of establishment for financial institutions, and promote regulatory transparency in the financial sector. These are key elements which the Canadian financial services sector is seeking in order to ensure that it is able to compete in an increasingly competitive global market. Our Conservative government is responding to this demand. Another important area included in this trade agreement is to ensure that businesses are able to fully maximize the opportunities in Honduras for temporary entry for business persons. This is an important issue for Canadian businesses to ensure that their employees are able to work in Honduras and is a natural complement to market access for goods, services, and investment. In recognition of the significant number of Canadian companies operating in the region, The agreement removes unnecessary barriers impairing the ability of companies to bring in the skilled workers they need. The agreement extends to an extensive list of professions, including various technicians and provisions for spousal employment. The strength of this free trade agreement does not stop there. It also extends into the areas of electronic commerce and telecommunications. Electronic commerce is an important addition to previous free trade agreements in light of the importance of ensuring that the new digital economy issues, such as the protection of personal information, consumer protection, and paperless trade, are not overlooked. These are issues that are increasingly important for businesses in the 21st century, and Canada and Honduras have recognized this fact. In the free trade agreement with Canada, Honduras has agreed to a permanent moratorium on customs duties for products delivered electronically. This includes items such as electronic software, music purchased online, and digital books. This moratorium is important not only for businesses, but for consumers as well. In addition to electronic commerce, telecommunications provisions were also included to support the competitive development of the telecommunications sector. Through this free trade agreement, Canadian telecommunications service providers will be able to better compete with their American and European counterparts in the Honduran market. Clearly, there are many benefits of this free trade agreement with Honduras that go beyond trade in goods and investment. I'd like to touch on the obligations of the free trade agreement related to competition, monopolies, and state enterprises. This agreement meets Canada's objectives of ensuring that anti-competitive business practices and the actions of monopolies or state enterprises do not undermine the benefits of trade and investment liberalization achieved in this agreement. Canada and Honduras will cooperate on issues related to competition policy through their respective authorities. The obligations ensure that Canadian companies doing business in Honduras are treated fairly. And there are many other areas of the agreement which offer real commercial benefits to Canadian companies. Upon implementation of the free trade agreement, 68.4% of Honduran tariff lines will be duty-free. Remaining tariffs will be eliminated within periods of 5 to 15 years, with a small number of sensitive agricultural products being excluded from tariff liberalization or subjected to a tariff rate quota. This free trade agreement will create enhanced market access opportunities and bring potential benefits for Canadian exporters in many sectors where products are currently subject to Honduran tariffs, including areas like agriculture and agri-food products, wood, pulp and paper products, industrial machinery, vehicles and auto parts, aerospace, information and communications technology, fish and seafood, chemical products, and plastic products. More specifically, for my home province of Alberta, the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement will benefit exporters through the elimination of Honduran tariffs in sectors of export interest, such as beef, furniture, textiles, and construction equipment. Overall, Mr. Speaker, this is a high-quality and comprehensive trade agreement. It will allow Canadian businesses to compete and excel in the Honduran market. This is a market where many key exporters are seeing enormous potential. Honduras is a fast-growing market that presents real opportunities for Canadian businesses. It is important that Canadian firms establish an early presence in this emerging market and build solid relationships that will provide them with a competitive edge. This free trade agreement has the support of key exporters and investors across Canada, and its passage through this House will ensure that Canadian business is able to take advantage of opportunities in this important market. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to support from those interested in fostering our economic future as a trading nation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rivière.
Honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that civil society is important, and the government has not provided the text publicly. We know that the agreement was negotiated behind closed doors. The government has a habit of negotiating these free trade agreements behind closed doors without civil society involvement. So I would like to know why this government is so against doing things differently and does not allow other input.
The Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, we do consult extensively. We've been doing more free trade agreements than any other government in Canada's history. You know, we've concluded, I think, 37 free trade agreements now, and that takes an awful lot of work from an awful lot of quarters, people within the trade office, people around the world, experts across Canada. in various areas. In fact, Quebec, of course, is the beneficiary, will be the beneficiary of this free trade agreement in many areas, such as chemical products, industrial machinery, articles of iron and steel, pork, and my favorite, maple syrup. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of work that goes on, and not all of it maybe goes on to the likes of the honourable member or others, but there's extensive consultation and extensive work, and this is moving Canada's economy forward and moving Canadian workers forward.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting, the member says that we as a government have done more in terms of free trade agreements than any other government before it. One of the things that we need to recognize, of course, is the fact that there's more to trade than just having free trade agreements. Let me give you an example. When we had Prime Minister Jean Chrétien here, we had the tour or the Team Canada approach at doing trade in Asia. And I can recall, because I was in the Manitoba legislature back then, when there was invites that went virtually throughout Canada, and some focus was given in Manitoba, that we want to be a part of that trade mission. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, of that particular trade mission, literally hundreds of millions of dollars of economic activity occurred. And that was an initiative taken by the Prime Minister. Now, why do I say that? Because when this government inherited the trade file, we had multi-billion-dollar surplus in trade. They've turned that multi-billion-dollar surplus into a deficit of overall trade. My question to the member is, why is it that this particular Prime Minister or this government has not put as a high priority looking at the bottom line of trade surplus versus deficit, and what is it doing? It's great to see this particular deal, yes, this trade agreement, but what is it doing to ensure that Canada's trade balance is on the plus side? That in itself will generate the thousands of jobs that the middle class need today.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, the simple fact is, in 2008, the biggest economic downturn in the world since the Great Depression happened, which basically meant, because Canada had performed so well during that period, that other countries were not in a position to buy Canadian products as much as they did before. We're getting back out of that now. Canada is leading that, as we've led from the start. So it's simply a matter of the world economic situation, which is improving. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, if we complete, as I think we will, membership in the Trans-Pacific Partnership with the EU Free Trade Agreement and all the other free trade agreements that we've brought into place, Canada will have access, will probably be the only country in the world to have access to 75% of the entire world's GDP. Mr. Speaker, that's an accomplishment that no other government in Canada's history can claim.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat, the honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's very interesting to stand here today to start or further discuss the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement from the standpoint of myself as the critic for international human rights. I have a particular interest in the type of trade agreements that have been signed by this government. From our standpoint, or myself especially as critic for human rights must take a priority in the packaging and pulling together of any agreement with any country. So when I'm looking at the kinds of things that are important to me, is the partner that we are about to do business with at a fundamental level, with an actual bilateral free trade agreement, is that a partner who respects democracy, for me especially human rights? Do they have adequate labor standards? Are these things codified in law? Is the proposed partner, if their economy is in an imbalance with Canada, are we very much higher than them? Is there a sense of equity in that agreement? And then finally, of course, once the trade agreement has reached a draft form, are the terms of that satisfactory? And I would suggest that from the view of the NDP, it's not satisfactory. Honduras is the murder capital of the world. Think about it. More people are murdered there than anywhere else in the world. They have very undemocratic practices. Obviously, the institutions are weak because they're not able to give fundamental policing services to their people. They have very low standards when it comes to human rights and the so-called rule of law. Now, we, on this side of the House, we recognize there is a significant importance to trade and to the agreements that are reached, but we just don't believe that the type of agreement that's been put together repeatedly by this government, where human rights and labor law, especially and many times environmental law, are side agreements, unenforceable by law. In other words, Mr. Speaker, just window dressing to help sell this particular agreement. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. May 15th of this year, we're supposedly going to receive a report on the impact of the Colombia-Canada Free Trade Agreement, what impact that has had on human rights in Colombia. The last one we received was nowhere near the comprehensive type of report that we were anticipating. When the debate on that particular free trade agreement happened in this place, we were told by the other side that we could look forward to a very comprehensive report, and it just hasn't been forthcoming. Now, I want to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to a U.S. Senate call for accountability in Honduras. It took place on June 18th in 2013. Senator Ben Cardin, he's a Democrat, which won't be much of a surprise, but he's a senior member of the Foreign Affairs Relations Committee, and 20 of his Senate colleagues together sent a letter to John Kerry urging him to work to support human rights in Honduras and free and fair and peaceful elections, which were slated for that November. But they went on to say, given the reported violence and impunity linked to state entities in Honduras, the letter questions the State Department's decision to certify that the government is implementing policies to protect due process of law and that they're prosecuting military and police personnel who are creditably alleged to have violated human rights. Now, we're talking about the military and the police, the ones who are supposed to enforce human rights and protect the public and enforce the laws of the land. They go on to say that the U.S. taxpayers demand accountability at the highest levels when their resources are used for any purpose, especially in foreign assistance. Well, this is not direct foreign assistance that this free trade agreement is about, but about an even closer working relationship between Canada and Honduras. Now, they went on to ask for a detailed assessment of the effectiveness of the current Honduran government's efforts to protect freedom of expression and association, the rule of law, due process, and to investigate the extrajudicial killings and abuses allegedly, again, involving the police and the military. Many of the murders that are taking place in this country are by these public officials or by the military. Going further, the rampant violence in Honduras has had its roots further back in their history. As you'll know, Mr. Speaker, I know you're aware of that part of the world and some of the history there. In the 1980s, Honduras was controlled by military governments. When they demilitarized, the process that was followed failed to hold those who had committed serious offenses to account. Serious human rights abuses were overlooked. Thus, a culture of impunity has spread in that country, widespread. And there, again, the coup in 2009, you know, the continuation of that sense of impunity. And when you hear today that it's the military and the police who are committing these crimes, it tells you very clearly that this country is very close to a failed state. It's a country that if we're going to have a free trade agreement with, wouldn't you think, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't you think it would be sensible for us, a nation of rights and human rights observations, that we would ask of the other country, as part of that agreement, to establish an improvement, benchmarks for changes to the human rights in their country, and to have that codified into that agreement. Because trade's got to be more about the betterment of both parties. And in a country where the people, the government you're dealing with is noted as being corrupt, it's very, very concerning that our officials, our government, could reach and conclude an agreement with such a nation. You know, Mr. Speaker, further to the agreement itself, there's been a complete lack of transparency in the negotiation process of this trade agreement. Despite repeated calls by civil society in Canada, the Government of Canada has failed to make public the text of the agreement during the negotiation process. If we look across how in our country, here, when legislation is proposed and the lack of input to the development of legislation here at home, it should be no surprise, sadly, that that's the case in dealing with this agreement. You have people who are world experts in relationships with South American countries in particular, who could have offered insight but weren't allowed to take part in any fashion. You know, the government's token environmental impact assessment of the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement, which was released in October of 2013, omitted any assessment of impact of Canadian investments in Honduras because those figures were considered confidential. We've had repeatedly in this House calls for corporate and social responsibility for legislation to be put into place in this House, and it's gone to a vote here previously. It was lost, as I recall, C-300 by about 12 votes. But very clearly, when you're talking about an environmental assessment, thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute, that's quick, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I guess I've only got 9 more pages, and I see I'm not going to make it. You're giving me the 1 minute sign. But to consider that these things are confidential, the impact of Canadian companies in another country should not be confidential to Canadians. We have expectations of our companies, and my presumption is that they're meeting our expectations. So why not provide the evidence? Because those that are good companies and are performing properly deserve the respect of this House, but those that aren't deserve the criticism of this House. But coming back to this trade agreement, our view is this is a very flawed agreement with a very, very flawed nation, which leaves us wondering how far is this government prepared to go when you think of Colombia, you think of Honduras, and who they're willing to do business with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was in Honduras and learned that 1/3 of the GDP of the Honduras is attributed to Canadian companies, and one of the companies particular spoke about their respect for human rights and social responsibility, and they felt that free trade agreements do not deter human rights, but that they can be advanced, because when you respect human rights, as Gildan and other companies, Canadian companies, are there, they are demonstrating good practices and human rights. Gildan themselves would like to see their business grow, and they feel a free trade agreement is important. If the member was open to hearing from some of the companies, Canadian companies doing business, and what it means to them, I would like to hear his response to that, because I think that's what's important, to hear who's on the ground there trying to encourage human rights, such as he's speaking about. It's important for Honduras to have free trade with countries such as Canada.
Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stoney Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for that important question, because there is a different perception between that side of the House and this side of the House as to how that responsibility is completed. The reality is there's a belief in many circles that if you have a free trade agreement and you raise all boats, so to speak, in that country, that human rights will happen to float up with it. And that's not the case. If you start looking in places that we've concluded arrangements with, there's still very troubling situations in those countries. I'm not satisfied that that's the case. In the case of Gildan, Gildan's reputation, if you talk to social society groups, the NGOs that work in that country, you'll find that there's a different message coming out about Gildan than what they're reporting themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to continue to push the idea of the NDP's position is that of to vote against free trade agreements. And the primary reason for them voting against agreements such as this is because of the issue of human rights. At least that seems to be the primary reason for why they're voting against them. There are countries around the world that Canada has a significant amount of trade between nations. And I'm wondering if you take the argument as to why they're voting against, in particular, we're now talking about Honduras free trade agreement. Can one expect that you would also then oppose trade with that particular country? If not, if you support the trade with that country, how then do you justify having that trade based on the arguments that you're using?
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I want to take him back to the very first part of my speech where I said that the fundamental criteria for the NDP is that the proposed partner is one who respects democracy, human rights, adequate environmental and labour standards and Canadian values. If there are challenges in these regards, is the partner on a positive trajectory towards our goal? Is the proposed partner's economy a significant or strategic value to Canada? And if we use the same criteria for some of the countries we trade with that we do not have a free trade agreement with, then I would call into question why we're trading with them. I realize that the business community, their job is to go about trade as best they can. We want corporate social responsibility here in Canada so that when our companies are trading with other countries, that they take into account the human rights record and standards of that particular country.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today in this House to share how this free trade agreement with Honduras complements our government's Americas strategy. I'd like to speak about how our government's ambitious pro-trade plan and our global markets action plan is creating new opportunities around the world for Canadian exporters. Our government's global markets action plan, developed in close consultation with Canada's business community, was our strategy to respond to changes in the global economy and to position Canada for long-term prosperity. The Global Markets Action Plan identified 50 priority markets around the world where Canadian opportunities and interests had the greatest potential for growth. The strategy is part of the most ambitious pro-trade plan in Canada's history. It has driven Canadian leadership on the world stage in support of trade, job creation, economic growth, and prosperity for hardworking Canadians and their families. The results have been impressive. Since 2006, Canada has concluded free trade agreements with 38 countries, representing markets with a combined GDP of $2.6 trillion. We've begun deepening trade and investment ties with the largest, most dynamic, and fastest-growing countries in the world, including India, Japan, South Korea, and the EU. We've also concluded foreign investment promotion and protection agreements with 22 countries. In fact, just last year, we concluded or brought into force 10 foreign investment promotion and protection agreements. Mr. Speaker, the Americas are a priority market for our government. In fact, our government plans to strengthen our engagement in the region to ensure that our efforts are focused where their impact will be the greatest. I'd like to share with this House a bit more about how free trade with Honduras fits into this Americas strategy. This renewed strategy has three goals. First of all, to increase Canadian and hemispheric economic opportunity. Secondly, to address security issues and advance freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law through capacity building. And thirdly, to build a stable foundation for Canada's engagement and increased influence in the hemisphere. Mr. Speaker, strengthening economic ties are crucial in today's challenging and uncertain global economic climate. Expanding Canada's trade and investment in the Americas will help protect existing jobs and create new jobs and increase prosperity for Canadians. Canada's efforts to increase economic opportunity depend on deepening trade and investment ties by advancing our trade agreements. The Americas is a key region for Canadian bilateral trade initiatives. In fact, 7 of Canada's 10 concluded free trade agreements have been with countries in the Americas. But it's not enough to simply sign agreements, and our government's Americas strategies recognizes the need to make Canadian companies aware of the advantages and opportunities that these agreements create. Our government understands that it's through engagement, through developing trade and commercial ties, that Canada can support positive change and growth in the Americas. Engagement, not isolation. Promoting freer trade in the Americas opens new doors and creates new opportunities for Canadian companies, increasing economic benefits for Canadians, including new jobs for hardworking Canadians across the country. Canada's efforts to liberalize trade with the Americas is working. We are removing barriers to trade and facilitating two-way commerce. The Americas offer great potential. Total trade growth between countries in the Americas and Canada increased by nearly 40% from 2005 to 2010. In fact, we heard the Minister of State just now talking about the fact that 1/3 of the GDP of Honduras depends on Canada, and she experienced that and spoke to locals and businesses and workers in Honduras about this when she was there. So she was talking about that kind of economic opportunity, which in order to continue to further it, our government's America's strategy will focus on intensifying that trade promotion and relationship building, those efforts to ensure that Canadian businesses and exporters are taking full advantage of new trade opportunities in the future. As part of increasing economic opportunity with Honduras, Canada is growing our economic partnership and contributing to long-term prosperity in both of our countries. The Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement and its parallel labour and environment agreements will promote trade and investment while creating a winning advantage for Canadian businesses and exporters. To protect Canadian and commercial investments, the security situation in Central America must be taken into consideration and is a core focus in our renewed Americas strategy. Honduras has recognized its security challenges and has significantly increased spending on security. They have also committed to continue reform of their security institutions. Honduras continues to build strong security cooperation with the United States and cooperates with its Central American neighbors under the Central American Integration System Regional Security Strategy. Our government is pleased with the significant efforts that Honduras is making to meet their security challenges and in confronting the public security threats facing Central America. Mr. Speaker, international relationships are fundamental. Competition for market share is on the rise, and Canada must demonstrate that it is a serious and committed partner. Our government is continuing to deliver on an ambitious pro-trade plan that is creating new opportunities not only in the Americas, but in dynamic, high-growth markets around the world. Furthermore, while sustaining high-level engagement is essential, Canada will continue to benefit from building relationships more broadly across the private sector, government, and academia. All countries in the Americas have a vested interest in prosperity, security, and stability. That is why our government is committed to building and sustaining relationships with our like-minded neighbors. Through our strong bilateral relationships and the increasing people-to-people ties generated through educational exchanges and increased business links, our links with Honduras are growing stronger every day. And every day, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing more and more opportunities for Canadian businesses and exporters. Mr. Speaker, the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement are key components to advance the goals of the Americas strategy. Sadly, it seems like the NDP will vote against this agreement, and I know that they have concerns Mr. Speaker, about things like about especially the human rights issue as well as the security issues, which I talked about as well. I would like to say, though, that it is the belief of this government that trade is a key driver of prosperity, and that increasing trade, can only lift people out of poverty. This is when isolationism is the ideology practiced by a country. Very more often than not, it's extremely difficult for that country to lift itself out of poverty. We believe strongly that trade agreements, trade with like-minded countries and countries who understand that is the way to go, and that will ultimately lift out of poverty the people out of Honduras. So this is actually a positive step in the right direction. The elimination of tariffs, it supports human rights in a very direct way. It supports labor rights, and as long as you're respecting other issues like security issues, environmental issues, these are the kinds of things that we can do and that have been written into the agreement and the side agreements in order that it's not only beneficial to Canada and to Canadian businesses and individuals, but also to businesses in Honduras as well. So I'm asking all members of this House to support this bill and the free trade with Canada, Honduras. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say to my colleague that I listened with sort of riveted attention as she spoke on this issue. And let me say at the foremost that I do support free trade agreements that do benefit both countries and that are sort of based on the principle of fair trade and where both countries benefit. But I'm also reminded that historically we have used trade sanctions. Let me say South Africa being a prime example, when apartheid was in practice there. We used trade sanctions in order to bring about fundamental change in South Africa. And we have used trade sanctions with other countries as well when we want to have an impact on the human rights practices and policies of that country. So is my colleague saying that trade sanctions should never be used as a tool when we are unhappy with the actions of any country?
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Well, what I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, is that the honourable member from Newton North Delta is not suggesting in some way that a free trade agreement is the flip side of the coin to sanctions. A free trade agreement simply codifies the business relationship that you have, that one country has with another. And I think that, I would hope that the honourable member would see the positive, the benefits that can come out of a free trade agreement, especially for a country that is concerned or that we have concerns about any issues related to security, human rights, labor rights. These are the kinds of things that can only help a country and the people of that country get out of poverty because economic growth is the driver for prosperity, and trade creates that prosperity. So I think it's actually very important and a positive step in the right direction for human rights and the protection of human rights. Signing this agreement only furthers that goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we indicated our support for the free trade agreement with Honduras, and it should come as no surprise. In fact, if we take a look at it, back in 2001, there was a series of free trade negotiations that were taking place between the government here in Ottawa and Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua. These are because, in most part, we recognize the benefits of of trade for our country. In fact, when I think of Honduras, I do think of the pork industry in the province of Manitoba. The pork industry in my province stands to benefit, and we've seen releases of that nature, press releases of that nature. So expanding trade opportunities is something in which we're in favor of. And I guess I would ask the member to acknowledge that a free trade agreement doesn't happen overnight. So yes, you might be able to say that the agreement itself might have been signed by this particular government, but the background work in this particular case in several countries actually took place a number of years ago. 2001 is when we really started to open the discussions on free trade, as an example, for Honduras.
The honourable member for Mississauga South. You have about a minute.
Well, I'm just delighted to hear that the member recognizes the benefits of trade, and I find it mildly amusing that he believes that the origins of this free trade agreement came from the Liberal government, because after 13 long years in office, the long, dark years, the Liberals signed only 3 free trade agreements. Well, this Conservative government has reached 38 in many fewer years, much less time it took us. And so he's right, it doesn't happen overnight. But I think when it comes to creating jobs and opportunities through trade, it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals don't have the track record of getting it done, but the Conservative government does.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't help but thinking, based on those last comments by the member, the member who just spoke in response to a question about all the agreements they signed. Mr. Speaker, it's not really hard to sign an agreement when you're giving away the shop. It really isn't hard at all, and that's part of the problem with some of these agreements. We support free trade, but we want a negotiated agreement that is of a benefit to Canada. We will be supporting this Bill C-20 and the Honduras agreement, but we do think in most agreements trade negotiations could have been negotiated a lot better for the benefit of Canada. Bill C-20, Mr. Speaker, implements the free trade agreement and the related agreements on environmental and labour cooperation entered into between Canada and the Republic of Honduras and signed in this city on November 5th of last year. And both sides of that agreement are very important, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to the criticism from the NDP and in fact understand it. There is rightfully concerns about labour violations, about crime that is happening in Honduras, and that has to be uppermost in our mind in terms of the trade agreement that we've signed with them. And I say to representatives from Honduras that we as Canadians expect improvements on the labour negotiation, on the labour agreement side, and we expect improvements in terms of the abuse of their workers, of violations in terms of citizens in the country who may be who have communities that mining endeavours are engaged in, and on goes the list, Mr. Speaker. I won't belabour the point, but we expect Honduras to do much better than what we've seen from their record in the past, and we are putting them on alert. We as the Liberal Party, we believe when you do sign an economic agreement, we can't work in just isolation. When we sign a trade agreement with these labour and environmental agreements on the side, we believe it does give us a greater leverage as a country to demand better human rights and social and economic responsibility on the part of the government and the business community in that country that we've signed an agreement with. So Honduras, Mr. Speaker, has a relatively small economy. In 2012, Canadian businesses exported only $39 million in quite a narrow field of goods and materials, and I'll get into them in a moment. And we imported $219 million from the Honduran economy. In 2013, those numbers were improved upon somewhat. 45 million worth of products exported to Honduras, and $234 million worth of imports. Those exports for Canada, and we've got a deficit trade balance. There's no question about that, Mr. Speaker. We would like to see the numbers the other way, but it is a place to start. And I know in the community that I used to represent, the farming community, beef and hogs is one of the bigger exports that we're looking at that we think will gain an advantage and access into the Honduran market as a result of this particular agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, the agreement is one of, as the last member said, one of many. And the last speaker as well, like many of the government speakers, have talked about Canada positioning itself through these trade agreements for long-term prosperity. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, signing a trade agreement in and of itself doesn't mean long-term prosperity. You can look at the records of the countries that we've signed trade agreements with over the years, and you'll find that where we've usually had, in many cases, a surplus going into that trade agreement, over time we find ourselves in a deficit trading situation with them. Why is that? Why are other countries doing better under trade agreements after they're signed with us than they were before? And I think that's what we have to examine. What other things, Mr. Speaker, do we have to do within the country to ensure that we take advantage of these trade agreements, not just sign them as the government is doing? Not hard to sign an agreement when you get, as we've seen in the CETA agreement with this Prime Minister, he needed one because of the political domestic situation in his country, basically pleaded to get agreement, sold several industries out in Canada, including dairy being one, a procurement for municipalities being another, and adding $900 million to $1.9 billion to the drug costs in this country. That's the kind of agreement he signed because he pleaded to get one, rather than negotiating from a position of strength. So, Mr. Speaker, I see you're going to cut me off for question period. I will come back, Mr. Speaker, after question period to talk about what we have to do to make trade agreements work for us, rather than this terrible record that we have in this country, where over the last 62 months, 48 of those months, while this government was in charge, were trade deficit. They're the first government in 30 years that had an annual trade deficit. They're doing poorly in terms of the real facts, Mr. Speaker. Just negotiating an agreement is not the only answer.
Order. À l'ordre. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights correctly observes that recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and alienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation for freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Laws which falsely condemn as non-human anyone who is in fact a human being are savage and inhumane in their denial of the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights of the victims of such laws. That's why I've introduced Motion 476, calling on the House to affirm that every Canadian law must be interpreted in a manner which recognizes the equal worth and dignity of everyone who is in fact a human being. If even one member of this House refuses to consent to this essential principle of democratic governance, it will be a dark and dangerous day for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Déclaration. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fleur. April is Oral Dental Health Month in Canada, and an important part of the celebration will take place during National Dental Hygienist Week from April 6 to 12. The theme, Oral Health for Total Health, reminds us that the way we take care of our mouths, teeth, and gums has an impact on our health and well-being.
Our valuable partners in prevention. They represent the 6th largest registered health profession in Canada. Whether calming down toddlers or providing care to adults with periodontal disease, the dental hygienist is a trained professional whose goal is your healthy, happy smile for life. Célébrer la Semaine Nationale.
Let's celebrate National Dental Hygienist Month by focusing new dental health objectives by starting with 6 simple steps: brushing, flossing, mouthwash, healthy eating, not smoking, and regularly consulting your dentist.
Phil.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand in the House today to recognize the successes of Oakville Paralympian Greg Westlake for leading Canada's sledge hockey team to bronze medal success at the Sochi Paralympics. Greg lost both of his legs at 18 months of age, but never seemed to recognize what others call a physical disability, nor did it deter him from becoming a superb athlete or developing a love for Canada's favorite sport. Greg's popularity in Oakville came with a fiercely competitive spirit, and the people of Oakville and Canada have borne witness to Greg's successes with joy over the years, including his team's gold win in the Torino Paralympics in 2006 and his charity work as ambassador for sledge hockey. Canada's Paralympians exemplify the qualities Canadians strive for: courage, tenacity, supportive teamwork, and achieving success by never giving up. Their leadership and example inspire not only Canadian youth and not only Canadians with disabilities, but all Canadians in every area of endeavour. Congratulations to Greg and his fellow Paralympians.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, 65 years ago today, Newfoundland and Labrador carved out one of the most significant parts of its history by becoming a province of Canada. At 1 minute after midnight, March 31st, 1949, Newfoundland and Labrador became the 10th province to join Confederation. Or as we affectionately say in Newfoundland, Canada joined Newfoundland and Labrador. This date in Newfoundland and Labrador history saw the end of 3 years of intense and emotional debate, a debate inscribed in the history books of Newfoundland and Labrador and still continues today in many kitchens and living rooms in our province. Mr. Speaker, at that time, residents voted to join Confederation and made a very emotional decision to end their status as the oldest colony. My parents, Mr. Speaker, voted for the terms of union, and the terms of union that follow influence the relationship we share in Confederation and the way we are governed. While we still stand at any time to debate the management of the fisheries affecting our province, the transportation link, our fair share of natural resources, today we stand as proud Canadians and proud Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. As Joey Smallwood believed, we also believe that Confederation was the beginning of a revolution in Newfoundland and Labrador, and we continue to work hard to secure our place in Canada.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just returned from Geneva, where I attended the UN Human Rights Council. Canada supported the resolution that called on the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to undertake comprehensive investigation into the alleged serious violations of human rights by both parties in Sri Lanka from 2002 to 2009. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is a victory for all Sri Lankans who suffered through the terrible civil war. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that this government designated the Tamil Tigers as a terrorist organization. Mr. Speaker, this is a historical resolution which the government of Sri Lanka can seize and work not only for reconciliation but towards a sustainable prosperity and security for all Sri Lankans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, mon collègue du
My colleague from Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher was in Winnipeg for the great Canadian music celebration, the Junos.
People of Winnipeg were all about music last week, celebrating en masse how music brings culture to life and makes it travel the world. Our music thrives from coast to coast, from Quebec City's Karim Ouellet, Burlington's own Walk Off the Earth, to Calgary's Tegan and Sarah, the multi-talented and awarded Serena Ryder, and Métis band, the Tribe Called Red. Music in Canada is prolific, diverse, and alive. I want to congratulate the winners of the Alan Waters Humanitarian Award, iconic couple Rain Maida and Chantal Kriviev for all the work they have done with War Child Canada. Times are changing for musicians as the digital world changes the way we access music. It's up to us as parliamentarians to make sure Canadian music shines and remains a strong cultural industry. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the time to recognize a very special occasion in Canadian history, the 65th anniversary of Newfoundland and Labrador joining the Confederation of Canada. Now, Newfoundland and Labradorians have made tremendous contributions to Canada in every measurable way and in every field of endeavour. Newfoundland and Labrador leads the country in economic growth, is a half province, and is ranked among the best places to do business in North America. And Newfoundland and Labrador's strong economy, proud heritage, and rich culture are matched only by its exceptional natural beauty. Without Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada would not be what it is today, the greatest country in the world. And on behalf of all members of the House, we wish to congratulate the people of Newfoundland and Labrador on the 65th anniversary of joining Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, Winnipeg welcomed the Canadian music industry with open arms last week as the 2014 Juno Awards rocked Manitoba's capital. Juno Week showcased the exceptional talents of Canadian singers, songwriters, composers, musicians, entrepreneurs, and other music professionals, and came to an exciting end last night with the awards broadcast. I'd like to share a couple of interesting facts with my honourable colleagues. Canada is the world's third largest exporter of musical talent, and the Canadian music industry generates close to $3 billion a year in economic activity. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that our government values the incredible artistic talent that we have in this great country and that we recognize the critical importance of the Canadian music industry. In fact, Budget 2014 includes permanent funding for the Canada Music Fund, demonstrating our commitment to a thriving Canadian music industry. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all of this year's nominees and award winners. They have certainly made Canada and all of us very proud.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. The partial renewal of the budget for the HPS was announced in the Budget 2013, but several months later, the Minister of Employment and Social Development still hadn't announced the new eligibility criteria, and so the negotiations with the provinces and communities had to wait. The result of this incompetency? Last Wednesday, I received a call from BC to tell me that some groups would have to lay off staff because the tender call process had been delayed. The problem with that is that these are people who are already in an extremely precarious situation, whose services will have to be cut. Today, at the end of the day, some groups will be facing a break in service. Last Friday, I was very proud that a team made up of my NDP colleagues participated in HoC Helps the Homeless in order to raise funds for shelters in the Montreal region. And if we have to do so, it's clearly because not enough money is invested in fighting homelessness. Let's make some money available.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday morning, chaos erupted in the Brampton Courthouse on Here, Ontario Street. After showing up to do his job just like any other day during his 29-year career, working to keep the people of Peel Region safe, Constable Mike Clarenbeek found himself confronted with an armed gunman. He pursued the individual and was shot in the stomach. Thankfully, he is recovering in hospital and is well on his way to recovering. I want to let Constable Clarenbeek and his family know that all of our thoughts and prayers are with him as he recovers. And I want to thank all law enforcement officers for the good work that they do each and every day protecting Canadians.
Honorable député de Chambly-Bourdois.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourdois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last October, I had the honour of being inducted into the Confrérie du Cassoulet du Québec by the great master and chief Daniel Pachon and André Michel from the Maison Amérindien in Mont-Saint-Hilaire. This is the result of a collaboration between Mr. Pachon and Michel and several inductees in my riding, such as Jean-Pierre Charbonneau, Jean-François Mercier, among others. I'd like to thank Jean-Michel and Chantal Millette at the Maison Amérindienne for their warm welcome, even if it was a roast with lots of interesting tales told and some of them fed in fact, by my own mother. I will, in fact, keep the promise I made to praise their cassoulet. It wasn't something that I knew, but I love the dish. It's delicious. I'd invite everyone to taste the cassoulet at Mr. Pachon's Inn in Jonquière or to visit us at the Maison Amérindienne in Mont-Saint-Hilaire for the next inauguration at the end of the year. Long live the Confrérie.
Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend we saw firsthand how the leader of the Liberal Party chooses to speak to Canadians. At a charity event on Saturday evening, the Liberal leader said to the crowd, and I quote, "I'm going to tell you there is no experience like stepping into the ring and measuring yourself." He said, "Your name, your fortune, your intelligence, your beauty, none of that." And then he dropped the F-bomb, Mr. Speaker, to the people attending matters. Mr. Speaker, this type of language is extremely unbecoming of a young man who one day wishes to be Prime Minister. It is too bad that his decision to speak candidly resulted in profanity instead of praise for the event organizers who raised money for cancer research. You just can't make this stuff up, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I can't say this enough. The Liberal leader clearly lacks the judgment, the decorum, and the maturity to be Prime Minister of this country.
Absolutely. Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
1967, Liberal Prime Minister Pearson enacted national Medicare. In 1984, Liberal Prime Minister Trudeau strengthened it with the Canada Health Act. In 2004, Liberal Prime Minister Martin and the Premiers negotiated a 10-year accord establishing a new federal-provincial collaboration to enable structural changes needed to sustain Medicare. Today, March 31, 2014, that health accord ends and marks the unravelling of Medicare. Began in 2006 when this Conservative Prime Minister abandoned the elements of the health accord, refused to meet with premiers on healthcare, and unilaterally amended the funding formula for health transfers. On April 1, funding will revert to a per capita formula for health transfers, ignoring regional demographics, the concept of equalization, and relegating the federal leadership role in healthcare to that of a check writer, with no oversight, no accountability, and no commitment to the collaborative changes needed to ensure that all...
The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, our government has delivered historic tax relief for all Canadians. We've cut taxes over 160 times.
We did.
And because of this tax relief, a typical family of four will save nearly $3,400 in taxes in 2014. StatsCan has confirmed that middle-income families are better off today under our Conservative government than under the previous Liberal government. In fact, the net worth of families was up over 44% from 2005. Unfortunately, the Liberal leader has no idea what it's like to be middle class.
Not at all.
Middle class families don't live pampered lifestyles while fleecing charities for thousands of dollars in speaking fees.
My goodness.
Middle class families don't promote easier access to illegal drugs for children or blurt out obscene remarks at charity events. And middle class families know that budgets don't magically balance themselves. Mr. Speaker, despite the antics of the Liberal leader, Canadians can rest assured this government will continue to look out for the interests of middle-income families and all Canadians.
We're here the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, last night the Conservative Party pulled the plugs on Dimitri Soudas, the right-hand man of the Prime Minister. Now, he got bounced after firing a popular Conservative organizer who blew the whistle on Dimitri interfering with the local ridings. Now, of course, this is just the latest Prime Minister appointment to go south. He blew the Supreme Court appointment. His Chief of Staff is facing the cops. The Conservative brand is now synonymous with Duffy, Wallen, Brazo, and Carson. Oh, and he rewarded bagman Irving Gerstein, a lawbreaker, with a plum appointment. Speaking of which, here's Gerstein on Soudas.
I am writing to direct your full attention to the confidential memo I received today from Dimitri Soudas, the dynamic director of the Conservative Party, handpicked by the Prime Minister. Yes, handpicked to hand in a pig slip. What's going on with this Prime Minister's judgment when yet another insider goes down to the eve of destruction?
Very good.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, today's StatsCan announced that Canada's GDP grew faster than expected in January, 0.5%.
All right.
This builds on the 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth under the strong leadership of the Prime Minister. Indeed, since the depth of the global recession, Canada has created over 1 million new jobs, the best record in the G7. We're on track to balance the budget in 2015, and we've done it while keeping taxes low. We know good economic management requires a strong leader, tough decisions and sound judgment.
NDP doesn't know that.
Unfortunately, the Liberal leader has a total lack of judgment. No tough choices and no discipline is required. When you are the Liberal leader, he is more concerned with dropping obscenities at charity events and making it easier to smoke marijuana. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can rest assured that we will take no lessons from a Liberal leader who is in way over his head. Our Conservative government continues to focus on job creation, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians.
The oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the last day for Canada's Health Accord and the start of $36 billion in Conservative cuts to Canada's healthcare system. The Health Council of Canada, the only agency tracking government performance on healthcare, will be shut down today. Less accountability for health spending for veterans, First Nations, and the commitments in the Health Accord. So how will slashing accountability and cutting federal investments improve healthcare for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear that the current framework for funding is not expiring. It continues on with a 6% escalator till 2017. And after 2017, of course, it's tied to economic growth with the guarantee of a 3% escalator. Mr. Speaker, that means that the Government of Canada will continue to provide record transfers for health care to the provinces and territories.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Really? I mean, come on, let's get serious here and let's get past the double speak. 8 years in power. 8 years in power, and Conservatives have failed on every single count. They failed to reduce wait times, failed to live up to their commitments on healthcare transfers, failed on key commitments from the Accord on things like electronic health records, pharmacare, home care, the list goes on and on. So when will the government stop misleading Canadians, stop avoiding accountability, and start working with the provinces to build a strong, stable, and accessible public healthcare system in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would just point out to the member that, of course, we do work closely with the provinces and territories. And in terms of the current federal framework that's in place with the provinces and territories for funding for healthcare, it continues in its current form, which, of course, is record levels of funding for transfers to the provinces and territories. And after 2017, it's tied to economic growth, which we think is a sustainable formula. It's important for the provinces and territories. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that I've been the health minister now for 10 months, and not one provincial health minister has asked me to renew the health accord in its current form. What they've asked for is funding, predictability, and we've given them that.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker. The Honourable member for Hochelaga. The provinces and territories don't believe the Conservatives' rhetoric, and neither do Canadians. Unilateral Conservative cuts will create a $36 billion hole in the provinces' budgets over the next 10 years. $36 billion less to hire doctors and nurses, to invest in our clinics, or to buy drugs. Can the minister tell us how changes to the health funding formula will help improve Canadians' health care?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one thing that I can reassure the member of, and I would encourage her to look at the information that comes out of the Canadian Institute of Health Information, is that we now have record numbers of physicians. That will definitely help Canadians across the country be able to find doctors in their local communities, and that's something, Mr. Speaker, that we've worked very hard with the provinces and territories on, and we're proud of.
I'll have an update.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Well, the government is not just ignoring the provinces, but also the municipalities. The new Building Canada Fund won't help the municipalities to fund local roads or infrastructure for sports and recreation. The new feasibility study requirement might also lead to major delays. And finally, the new Building Canada Fund has no amount for the municipalities. Why is the minister creating obstacles for municipalities that want to develop their infrastructure? The Honourable Minister. Well, in fact, it is a good plan, this new Building Canada Fund, even though the NDP is trying to mislead people. We have billions of dollars in this extensive program, a record program, and it will help municipalities to put money into infrastructure. We also have $1 billion for small municipalities. The honourable member.
Looking for is $5.8 billion. $5.8 billion in infrastructures less for local communities over the next 5 years. The minister's $5.8 billion broken promise. Canadians across the country are stuck in gridlock and traveling on crumbling infrastructure. So as one of Canada's key infrastructure funds expires today, will the minister reverse course, honor his promises to our cities and communities, and give them what they need?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Never in the Canadian history, Mr. Speaker, a government supported so much municipalities than ours. With the gas tax fund, Mr. Speaker, municipalities already have 100% of this part of the component, and we respect jurisdiction. She don't care probably about provincial and territories, but we respect provinces and territories. We continue to work with them, and for the component for PDs, we will work with them, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian middle-class families are worried about retirement. Recently, a Finance Canada report prepared for the minister states, quote, in the long run, expanding the CPP would bring economic benefits. Higher savings will lead to higher incomes in the future and higher consumption possibilities for seniors. Will the minister listen to his own department's advice and research? Will he listen to the provinces? And will he finally work with the provincial governments to strengthen CPP for Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with the global economic recovery still very fragile, we need to be mindful not to impose costs on Canadians that will hurt the workers and certainly hurt the employers and would definitely threaten the recovery. Canadians cannot afford to pay higher CPP payroll taxes. That's why we've brought forward pension income splitting for seniors, pooled registered pension plans, tax-free savings accounts. Mr. Speaker, that's what Canadians are asking for to help in their retirement years.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, Canadians cannot afford inaction and indifference from this Conservative government. When the provinces propose higher CPP premiums to improve Canadian pension incomes, Conservatives call it a job-killing payroll tax. But when the Conservatives keep EI premiums artificially high just to pad their books to create a phony pre-election surplus, it's okay, it's fair game. Why are higher payroll premiums okay if they help Conservative politics, but not okay if they help Conservative or Canadian pensioners?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from the Liberal Party, who votes against the seniors every time in protecting their hard-earned dollars. They even voted against pension income splitting. But we're not surprised. The Liberal leader thinks that budgets magically balance themselves. He has no idea what it costs and what it's like to be the middle class. Despite the Liberal leader, we continue to take action to put more money back into the pockets of Canadians, back into the pockets of seniors, retirees, all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, just hours before Build Canada infrastructure funding is supposed to start, the government finally has something on its website. And what does it say? For the most part, go talk to the provinces. It's totally arbitrary. Certain projects are eliminated, funding possibilities are reduced, and the overall budget is cut by $1.4 billion per year. It is 87% gone. The Conservatives can claim this is the silk purse, but municipalities know a sow's ear when they see one. What good is an application when there's no real funding until 2019?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
If the former Minister of Finance don't know how government finances work, we will be happy to talk with him and to explain that. We just launched the program. We will continue to work. There are 4 different.
Oh, Ralph, give it a rest. Order. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure still has the floor.
I've heard balance the budget, probably repeating the budget will balance by itself. That's what I've heard. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with our partners and we respect jurisdiction. 4 different components to the plan. One is with province and territories, and we will respect that, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives managed to cram 40 laws into their latest monster budget bill. 40 changes to 40 laws, 350 deeply flawed pages, fully hidden from Canadians, never once mentioned in the budget. Conservatives have even killed the small business hiring tax credit and eliminated this practical incentive to hire more workers. Conservatives love rhetoric about economic growth.
Order. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is still asking a question. There'll be an opportunity to answer it, but we'll let him put the question first. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The truth hurts, Mr. Speaker, but it will set them free one day. Conservatives love rhetoric about economic growth and job creation, but their omnibus bills do the exact opposite. 300,000 more Canadians still out of work since before the recession. So why are Conservatives killing this popular tax credit that helps small businesses hire more employees?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canada leads the G7 with more than 1 million jobs created since the global economic recession, but we are not immune from the challenges beyond our border, and that's why our government supports economic growth and job creation while keeping taxes low and returning to a balanced budget by 2015. What the member opposite didn't mention is we had excellent growth in January, 0.5%, a lot higher than forecast. This is part of the success that our economic action plan will bring to.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
After terrible numbers in the GDP in December, I guess cherry-picking is what you get when you're the finance minister for the Conservative Party. The budget should be a place for practical measures to increase job creation, but not with Conservatives. With them, it's a kitchen sink of nasty Conservative schemes they want to keep hidden from Canadians. This government decided to sell out Canadians and their private banking information to the IRS. CRA will hand over personal financial information over 1 million dual citizens to the U.S. government. Whoa. Why did the Conservatives bury this deeply unpopular measure in their monster omnibus budget bill?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, bringing up the latest economic data is not cherry-picking. And I have to say, you know, when there's good news, it's considered bad news by the opposition. FATCA has raised a number of concerns in Canada. The agreement addresses these concerns by relying on the existing framework under the Canada-U.S. Tax Treaty. The CRA will not assist the IRS in collecting U.S. taxes, and no new taxes will be imposed. In our negotiations, we obtained a number of concessions, including exempting certain accounts like RSPs, RDSPs, TFSAs from
the Honourable Member for Victoria.
For months, Conservatives refused to hear any demands from the provinces on expanding the Canada Pension Plan, saying it had cost us tens of thousands of jobs. But the thing is, Finance Canada's own report on the CPP says, and I quote, "In the long run, expanding the CPP would bring economic benefits. Higher savings," it says, "will lead to higher incomes in the future and higher consumption possibilities for seniors." So, Mr. Speaker, why did the Conservatives mislead Canadians about the positive impacts of expanding the CPP?
The Honourable Minister of State Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, with the global economic recovery still fragile, we need to be very mindful not to impose costs on workers and also on employers that can threaten the economy. Mr. Speaker, the NDP plan to raise CPP payroll tax could force a family to pay as much as $2,600 more per year in taxes. While our economy is still fragile, the NDP's irresponsible plan can kill up to 70,000 jobs. They should know that it's very difficult for someone to have a retirement plan tomorrow if they don't have a job today.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives keep saying that expanding the Canada Pension Plan and this QPP could kill $70,000. In fact, a fall 2013 report by Finance Canada contradicts this partisan Conservative rhetoric. Not only is the job loss figure wrong, but the report actually suggests that economic benefits would amply compensate for the negative impacts from increasing contributions. Expanding public pension plans is good for the economies. Why are the Conservatives ignoring the needs of the provinces and advice from experts? Honourable Minister of State.
Despite the New Democratic Party, we continue to stand up for lower taxes, for job creation, and for economic growth for all Canadians. Let me tell you what Laura Jones, Mr. Speaker, to you, let me quote Laura Jones, the Executive Vice President of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. An increase in the CPP tax takes more money out of all employees and employers' pockets. Worse still, small businesses report that a mandatory CPP increase would force many to lower wages and even reduce their workforce.
The Honourable Member for Brosson-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in the omnibus bill introduced on Friday, the Conservatives again tried to pull a fast one on us. They included the replacement of the Champlain Bridge in the bill, but exempted their toll from any kind of consultation. The Conservatives are afraid to meet with the people on the South Shore. Why has the Minister opted for a system where the Conservatives can impose their toll without consultation? Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, when the project was announced on October 5th, 2011, that's 2011, Mr. Speaker, it was indicated that there would be a toll, there would be a public-private participation, and nothing has changed. This can't be a surprise for my colleague, because even he has had to take this into consideration.
Has been delivering stark warnings about the minister's unfair Election Act changes and his constant misquoting of Mr. Neufeld's report. Right. Harry Neufeld says the bill either needs to be amended or it needs to be killed altogether. Right. This is about people's basic right to vote, yet that minister simply won't listen. And he continues, like a broken record, to misquote statistics and mislead Canadians. How does he expect Canadians to trust this bill when they can't even trust his facts?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
We think it's entirely reasonable that when someone shows up to vote that they present some ID to prove who they are. Yeah. That's basic necessity. If you're going to prevent people from voting more than once in a riding where they do not live, or voting when they're not ineligible to cast a ballot at all. So I think that the average Canadian who has posed the question, do you think that you should present some ID when you arrive to cast your ballot? I think the average Canadian would say, sounds reasonable to me.
It's almost like the minister thinks that if he keeps misquoting Mr. Neufeld, somebody will start to believe him. Exactly. But nobody is fooled when pushed on his...
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain still has the floor.
When pushed on his very selective information of the report, the minister eventually admitted he disagreed with Neufeld's recommendations, and yet the minister continues to rely on the very same report he disagrees with. Right. When will he stop using misleading evidence to justify unfair changes that could disenfranchise seniors, Aboriginals, and young Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, we live in a democracy. Canadians are entitled to disagree with the recommendations of one person. At the same time, I've quoted the facts accurately. The fact as well, Mr. Speaker, is that it's reasonable to ask people to present some ID when they show up to vote. In Canada, we don't require people to use photo ID or even government-issued ID when they show up to vote. They can use everything from a utility bill to a student ID card and 39 total options to identify who they are. We think that's pretty reasonable.
That's a lot.
The Honourable Member for Le Binière. To hear the Minister of Democratic Reform defend the undefendable, you would think that there were hordes of fraudsters planning to disrupt the next elections. The Minister, in fact, is saying that he bases his statements on the Neufeld report, but in fact that report says that the Minister, or rather Mr. Neufeld says that the Minister is not properly interpreting things and reading it selectively. So why has the Minister resorted to inventing support and misinterpreting this report? Mr. Speaker, I have said that I did not agree with the recommendations of Mr. Neufeld. We do not always agree in a democratic society on recommendations such as these. So what we feel is that when people vote, it is important for election officials to know who you are and where you live. This is a requirement that is reasonable and that this should be in place for elections. The Honourable Member. With all due respect for the Minister, when it comes to credibility, he doesn't stand very high beside Neufeld, Mayron, Kingsley. I would even say that he's a super lightweight. Everyone is against this reform. Academics, the current and former chief election officers, the international experts, and so on. This explains why the minister has resorted to using little bits of the report. His reform will have the potential of depriving 520,000 people from voting. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this 500,000 figure assumes that every single person would use the voter information card without having any other option. But in fact, those cards were not allowed as ID in the last election. Canadians can choose one of the 39 types of identification that will be allowed and bring that identification with them when they go to vote.
The Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, this bill, or rather the plan to sell Nordion shows a lack of transparency in the process to review the Canada Investment Act. Canadians who depend on medical isotopes hope that the agreement will not be approved unless it serves the interests of Canada. Will the minister continue in the government's incompetent approach, or will it set out criteria? Mr. Speaker, with respect to investment in the international arena, we will always make sure that Canada's interests are well served.
Mr. Speaker, the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is warning of escalating risks of global human security. Rather than doing its part to fight climate change, this government's track record is clear. Take credit for provincial actions. Mock all proposals to make polluters pay. Cut Environment Canada's climate change and cleaner budget massively, and heckle from across the aisle. Cheat future Canadians of the right to climate security. When there is such an urgent need for real action, Why do these Conservatives mock the issue, and why is this minister completely missing in action?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you. This is a question coming from an individual who received a fossil award when she was Environment Minister for BC. Our government is committed to protecting the environment while keeping the Canadian economy strong. Since 2006, our government has invested significant funds in more efficient technologies, better infrastructure and adaptation, and clean energy. We have also taken action on two of the largest sources of emission in this country, namely the transportation and electricity generation sector. And in fact, in the first 21 years of our coal regulations, we expect a cumulative reduction in greenhouse gas emissions equivalent to removing 2.6 million vehicles off the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Gilroy.
Mr. Speaker, I took the liberty of notifying the Minister that I'd be asking a question on the IPC report in order to relieve her of the burden of reading from her talking points. In light of the decimation of her budget and the even greater decimation of the climate change file, how does she respond, how does the Government of Canada respond to the IPC report which says human interference with the climate system is occurring and climate change poses risk to human and natural systems and
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of the Environment has the floor, and I'd like to hear the answer. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, our government is taking actions on climate change. We are a founding member and major financial contributor of an international coalition taking action to reduce pollutants like black carbon and methane. We have also made addressing these pollutants a priority under the Arctic Council chairmanship of Canada. We've contributed to $1.2 billion in developing countries so that they can reduce emission. And for example, we are making investments in projects in Kenya, in Mexico, in Colombia, in Chile to help them adapt to climate change and strengthen their economies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, new fixed-wing search and rescue capability is desperately needed now to save lives off our coasts, especially in BC and the north. Yet because of continued Conservative mismanagement in procurement, 6 whole years have been wasted. This restart is on top of the Minister's decision to push off more than $3 billion in procurement spending until after the next election. These planes have been promised for more than a decade, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister explain what it'll take to make these desperately needed planes a priority for this government?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Our men and women in uniform, and our armed forces are a priority of this government, Mr. Speaker, and there have been a number of huge successes in the area of procurement, Mr. Speaker. The C-17s, Globemasters, Hercules, medium support vehicles, Leopard tanks, Mr. Speaker. We're making a commitment to our armed forces to get them the very best equipment, and that will continue under this government, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques-Cartier. The government's half-hearted responses are not enough. Procurement of a new fleet of search and rescue aircraft has been a fiasco both under the Liberals and the Conservatives. And all of these delays are resulting in cost increases and forcing SAR teams to work with aging and defective equipment. It is absurd to toss out the 6 years of research done by D&D. We want clear answers. When will we finally have a new fleet of search and rescue aircraft? The Honourable Minister.
To give the Honourable Member clear responses and clear direction, Mr. Speaker, we've increased defence spending over 27%. It's unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, the commitment that this government has had, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we do take all of these matters seriously, Mr. Speaker. They've been a priority of this government, and this will continue.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, scientists from over 100 countries contributed to the report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which paints a dismal picture of the situation in Canada and the rest of the world. Temperatures in the Arctic are rising 4 times faster than the rest of the planet, and all peoples on all continents will be affected by climate change. Speaking of fossils, why does the minister refuse to regulate the oil and gas sector? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, again, our government is world leader when it comes to addressing climate change. We continue to work with the provinces on reducing emissions from the oil and gas sector, and it's premature to comment further on any future regulations. But what I can tell you is that thanks to our actions, we have seen significant reductions in greenhouse gas, unlike the Liberal government who increased greenhouse gas emissions by 130 megatons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Is that a fact? Well, the fact is that Canada now ranks dead last among OECD countries when it comes to tackling climate change, from pulling out of the Kyoto Accord to sabotaging international climate talks to appointing a minister who doubts the climate science. The Conservatives' dismal record on climate change speaks for itself. The IPCC report is clear. Canadians are already dealing with the stark realities of climate change, and it is only going to get worse. So when will the government drop the rhetoric and actually act on fighting climate change?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since 2006, we have invested more than $10 billion in green infrastructure, energy efficiency, adaptation, clean technology, and cleaner fuels. Thanks to our actions, carbon emissions will go down by close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals. And we are accomplishing this without the Liberal and NDP carbon tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians rely on our country's public health system to treat themselves and their families. That's why my constituents are so pleased to see our historic support to the provinces and territories in health care and innovation. This is in stark contrast to the Liberal policy of balancing budgets at the expense of health care transfers. Can the Minister of Health please update the House on how our government is delivering on health care?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, our government is delivering the highest health transfer dollars in Canadian history to provinces and territories. This record funding will reach $40 billion by the end of the decade, and provinces will have the stability and predictability funding that they need. However, Mr. Speaker, and I've said this before in the House, more money is not the only answer here to fix the inefficiencies in our health system. What we've learned in the past 10 years is that innovation really is the key. We know that innovation is making a difference, Mr. Speaker, and we'll build on that success by creating a wise persons panel to examine not only the state of health innovation, but ensure that our federal actions create a more innovative health system. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinozé. Mr. Speaker, last week the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Foreign Affairs proposed amendments to create mandatory service-level agreements. Today, the CEO of CN stated that the other actors across the supply chain must be accountable for their performance. The Conservatives had the opportunity to act 6 months ago, Mr. Speaker, but they chose to reject the call of the NDP to implement service-level agreements. Will the government finally listen to farmers and accept these amendments? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, as the member opposite knows, there will be full hearings at the SCAF committee all this week, starting today when myself and the Minister of Transport appear. A lot of those witnesses will be bringing forward different ideas. I think it's too soon to prejudge what any of those amendments, what form they should take or what they will be, Mr. Speaker. We're there to listen. We're there to put forward the best foot that we can.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, the farmers, as we know, are getting frustrated across the prairie provinces. The minister, because of the minister's failure to do his homework, he rammed through changes Canadian Wheat Board, called it marketing freedom. Well, they're free to lose $140 million a week is exactly what farmers are free to do now, Mr. Speaker. And there's chaos throughout the system. So now even the CEO of CN says that the lack of coordination across the supply chain is one of the biggest causes of the grain transportation crisis. And the minister's trying to speed through a new bill that even his Conservative colleagues are saying needs to be amended. So will the minister now do the right thing and fix this bill?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the CEO of CN runs down his list of excuses, I'd be appreciative of the member opposite would actually listen to the members that are coming, all of the witnesses that are coming before the SCAF committee this coming week, look at the reasoned positions that a lot of them have put forward. I've had the opportunity to meet with all of the bulk shippers out in Western Canada, Mr. Speaker. They all tell the same story. Under capacity. They're all a lot of tonnage, a lot of bushels behind, including Canpotex, which is a quasi-single desk, Mr. Speaker, are several 100,000 ton of potash behind. So the answer is not a single desk. The answer is increased capacity and increased awareness of all sectors in that supply chain.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
With another example of this government failing to deliver for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, starting today, small and medium-sized businesses will pay between 35% and 59% more to send mail. An individual stamp now costs $1. Once again, the Conservatives are making it harder to get by. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses estimates that 98% of small and medium-sized businesses will be affected. What does this government have to say to those whose costs just got so dramatically higher overnight?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that there's 1 billion fewer pieces of mail being delivered in Canada since 2006. Along with that, of course, comes the reality that the revenues are not exceeding what the expenses are. And in fact, it is estimated that it's going to cost $1 billion per year to Canadian taxpayers. Canada Post has a 5-point plan. In that 5-point plan includes the increase in postal rate stamps today, and we support Canada Post on their path forward to return to self-sufficiency.
The honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. They're so incompetent that they can't even deliver mail to people. People want a government that improves services, not that slashes them. Today, because of the Conservative hike on stamp prices, we'll have to pay between 35% and 59% more to send mail, another measure that attacks the most underprivileged and small businesses. And in the meantime, the senior executives of Canada Post are taking home over $20 million a year. So instead of letting their cronies gut our Canada Post, why doesn't the government work to ensure the future of this service without constantly dipping into the pockets of our citizens? Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I may have missed it in translation, but I'm sure the honourable member understands that the government doesn't actually deliver the mail. In fact, it's his buddies at Cup W that deliver the mail. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, to what he indicated is this, is that in the greater good, Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that the taxpayer isn't on the hook for the ongoing potential losses at Canada Post as a result to the delivery of mail not happening at the rate that it used to have in terms of letters being sent. Mr. Speaker, they have a 5-point plan. They've recognized the problem. The government recognizes the problem. It's time to move on and implement this plan.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, in the century since Robert Borden established our social covenant with brave Canadians who risked their lives in the service of our country, it has been the job of the government to hold up their end of that deal. Yet veterans seeking fairness in a BC courtroom are told by government lawyers that this social covenant was only a political statement. Imagine. The minister finally acknowledged that a social covenant and sacred obligation does exist. Does the minister actually believe in the social covenant, and will he drop his defence of the suit, or is his newfound faith in our sacred obligation just a political statement only intended to get votes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on November 15th, the Minister appeared at the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, where he stated his support for the social contract on record, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The work our government does each day has been and can be called many things, Mr. Speaker. Duty, responsibility, commitment, social contract, obligation, sacred or not, or covenant. Colleagues, I believe it is all of those things. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing new. I call on that member and his party to stop playing partisan games and got on board."
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in 2006, Conservatives abandoned the collaborative goals of the 2004 Health Accord and began the erosion of Medicare. The Prime Minister's refused to meet with the Premiers on health despite their requests. Instead, he unilaterally imposed a new per capita funding for health, ignored regional demographics, and left smaller provinces without the ability to provide equal access to care. So can the Prime Minister assure us that he will meet with the premiers, reverse this damaging trend which threatens the very essence of the Canada Health Act?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the member that increasing funding and transfers to the provinces by 50% for healthcare does not in any way violate the Canada Health Act. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it provides the provinces and territories with the predictable and sustainable funding for the next decade to make sure that they can make the tough decisions within their own jurisdiction for health delivery.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, the seventh and last event of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which seeks to pay tribute to all of those who went through the Indian residential school experience, has just wrapped up in Edmonton. At the same time, we learn that the Conservatives are about to cut the Resolution Health Support Program designed for the former students of these schools. This does nothing to foster reconciliation. How can the Conservatives abandon the survivors who continue to suffer the trauma inflicted upon them by the Canadian government? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as I said recently, the government will continue to honour its obligations, and of course, the Department of Health will continue to offer services to the First Nations across the country.
The Honourable Member for Alberta, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
It's funny that the Minister of Health can't answer.
Honest reconciliation as part of the historic 2008 residential school apology. But real reconciliation means providing adequate health support for survivors who come forward and tell their stories, not leaving them out in the cold. How insensitive can the government be? It looks great. It took great strength and courage for survivors to come forward and participate in truth and reconciliation. Will the government do the right thing, reverse their decision, and maintain funding to the Resolution Health Support Program in order to meet the needs of survivors?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the member that the federal government is very committed to the work that we do with First Nations. In fact, beyond the $40 billion that we are transferring to the provinces for health care, in addition, we provide another $2.4 billion annually on top of this towards programs and services aimed specifically at improving Aboriginal health, including primary care nursing in 76 remote communities, and of course investing $48 million to improve the quality of health services in Aboriginal communities.
The Honourable Member for Disney, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government has made unprecedented investments towards infrastructure to support our provincial, territorial, and municipal partners with their priorities. Can the Minister update the House on the important achievement made last Friday on our infrastructure funding?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his work on this issue. We promised that the new Building Canada Fund would be in place before the end of March, and it's done. Since Friday, the new fund has been operational, and provinces, territories, and municipalities can submit their projects. This is the end of a long process of consultation and development begun in 2011, roundtables across the country, discussions across the country. Our provincial, territorial, and municipal partners will be able to benefit from federal assistance to the tune of $53 billion over the next decade for their infrastructure priorities. This is unprecedented in this country.
Al Peck.
Mr. Speaker, it has been 4 days now since I asked a question with the Minister of Public Safety about his neglecting to ensure that Canadians' laws are maintained by CBSA. I referred to a directive by a Director General that stated export examinations, including outbound smuggling of narcotics, should not be undertaken. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, a directive stating don't look for narcotics? Could the Minister now come clean and explain how this directive was put out there, and is he going to maintain...
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for his question. It allows me to underscore the excellent work done by CBSA. Over the past year, Mr. Speaker, over $300 million worth of drugs have been seized by the officers of the Border Services, and that's a 4% increase, Mr. Speaker, with regard as compared to the previous year, and that shows that CBSA does excellent work and that our government's investment of 26% gives results unlike the Liberals.
St. John South, Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are once again ducking accountability at HoC. Atlantic Canada's Opportunities Agency will no longer prepare reports on regional disparity, hiding any negative impact of eliminating the Enterprise Cape Breton Corporation. Conservatives also used their monster budget bill to scrap ACOA's board. The board had guaranteed regional representation and could have been fixed because it's broken to provide proper oversight. The real problem at ACOA, Mr. Speaker, is obvious. Rampant Conservative patronage. So why is the government mismanaging ACOA and reducing oversight even further?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has been going on and on about this. There's no facts to the information that he's been supplying. The reality is that our government is committed to supporting economic development in Cape Breton and throughout Atlantic Canada. Subject to the passage of the legislation by Parliament, the economic and community development activities of Enterprise Cape Breton Corporation, including the associated budget, will transition over to ACOA. The level of economic development funding was delivered through ECBC will be maintained.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, the International Energy Agency predicts that the world energy demand will increase by 33% in the next 20 years. With up to 37 trillion cubic meters, that's trillion, of natural gas resources, Canada and my province of British Columbia is well placed to benefit from this opportunity. Can the Minister of Natural Resources update this House on what action our government is taking to allow for the export of liquefied natural gas?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I'd like to thank the member for Prince George Peace River for that question. Last week we approved 4 long-term LNG export licenses in British Columbia. The growing demand for natural gas makes Asia an ideal place for diversifying our energy markets. Estimates suggest the natural gas sector could create 54,000 jobs per year between 2012 and 2035 in British Columbia. Our government's focused on responsible resource development, protecting the environment, and creating jobs that are good for British Columbia, its communities, its First Nations communities, and that's good for Canada.
The Honourable Member. For Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, in the Gatineau region, an unprecedented coalition is taking shape to oppose Conservative cuts to the fight against homelessness. Numerous organizations which help these vulnerable people are seeing their funding slashed by thousands of dollars. This cause rallies politicians from across government levels and party stripes. Will the Conservatives reverse these cuts in the fight against homelessness?
I welcome that member to this file, and I want to assure her that there have been absolutely no cuts to the funding on our homelessness partnering strategy. In fact, we've renewed that funding. I'd be happy to sit down with her and explain to her how the agreements have been reached and how the funding is allocated. But again, I can assure her, her constituents and folks across the country, the funding has not been cut. In fact, it has been renewed by our government. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Today, the 2004 Health Code expires. The new framework imposed on Quebec will deprive it of close to $10 billion over 10 years. $10 billion that Quebecers who are waiting impatiently for health care will have to do without. Like the Liberals before them, the Conservatives are making sick people pay the price for their balanced budget. Worse, with the money they're saving on the backs of these people, the Conservatives have promised to allow income splitting, a measure that only benefits the richest citizens. Is this the federal government's way of doing things? Taking money away from health care to give even more to the wealthiest taxpayers? Honourable Minister of Health.
Completely false. In fact, since 2006, our government has increased transfers for health to 50%. We've also, of course, now committed to the provinces and territories what is the highest recorded health transfer dollars in Canadian history. which will reach a record $40 billion by the end of the decade to provide predictability and sustainability. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised this member would ask this question because one of the things that's new with our agreement with the provinces is that there is no strings attached, and we are not interfering in provincial jurisdiction, and we are providing the funding, but we're allowing provinces to make those decisions themselves for health care.
Honourable Member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, the Syrian city of Kassab, where the population is mostly of Armenian origin, was the target of armed attacks, including possibly jihadists al-Nusra, who are linked to al-Qaeda and who allegedly crossed the Turkish border. As was the case for Malula, a Christian village, another minority group is the victim of this dirty war. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs validate this information and ask Turkey to take the measures necessary in order to prevent incursions of armed groups who attack civilians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for raising this question. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that Canada work with its allies to ensure there is stability in the Middle East and in that region. We will continue working with the government of Turkey and with other allies in that area to ensure that safety is a prime concern, considering what is happening in that region. And I'll be more than happy to give her more information later on during the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2012, the Conservatives tried to kill the Experimental Lakes area, and later, after huge public outcry, the minister promised to find a way to transfer the ELA. Last September, Ontario and the International Institute for Sustainable Development signed an interim agreement with this government to keep the ELA open. Mr. Speaker, that agreement expires today. Time has run out. Are the Conservatives again delaying a deal on this important science at the ELA?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're working hard to transition the Experimental Lakes area to a new operator, and I'm pleased to say that we have signed an agreement with the province of Ontario, returning the ELA in safe and clean condition. We are working towards signing a final agreement with the International Institute for Sustainable Development and the province of Ontario today, Mr. Speaker. We're prepared to sign this final agreement pending an agreement between IISD and the province of Ontario. Last month, we also published regulations that will help make that happen. So I call on the other parties to sign the agreement to guarantee the ongoing operation of the Experimental Lakes.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Christy Clark, Premier of British Columbia, and a delegation of Cabinet Ministers and First Nations leaders. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a matter to bring the attention of this place in my point of order. On Tuesday, March 18th, I rose in the House to answer a question by the member for Hamilton Mountain. This question related to an article written by Glenn McGregor of the Ottawa Citizen and posted online on Monday, March 17th. My response to the member is recorded at page 3,841 of the debates. The moment I became aware of the allegations contained in Mr. McGregor's article regarding the specific fund that he cited, I contacted the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, who confirmed that the fund he cited complied with the law, and any suggestion that these assets were somehow inappropriate was completely untrue. It's also important to note that I did not hold a fraction of the investment that Mr. McGregor implied. However, in view of my answer Tuesday, I want to bring to the attention of this House that out of an abundance of caution, I directed my financial institution to perform an up-to-the-minute review of my investments with the Office of the Ethics Commissioner following my appointment as Minister of Natural Resources. After a normal review of my financial holdings by the Ethics Commissioner following the Cabinet shuffle, a minor discrepancy was discovered. An account asset in the amount of $2,152.19 was found to be non-compliant. I emphasize that this small account asset was completely unrelated to the matter I just raised. As soon as I was made aware of this fact, I immediately contacted my financial institution with directions to, and did so, dispose of this account asset, and have since been advised by the Office of the Ethics Commissioner that I am in full compliance with all the rules pertaining to my investments as a public office holder for the purposes of the Conflict of Interest Act.
Tabling of documents. Dave Poe The document, I have the honour to lay upon the table the report of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada on the administration of the Labrador by-election held on May 13th, 2013, and the Brassa, Brandon, Souris, Provencher, and Toronto Centre by-elections held on November 25th, 2013. This document is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I am retabling documents concerning the transfer of Afghan detainees originally tabled on June 22, 2011. Following the House's unanimous consent, we originally tabled this important information in untranslated form in order to expedite its availability to the public. Pursuant to recommendation received from the Office of the Official Languages Commissioner in October 2013, I am now retabling these documents in both official languages in good faith and in order to ensure that the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development is fully complying with its obligations under the Official Languages Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So that it might have to be next week. Okay, all right. But at least it won't be a surprise to you now. Thank you very much.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
The committees. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding memberships of committees of the House. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 10th report later this day.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Leaf, seconded by Mr. Hayes, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Speaker, it's my honour to rise today, and I should thank the member for Sault Ste. Marie for seconding this bill on my behalf. Mr. Speaker, as you mentioned, it's an act to amend the Criminal Code of Canada in respect to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and specifically this bill will define fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, allow the courts to order assessments, and to consider mitigating circumstances where conditions of the FASD contribute to the offence. And I'd like to thank all the groups and organizations in the Yukon Territory for demonstrating their leadership on FASD in our territory, right across Canada, in particular FASI, Options for Independence, the Yukon Government, and the Yukon Division of the Canadian Bar Association, Rod Snow and Heather McFadgen, for all their support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Leaf, appelé par Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Leaf, seconded by Mr. Hayes, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Péclet.
Ms. Péclet, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves for leave to introduce an act entitled An Act Respecting Corporate Social Responsibility Inherent in the Activities of Canadian Extractive Corporations in Developing Countries. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today to introduce my bill. To give you a general context, Canada is facing a unique situation. More than 75% of mining companies working in the extractive industry are incorporated here in Canada. They are active, for the most part, in countries where populations are vulnerable for various reasons due to, for example, political instability, among other things. In countries also where workers' rights, human rights, and environmental protection are often inadequate and ineffective. This, in fact, is a reason why today I am tabling a bill that calls for the creation of an ombudsman for corporate social responsibility for Canadian extractive corporations, in order to promote all the values dear to Canadians with respect to responsible development of these resources. And this follows on the heels of a recommendation put forth with respect to corporate responsibility in 2007. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Péclet.
Ms. Péclet, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to present two petitions. The first one has several hundred petitions from both Vancouver and Calgary, and I've presented these petitions on many occasions in the House, and it draws attention to the Government of Canada and parliamentarians that every year hundreds of thousands of dogs and cats are brutally slaughtered for their fur in a number of Asian regions, that these animals live in deplorable conditions, and they call on us that Canada should join the USA, Australia and the European Union in banning the import and sale of dog and cat fur. And I want to thank the organizations that are collecting these signatures, because now I've tabled thousands and thousands of these petitions over the last year, and they're obviously a very dedicated organization who are very concerned about this issue and urge us to take action. Mr. Speaker, the second petition are from people who are very concerned about the cuts to Canada Post, and of course today we know that the postal increases are taking place. The petitioners want us to reverse the elimination of door-to-door delivery. They're very concerned that these cuts will hurt seniors and disabled Canadians in particular, and they believe that Canada Post should be as a public institution, that public service should be protected, and so they urge the Government of Canada to reverse the cuts to services announced by Canada Post. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to present a petition from my riding of Vancouver Quadra. There's literally hundreds of people that have signed the petition so far, expressing their concern about the imminent strategic disposal of a parcel of property called the Jericho Garrison Lands that is currently owned by the Department of National Defence. There has been no consultation with local residents and no plans for full consultation process on the future uses of this land have been made known. So the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to commit to a complete public consultation and accommodation regarding any potential divestment of the Jericho Garrison lands.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions. The first is a petition asking the Government of Canada to reverse the cuts to services announced by Canada Post. The second is a petition asking Parliament to refrain from making any changes to the Seeds Act or Plant Breeders' Rights Act through Bill C-18.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by many Canadians asking for a national dementia strategy. And they call on the Minister of Health and the House of Commons to pass C-356, an act respecting a national strategy for dementia, introduced by the MP for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Speaker, and I rise to table two petitions. The first one, of course, is what we've heard over and over again today on Canada Post, and they're concerned with respect to the elimination of door-to-door delivery and the closing of post office, but loss of jobs and how this will impact seniors, and they're asking the government to reverse the cuts to services and to look instead of ways to innovate. And the other petition, of course, is with respect to cuts to the Algoma Central Railway line, and I'm pleased to rise in the House on behalf of people from Sault Ste. Marie, since that member isn't getting up in the House to speak on this, Wawa, Collingwood, and Leduc, Alberta as well. And basically they are asking the government to reinstate the funding to make sure that this critical piece of infrastructure and rail has such an impact on their economy, and they would certainly like the government to act before the train leaves the station. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy de Gaspésie-La-Madeleine.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table two petitions today on a similar topic on Via Rail. Several signatories in my riding are denouncing the total abandonment of the region by Via Rail services. There's also a petition from Northern New Brunswick that denounces the potential abandoning between now and July 1st. I'd like to underscore that I had the pleasure of taking the train myself today. If it weren't for the train with the storm that we had in Eastern Canada, I wouldn't be here today in the House of Commons. Many people in the train were in the same situation as I was. The only way to come out of the storm zone was on Via Rail. It's a service that we depend on a great deal. I hope the government will take note of this, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from people across Canada who are concerned about the voter suppression and deliberately misleading voters in the May 2011 election, and they're asking for a complete, independent, well-resourced investigation to determine the responsible persons or organizations, and they're further asking that any financial awards rewarded for those elections be cancelled and returned to Elections Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Two petitions I'm tabling today, Mr. Speaker. The first is from residents of Edmonton and Sherwood Park expressing concern with the cuts to old age security, which they say will slash $11 billion retirement income from seniors. They're calling on this government to immediately agree to the request by the provincial and territorial finance ministers to move forward with pension benefits under Canada-Quebec pension plans and to phase in those increases without delay. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of Saskatchewan and Alberta, and they are expressing a concern about the failure to properly support housing for the homeless. They are calling for a reinvestment of $1.7 billion annually in social housing subsidies, and they are calling on the federal government to coordinate a pan-Canadian housing strategy based on the human right to housing.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today tabling a petition from residents of Winnipeg North that are concerned about Canada's pension programs. They're stating that people should be able to continue to have the option to retire at the age of 65, and that the government not in any way diminish the importance and the value of Canada's three major senior programs, OAS, GIS, and the CPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions. The first is in regard to a terrible tragedy that we experienced in London, Ontario, wherein we lost three members of a family. And the petitioners are very cognizant of the fact that public service jobs have seen reduction in staffing levels, and that has increased the workloads in federal departments. And so they're asking that Citizenship and Immigration in Canada ensure that the Department of Citizenship and Immigration is properly staffed and resourced in order to reach decisions on applications in a fair and timely manner, and ensure that immigration officials consider all factors in regard to an individual's application for status, including humanitarian and compassionate grounds. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is to draw attention of the Minister of Health in the House of Commons to the fact that the federal government absolutely needs a national strategy for dementia and the health care of persons afflicted with Alzheimer's disease or other dementia-related diseases. And they ask that the Minister...
I'm just going to remind members to provide a brief summary for the petitions they're presenting. We still have several members standing and running out of time. So does she have other petitions to table? No? Okay. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my constituents in Newton North Delta to present the following petition in protest of the Conservative government's decision to end door-to-door mail service for Canadians, increase postal rates and close post offices across the country. Mr. Speaker, via this petition, my constituents ask the government to reverse these job-killing changes and protect a public service that hundreds of thousands of Canadians depend on.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise today in this House to present petitions from dozens of people from Sudbury, Garson, Falconbridge, Melville, Alban, and French River, and these petitioners call on the Minister of Health and the House of Commons to pass Bill C-356, an act respecting the National Dementia Strategy. Mr. Speaker, you might be aware that Canada is one of the only G8 countries that does not have a national dementia strategy, and it's time that the Canadian government stood up for dementia patients, for caregivers, and for doctors. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Speaker, I'm proud to rise on behalf of the residents of Toronto to present 3 different petitions. The first one, given the widespread opposition to the government's Unfair Elections Act, it becomes even more crucial that we work in Parliament towards proportional representation. And this first petition calls on us to do exactly that. My second petition is from residents of my city, Toronto, and this is a focused petition around the issue of precarious work and the need for our Parliament to address this issue through a national urban worker strategy. And finally, notwithstanding the decision of the National Energy Board, residents of Toronto are very concerned about the decision to reverse the flow of Line 9, and these petitions call on the government to look at that very seriously. Okay.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon to present 3 petitions. The first is relevant to the private member's business of earlier today. I thank the honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior for his work to bring forward a bill, Bill C-322, to amend the Health of Animals and Meat Inspection Act to prohibit the importation or exportation of horses for slaughter for human consumption. And I certainly hope that other members will consider this bill carefully. The other petition, Mr. Speaker, is for my own private member's bill, Bill C-442, for a national Lyme disease strategy. And I thank all members in this House, as I understand it. I, at this point, have quite a lot of support, and the members of who've signed the petitioners, in this case being from Milton and Brampton and Thornhill, also hope the House will pass the bill. And very quickly, Mr. Speaker, the last bill is from residents of Vancouver, calling for respecting the tanker moratorium for the coast of British Columbia. It's been in place since 1972 to protect the BC coast from supertankers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'm proud to stand to introduce a petition here today in the House from the constituents of my riding of Rivière-du-Loup. They feel that it is wrong to have to pay, in other words, to receive their bills. The government said that it would eliminate the fees on paper invoices, but in fact I just got a bill from Bell and I have a charge for it. Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from over 20 constituents in Brome-Missisquoi. They are complaining that they have the impression that their vote doesn't count with the first-past-the-post system. Their vote does not necessarily influence who is the government who comes into power. We need a different form of voting system. They hope that an elected government, an elected parliament based on a proportional voting system would better represent popular will.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if question Q303 could be made in order for a return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Q303 be made in order for return and be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a question of privilege pursuant to Section 48, Sub 1 of the Standing Orders. The matter I wish to raise is, in my view, very serious. The Speaker and his predecessors have ruled on numerous occasions that deliberately misleading the House is a grave affront to the rights and privileges of this place. I believe that the member of Crowfoot, the Minister of State for Finance, has deliberately and repeatedly misled the House in interventions made in the House of Commons. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, regarding the repercussions of the NDP's plan to increase the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan. Members of the House are well aware of the rights and immunities afforded to parliamentarians so that they can carry out the duties as members of Parliament. However, for the sake of clarity, let me remind my colleagues that on page 75 in Erskine May's Treatise on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings and Usage of Parliament, that parliamentary privilege is defined as follows: the sum of the peculiar rights enjoyed by each House collectively and by members of each House individually, without which they could not discharge their functions. What I believe we are looking at here is a contempt of Parliament, one that is an offence against the authority and dignity of the House, one that chips away at the foundation of our parliamentary democracy and the requisites for healthy debate. So, first, Mr. Speaker, let me take a moment to provide the House with an account of what has taken place. Following my remarks, I will ask you to find this as a prima facie contempt of Parliament, at which point I will be prepared to move a motion to have the matter referred to the appropriate committee for further study. On December 9, 2013, the House was debating an NDP Opposition Day motion placed in my name, asking the government to support a, and I quote, phase-in of increases to basic public pension benefits under the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan, close quote. Ahead of the Finance Minister's meeting that took place in December 2013. This we asked in the face of a serious retirement crisis facing this country, and an apparent consensus at that time of provincial and territorial finance ministers that such a measure was necessary to ensure the income security of retired Canadians. During the debate of this motion, the Minister of State for Finance said the following, and I quote, "Departments have said that under the NDP plan, up to 70,000 jobs will be lost. That is straight from Finance Canada. They have also talked about other provincial plans whereby between 17,000 and 50,000 jobs would be lost. These are not figures we alone are citing. These are figures cited by finance departments." Close quote. Then he went on to state, and I quote again, "Finance Canada officials estimate that the NDP plan would kill up to 70,000 jobs." Close quote. The honourable member repeated that figure today. He also said, referring to a Prince Edward Island plan to increase the CPP, and I quote, "One recent provincial proposal, according to Finance Canada, would threaten and could kill between 17,000 and 50,000 jobs." Close quote. These misleading numbers, Mr. Speaker, were repeated by the Minister of State in the media, notably in an op-ed piece that appeared in the Financial Post on December 4th. The op-ed was also put on the Finance Department website until media noted the partisan nature of that, and it was removed subsequently. Now, Mr. Speaker, documents obtained through an access to information request and released late last week have now revealed that the Minister of State for Finance was deliberately drawing false conclusions about alleged job losses associated with the increase in CPP. There isn't, in fact, any study of the NDP or the PEI plans for CPP expansion. The Minister of State suggested that the Finance Department had assessed the NDP and PEI plans when, in fact, that it has done no such thing. The numbers used by the Minister of State have no relation to either of these plans, and in truth come from studies of a plan that does not exist. Fully implemented plan in 1 year without notification. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of State's numbers come from a study based on the assumption that the expansion of the CPP would occur within a single year and in 1 year without notification to employers. However, the PEI and NDP plan all proposed phase-in periods to avoid any shock to the economy. The Minister of State knew this and yet misled the House by omitting to note that the basic assumption behind his numbers was different than the real NDP and PEI plans. Thus, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of State was making misleading statements when he said that the job losses numbers he used referred to the NDP and PEI plans. They did not. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this is not an issue of whether the studies in question are accurate. That is not a matter of debate. This rather is a question of whether the Minister of State misrepresented the very studies he cited. He said there were studies of the NDP and PEI plans to expand CPP. There was not. For the record, Mr. Speaker, and I know that this is likely beyond the scope of your mandate to rule on this situation, the Minister of State also completely omitted the fact that according to internal research by the Federal Department of Finance, there would be economic benefits, in fact, from expanding the Canada Pension Plan. A briefing note from the Department of Finance from December 13, 2013, addressed to then Minister of Finance, said that, and I quote, "In the long run, expanding the CPP would bring economic benefits. Higher savings will lead to higher incomes in the future and higher consumption possibilities for seniors." Mr. Speaker, there's an extremely disturbing trend with this government of deliberately providing misleading information to the House to justify wrong-headed policies. You'll recall that it was barely a few weeks ago that you ruled that there was prima facie contempt of the House when the member from Mississauga-Streetsville falsely stated that he had witnessed cases of fraudulent voting when in fact he had not, all to justify his party's misguided Unfair Elections Act. Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, we've learned that the Minister of State for Finance provided misleading information to parliamentarians and the public at a crucial point in time when federal provincial ministers were debating the expansion of the Canada and Quebec pension plans. He made up numbers to justify his government's ideological opposition to the NDP's plan. Once again, we see a case of a government that refuses to elaborate good, evidence-based policies by inventing partisan-based facts. It is irresponsible for the government to maintain the facts around the CPP and QPP when our country is facing a retirement crisis. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, members need to have confidence that they are receiving the information that they need in order to properly represent their constituents. They need to be able to trust the information, especially when it comes from ministers. Canadians following our debates count on members and need to be able to count on the information in the House here.
To be able to come into this House and make up stories as justification for their wrong-headed policies is simply ludicrous and should not be allowed to simply pass by unnoticed. That's why I'm raising this question today, hoping the necessary measures will be taken so the situation does not repeat itself in the future. In his ruling on February 1, 2002, in an analogous matter, Speaker Milliken stated, and I quote, "The authorities have been consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and about the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to this House." Close quote. The authorities to which the Speaker was referring include but are not limited to the following. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, which states on page 115, and I quote, "Misleading a minister or a member has been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege." Close quote. On page 63 of the 22nd edition of Erskine May, it states as follows: "It is of paramount importance that ministers give accurate and truthful information to Parliament, correcting any inadvertent error at the earliest opportunity." Close quote. When you, Mr. Speaker, on March 3, 2014, ruled that the member from Mississauga-Streetsville was in prima facie contempt of the House for providing misleading information, this is what you stated: "This incident highlights the primordial importance of accuracy and truthfulness in our deliberations. All members bear a responsibility, individually and collectively, to select the words they use very carefully and to be ever mindful of the serious consequences that can result when this responsibility is forgotten." Close quote. You also recalled that members must be able to depend on the integrity of the information with which they are provided in order to perform their parliamentary duties. Let me also remind the House that on that day as well, as in a handful of rulings since 2011, you have stated the following regarding the conditions that have emerged surrounding misleading statements in the House, and I quote, "It has become accepted practice in this House that the following elements have to be established when it's alleged that a member is in contempt for deliberately misleading the House. 1, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. 2, it must be established that the member was making the statement and knew at the time that the statement was incorrect. And lastly, 3, that in making the statement, the member intended to mislead the House." This seems like a very straightforward case, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure all members would agree. The first of these conditions has been met since the Minister of State claimed in this House that the Department of Finance had estimated that the NDP plan to increase the CPP and QPP would kill jobs across Canada, when in reality his number did not at all come from a study of the NDP plan. And the Finance Department actually concluded that expanding the plan would bring long-term economic benefits and higher income for seniors. This we now know thanks to documents released through an access to information request by the Canada Labour Congress. I believe the second of these conditions is also met, since the Minister of State had access to the entire study and thus knew that the numbers he used as being projected results of the NDP plan came, in fact, from a completely different study of a plan that did not exist and that was significantly different from the NDP plan. Yet, the Minister of State chose to misrepresent the facts, which brings me to say that the third condition is also present. The Minister of State deliberately chose to bring these so-called facts to the House and repeatedly stated that the numbers from the Department of Finance that applied to the NDP and PEI plans to expand the CPP, even if he knew that was not the case. Why would he do this, Mr. Speaker? Well, I believe it's obvious that just like when the member from Mississauga-Streetsville wrongfully said he had witnessed cases of voter fraud to justify his government's Unfair Elections Act, in the present case, the Minister of State used these misstatements of fact to justify his government's wrong-headed opposition to a policy which so many experts and provincial governments believe to be key in addressing Canada's retirement crisis. Les députés de cette Chambre se souviennent.
The members of this House will remember a case in 2001-2002 that my colleague from Bathurst had sustained to Mr. Eggleton, who was the Minister of Defence, said that he had misled the House deliberately during question period by responding to questions on his knowledge of the time when the prisoners captured by the Canadian troops in Afghanistan had been transferred to the U.S. In the first place, the Speaker had ruled that it was a question of privilege and had sent this to the Proc Committee for further study. After having heard the testimony from the former Clerk of the House on the matter, the committee indicated in its fifth report to the House that
for inaccurate statements to be made in the course of debate or question period in the House. The issue is whether the statements were made deliberately, with the intent of misleading the House or its members. In the case where a member later admits to having knowingly provided false information, the issue of intent is clear. So we've gotten to the point in the Conservative government's life cycle when they simply are spinning their wheels. We've seen it with the Unfair Elections Act, where they've created solutions to problems that don't exist and made up stories in the House to try and persuade members to vote a certain way on that flaw bill. Now we have one more case of the government misleading parliamentarians and to Canadians. To justify his government's wrong-headed policies, the Minister of State for Finance cited in the House studies on the NDP and PEI plan to increase the CPP, when in fact what he cited are not studies of these proposals, but rather a dubious assessment of a fully implemented plan in 1 year without notification to employers. So time and time again, Conservatives' lack of judgment have been exposed. But despite all of this, instead of changing their behaviour to fit the rules of the game, they're changing the rules of the game in order to fit their behaviour. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to leave the final word not to me but to another honourable member of this place who said the following, and I quote, "I would suggest in the strongest possible terms that members of the House of Commons must be able to rely on the information they receive in response to questions placed to ministers. This goes to the very cut and thrust of the responsibility of members of the House of Commons. A high standard has to be met." These are the words said on January 31st and February 1st, 2002 by the Honourable Member for Central Nova, who incidentally is now the Conservative Minister for Justice. These are wise words in my submission, and I hope the Minister and all other Honourable Members will begin to follow them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep my remarks very brief, Mr. Speaker, and advise you that the government will be making a more detailed and comprehensive response in the very near future. But I do want to just point out one quick fact that the member opposite conveniently ignores, Mr. Speaker, and that is the fact that there have been many studies by many organizations throughout Canada, all agreeing on one thing, that increasing payroll taxes, which this would be an increase to the CPPs, an increase in payroll taxes, both to the employer and to the employee, could very easily result in job loss. We heard today in question period a study conducted by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business that suggested that if CPP increases did take effect, a study and a research paper done of all of their membership indicated that their members themselves said that very likely there would be job loss. So, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the member opposite that in light of the various studies that have been conducted across Canada by various organizations on this particular matter, that there would be no really firm position on how many jobs may be lost depending on which organization is conducting the study. We will be presenting a detailed response to refute the member's allegations, Mr. Speaker, in very short order, and I would ask that you give us at least a few days to prepare our response for presentation in this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see two more members rising to speak to this point. I have taken careful note of the points raised in the member for Victoria speech while he had the floor. So I will go first to the member for Winnipeg North, but I do encourage him to just limit his remarks to anything new he feels might need to be added that maybe haven't yet been made to the chair, and then I'll go to the opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's more so I stand just to indicate that we would like to be able to review the matter of privilege that has been raised. Obviously, we're very much concerned in terms of information and how information is provided to the House. It's always an issue, especially earlier today I stood on the issue of pensions. Pensions is a critically important. We're very dependent on the information being provided by the Department of Finance, and on the surface there would appear as if there is some contradictions of fact, and therefore I would like to at least give indication just to have a day or two to be able to look at the review the message that has been put on the record to date, and to look at some of the other facts, and then come back to be able to give a little bit more of a detailed response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief, but just to, as a placeholder, say that we'll be responding when the government responds. But I think the response from the Parliamentary Secretary already did not deny that the Minister did stand in the House and referenced a key study from Finance Canada a number of times, not once, but a number of times. The Parliamentary Secretary seemed to cite, well, there is something else out there that may come from outside government. The reality is, I think the point of privilege that has been raised by the member from Victoria is very sound. The Minister stood, not tabled a document afterwards, and very clearly cited a number of times a study that clearly does not exist. And I hope you will take that into consideration as you deliberate, and we reserve the right to come back into the House as well to speak further on this.
We'll look forward to the further submissions on this point. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government bills commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-20, an act respecting economic prosperity for Canada, Honduras.
This bill is before the House. The Honourable Member for Malpeque had the floor, and he has 3 minutes to conclude his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke earlier about why we support C-20, and basically what I'd like to get to is what the government lacks in overall trade strategy. What is going wrong? Why, after having signed all these trade agreements, do we still have deficits? And I'd lay a few facts on the table, Mr. Speaker. The more trade agreements this government signs, it seems, the more persistent is the long-term trade deficit that has created, and we're hopeful that will change. The government seems good on making announcements, but for all the announcements they have made, what have the results have been? I'll lay out a couple of facts. A recently released report from Stats Canada on manufacturing exports for the past decade had this to say, quote, Canadian exports of manufacturing products fell by more than 7% from 2002 to 2012, a drop of $20.7 billion. The United States led the decrease as their imports of Canadian manufactured products, and keep in mind it's manufactured products, declined by $44.8 billion. That's serious, Mr. Speaker. The share of Canadian manufacturing exports to the United States also declined, falling from 88% in 2002 to 78.2% in 2012. And those figures are from Stats Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, having said that, in terms of the decline of exports to the United States, we do know, and I think we'd all agree in this House, that we have to expand our trade beyond the United States. We're too dependent on that one market. But when you look at the global situation, Mr. Speaker, I have a chart here, and the problem is that you certainly can't see it, but I would basically say in terms of the trade balance, Statistics Canada has reported that 48 of the past 62 months Canada has faced a trade deficit, and that's worrisome, Mr. Speaker. We're not doing well. Why aren't we doing well? Well, I think a prime example, Mr. Speaker, is the grain crisis that we have right now. When the government made the changes they did in terms of grain marketing, so-called, they forgot that transportation is functional to marketing. And, Mr. Speaker, they destroyed the logistical system in terms of their decision to get that product to market. And marketing isn't just about signing a deal. It's actually having the infrastructure in place, the ship turnaround time in place, the railway capacity in place, the logistics of the total system in place to actually feed that market. And that's where this government is going wrong. They're not looking at all the other factors in trade that we have to put in place to take advantage of the trade deals, and that is what is short in all the trade deals that they sign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about my trip to Honduras and about how Honduras wants to be competitive and comparative in a production of cacao, something that it knows it has an excellent market. It creates economic benefits, environmental benefits. It's a crop that is appropriate for small farmers. They feel that the social benefits generates long-term employment and gives permanence to land tenure. The cacao that also benefits the environment, the agroforestry systems with cacao, it protects the soil against erosion. It improves the soil conditions, improves water sources. And these are one of the many areas that are important to trade deals, such as the one we're working to pass on Honduras. I would like to know if the member has any experience in how important this trade could be for the agriculture area in Honduras, and if he could please tell the House.
The Honourable Member for Malpak.
Well, I think Mr. Speaker, the minister makes a valid point. These deals are extremely important, and on the agricultural side, I mean, into Central America and other countries, my own province, we depend a lot on those markets for the export of seed potatoes. Hogs and beef is an opportunity for us. But I want to emphasize again to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, that it isn't just about signing an agreement. We already have a substantial deficit with Honduras. We need to bring that better into balance. And when we open up a market and sign a trade agreement, we have to have the infrastructure in place and the capacity and the support of the Government of Canada if there's a trade dispute to, in fact, get in that market, maintain that market, and service that market.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. in this matter of free trade with the Honduras, the Liberal Party showed that they agree with the Conservative Party. But we know that Honduras is 104th in the list of Canada's trading partner, and experts recognize that this agreement does not, or rather gives only marginal benefits to Canadians. So why does the Liberal Party agree with the Conservatives upon having a trade agreement with a country that violates human rights and that does not have the same values as Canada?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And I recognize the points that the NDP made earlier on the human rights issue and criminal behavior in Honduras, and I made it very clear then. That is a serious issue, and we're saying, and I expect the government is saying too, to Honduras, you have to clean up your act. There is side agreements on labor rights and the environment. They don't have as much teeth in them as I would certainly like, but they are there, and that is a step forward. And I maintain, even though it's a small market, drives me. I shouldn't say it drives me crazy, but it near does, Mr. Speaker. When the government uses that they signed 9 or 10 or 11 deals, what matters is what's in those deals for Canadians, and there's not enough in this one, but it is a step.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House since 2008, and I've listened to the member from Malpeque, and I'll tell you there are very few people in this House who understand the trade file and the agricultural file better than that man. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, while I've been on the Ag Committee, I've heard so many comments about the incredible quality of Canadian agricultural products, livestock, grains, oilseeds, the rest. But their complaint in international discussions is, while we produce good stuff, we can never get it delivered to market. And that is evident in what we're facing right now with the inability to get our wheat to market. And I'm wondering if the member from Malpeque can comment on that, whether he believes it is the fault of this government or the railroad or both.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, the railways hold a great deal of responsibility in terms of the non-movement of grain or the lack of movement of grain in the prairies, but the ultimately responsibility rests with the Minister of Agriculture, because when he changed the marketing system, Mr. Speaker, he failed to lay out a plan in terms of the logistics. He failed to recognize the other things that the Canadian Wheat Board done in terms of drawing grain from hundreds of thousands of farmers and putting that on the 2 rail lines and getting them to Vancouver in an efficient area. He failed to recognize that the authority that the Wheat Board had to hold the railways and the grain companies to account. Nobody's talking about wanting the Wheat Board back, Mr. Speaker, but what we are saying, the minister failed to understand the total supply chain, and he holds ultimate responsibility for the mess that's in Western Canada at the moment.
That's right. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll get back to the topic at hand, which is Canada-Honduras. It's a great pleasure to rise in the House today to talk about the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about the concrete benefits that this trade agreement will provide to Canadian businesses exporting to Honduras. The NDP trade critic has criticized this agreement by saying that trade with Honduras is insignificant and says that the government is exaggerating its benefits to Canadians. In 2013, Mr. Speaker, Canada exported more than $45 million worth of merchandise to Honduras. This fact serves to further highlight why this agreement is so important for Canadian workers, producers, processors, manufacturers, and exporters. Mr. Speaker, what that member failed to realize is that every dollar of our exports directly supports our economy and Canadian jobs that, Mr. Speaker, is in no way insignificant. During 13 long years in office, the Liberals signed only 3 trade agreements. But in 8 years, our Conservative government has concluded agreements with 38 countries, and we are negotiating with many more, including the Trans-Pacific Partnership. That is why today I'd like to share with this House the impact that this agreement will have on Canadian companies and exporters. The Canadian-Honduras Free Trade Agreement is a high-quality, comprehensive agreement that will bring tremendous benefit to our economy. A free trade agreement with Honduras will give Canadian exporters, investors, and service providers preferential access to a dynamic and fast-growing economy that recorded GDP growth of 3.5% in 2013. Once implemented, the agreement will improve market access for Canadian exports in the Honduras market by lowering trade barriers. The elimination of trade tariffs will create tremendous opportunities for increasing Canadian exports to Honduras. Once the Canadian-Honduras Free Trade Agreement is in place, Honduras will eliminate tariffs on over 68.4% of all Canadian goods and services. The remaining tariffs will be phased out over 5 to 15 years. This is significant, considering that Canadian exports of non-agricultural products are currently facing tariff peaks of up to 15% in Honduras. The elimination of vast majority of tariffs will benefit Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast, including producers of forest products, pharmaceuticals, machinery, automotive parts, information and communication technology, and aerospace products. Let's look at the impact of the agreement in some of the specific sectors of our economy, Mr. Speaker. For Canada, the industrial machinery sector represents an important section for exports to Honduras. In 2013, Canada exported $4.3 million worth of merchandise to Honduras. The Honduran market can be of interest for companies located throughout Canada, from British Columbia to Prince Edward Island, including Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. In 2013, Canadian top exports in this sector included furnaces and ovens, refrigerating equipment, pumps, and machinery parts. The elimination of Honduran tariffs of up to 15% under this agreement can open up new export opportunities. Companies producing plastics and chemical products are employing Canadians throughout our country. Companies presently in Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan are already exporting Canadian products to Honduras. In 2013, Canada exported $6.6 million worth of chemical products and almost $2.6 million of plastics to Honduras. With tariffs of up to 15%, it is clear that the complete elimination of Honduras tariffs in these two sectors could allow Canadian companies to export a wider range of products, such as paints, varnishes, plastic tubing, and plastic packaging products. Canada is an important manufacturer and exporter of high-quality wood and pulp and paper products worldwide. We are blessed with a vast and abundant forest resource, and our workers, producers, and manufacturers in provinces such as Quebec, British Columbia, Ontario, Alberta, and Nova Scotia possess the technical expertise and ingenuity to transform this natural resource into value-added products. In 2013, Canada exported $1.5 million worth of forest products to Honduras. The elimination of all tariffs by Honduras of up to 15% in this sector can unleash important gains for Canadian forest products. Canada has one of the world's most valuable commercial fishing industries. While Canadian exports of fish and seafood to Honduras have historically been low, Honduras' high tariffs of up to 15% for these products are certainly a factor that has contributed to this situation. The complete elimination of Honduran tariffs on fish and seafood under the agreement will allow Canadian fishers and fish and seafood producers from Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, for instance, to fully capture all the export opportunities that the Honduran market has to offer. If Canadian businesses are able to sell their products into Honduras despite these tariffs, Mr. Speaker, imagine how much more successful they will be when their products gain preferential access. It is undeniable that by creating new export opportunities in these sectors, this agreement will help foster greater economic growth. There are many more examples that I could cite, Mr. Speaker, but the fundamental point is that the tariff eliminations driven by this agreement will create the potential for increased Canadian exports to Honduras. And that is a good thing for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Pursuing new trade opportunities is a win-win for Canada and its trading partners. Canadians benefit from the jobs, prosperity, and consumer benefits that come from increased trade. And that is why it should not come as a surprise to the members of this House that Canadian companies are in support of this agreement. Throughout the negotiations, government officials consulted with the private sector, and the message was consistent and clear. Canadian companies want this deal. If Canadian companies are telling us they want their government to implement this agreement, why would we? We, as elected officials, deny them these benefits. Canadians value the real and tangible benefits that trade brings to our country. And that is why Canadian companies support our government's efforts to forge new trade opportunities around the world. Closer economic integration with Honduras promises to deliver further gains for Canadian exporters, investors, consumers, and the economy as a whole. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I ask all honourable members to support the implementation of the Canadian-Honduras Free Trade Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafitte. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to put some questions to my colleague, and I'd like to discuss some aspects of reality. This trade agreement talks about economic merits. I'll leave that to the experts. But what I'm concerned about with this, and I know that my Conservative colleague will be able to answer this, is what about human rights? According to Human Rights Watch, the country is grappling with generalized crime and violations of human rights rate. The homicide rate was the highest in the world in 2013, and violent crimes are not dealt with, and the system is ineffective because of corruption, and they haven't undertaken a reform. So I'd like to ask my Conservative colleague, what does he have to say to Human Rights Watch, which is very concerned with human rights in Honduras?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And having been to Honduras and seen the proud people that live in that country, all they want is they want a chance to be able to sell their goods outside of Honduras. We are going to give them that opportunity from the perspective of a free trade agreement. We believe in engagement as opposed to isolation. When you isolate a country, what ends up happening with that country, of course, is that there's internal rift. And we believe that if we can include Honduras in an opportunity to free trade with Canada, it will be good for both countries.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
One of the things I like about this particular debate is that there is a fairly different way of dealing with trade when it comes to Liberals, Conservatives, and New Democrats. New Democrats have never stood in their place here in the House of Commons and ever ever supported or voted for in favor of a free trade agreement. Then, on the other hand, you have the Conservatives, and the Conservatives seem to think that the only way to get trade is through free trade agreements. And, Mr. Speaker, we look at free trade agreements as a positive thing, as a step moving forward, but we also recognize how important it is that we continue to look at ways in which we can build on the trade that we currently have. Prime Minister Chrétien did an excellent example, and I cited this earlier, about the Team Canada approach and the hundreds of millions of dollars in trade that was generated because of that. It wasn't a trade agreement. It was an approach, a promotion of international trade where Canada benefited. My question to the member is, why does he believe that Canada today has a trade deficit when, in fact, when the Conservatives took over the reins of power, the Liberals had given them a very strong, healthy trade surplus?
Huge surplus. For Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. I don't know what it has to do with Canada, Honduras, but I do know this, Mr. Speaker. During their tenure in power, they only did 3 trade agreements, and we've still continued to fix those as well, Mr. Speaker, so we won't be taking any lessons from the Liberals. The reality is that this is a good agreement for both Canada and Honduras. It'll boost our economic prosperity in our country, and it'll also provide the Hondurans with an opportunity to export to Canada.
Here, here. And comments. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to congratulate my colleague on his very thoughtful presentation with respect to trade agreements, and I guess picking up on one of the points that the Liberal member just made, to put the NDP position in context, I think it's only fair to point out that the NDP has almost a perfect record over the last 50 years of opposing all trade agreements. And to be fair, they always say they like trade agreements, but all the ones that get presented, they have problems. And going back, and again, they have almost a perfect record on this, going back to the Auto Pact, which was a huge benefit to Southern Ontario. It was NDP members in the House of Commons and the NDP leader that was calling it into question. And I don't have to tell you how vociferous they were in fighting the U.S. free trade agreement, NAFTA, and on and on and on. And so I know the honourable member pointed out the NDP criticism with respect to this, but I think we have to put it in the context of where the NDP has been for the last 50 years, which is basically to oppose all trade agreements. Would he agree?
Honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister couldn't have put it much more eloquent than that. I completely agree with him that the NDP, for some reason, doesn't quite grasp the fact that free trade agreements through Canada are a great opportunity, not only for Canadians, but for other countries as well. As you can see through our government, Mr. Speaker, we've signed 38 free trade agreements since we took power, and we will continue to move forward with others. I hope the NDP will get on board and recognize the importance of free trade agreements.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de British Columbia, Southern Interior.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia, Southern Interior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. There are 3 criteria that are of the utmost importance with respect to trade agreements. First of all, does the proposed trade partner respect democracy, human rights, adequate labour standards, adequate environmental protection measures, and Canadian values? If not, is the partner in the process of achieving these objectives? Secondly, does the economy of the proposed partner have an important or strategic value for Canada? And thirdly, are the terms of the proposed agreement satisfactory? The free trade agreement as proposed with Honduras does not meet these criteria. Honduras is a country known for its undemocratic practices, its corrupt government, its flawed institutions, and a history of violating human rights. Standards are not high, and it does not represent a strategic value. It has repressive political ideas, undemocratic ideas, and it has a very poor record as regards human rights. The democratically elected government of Manuel Zelaya was overthrown by a military coup in 2009. Since, action taken by the government and elections have been severely criticized by international observers because they do not respect acceptable democratic standards.
Received some information from a friend on Vancouver Island as a response to an op-ed I had written on the Canada-Honduras trade agreement. He had just conducted a development and peace workshop about Honduras and had spent 6 weeks in northern Honduras last fall on a personal accompaniment project with Father Melo Moreno, S.J., who is director of an independent radio station and also a human rights center called ERIC. This is what he wrote me when referring to Father Melo. I quote, "Either job puts him at the front of the firing squad, and he lives with death threats and intimidation. As well, some of his workers have received death threats. Twice I accompanied Melo to a prison near La Ceiba to visit a political prisoner, a peasant farmer who has been in jail almost 6 years, but a leader of the Campesino community. Canada is very much present in Honduras through mining companies and through the sweatshops which are there because labor laws and environmental protection laws are weak or non-existent, thanks to the free trade agreement conditions that Canada imposed." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote again a quote from a paper entitled "Faith in Action," Padre Melo, written by a woman by the name of Molly Holden. And I quote, "On October the 9th, Reverend Ismael Moreno Cotto, S.J., popularly known as Padre Melo, spoke to a group of Boston College students and faculty on the violence and ongoing human rights violations in Honduras, currently the murder capital of the world. His presentation, The Price of Truth, Human Rights in Honduras Since the Coup, addressed the struggles and successes of building a fair and inclusive society. In his testimony before the Tom Lantos Human Rights Committee of the U.S. Congress in 2012, Padre Melo asked members of the committee how freedom of expression could be defended in a country like Honduras, where the biggest violators of this fundamental freedom are the friends and partners of a democracy backed by the policies and agencies of the U.S. government. Padre Melo stated that around 80% of cocaine imported to the United States comes through Honduras by way of Colombia. However, U.S. attempts to combat drug trafficking in Honduras and elsewhere in Latin America place power and money in the hands of the Honduran military officials and politicians who are deeply tied to the drug lords. In other words, drug traffickers, weakening the rule of law and increasing violence, control the Honduran government at all levels. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to finish by sharing an article entitled "Canada Profiting Off the Back of Honduras Poor" by Troy Media columnist Mark Telliano, who is part of a Canada delegation which went to Honduras to observe elections. In the article it states, in March of 2007, Gildan Activewear Incorporated, a Montreal-based textile manufacturer, decided to leave Canada for sunnier climes. The company laid off hundreds of Canadian workers and resettled where business was good, Honduras. The end result? Canada lost jobs and Honduras' asymmetrical, toxic economy was further entrenched. Honduran sweatshop workers are basically commodities and their status will likely remain unchanged or get worse. The 2009 coup that removed the democratically elected President Manuel Zelaya was condemned internationally. Even U.S. President Obama declared it illegal. And the new regime dismantled or corrupted institutions that might be of benefit to humans, including constitutional judges, and created a heavily militarized and murderous environment. Since 2010, reported Raul Burbano, delegation leader of election observers from Canada, there have been more than 200 politically motivated killings. In the meantime, Canada's Gildan profits from the misery. It pays no taxes in Honduras, and the workforce, primarily women, is easily exploited. Unions and collective bargaining are not allowed, and human rights are not a concern. So, Mr. Speaker, this is who we're dealing with in the free trade agreement. The collective of Honduran women, a brave voice for freedom in Honduras, comprehensively documents the exploitation of workers. Spokespeople told us workers produce T-shirts from about 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 4 days a week at jobs that are physically repetitive. Repetitive strain injuries are common. Proper care is elusive, and injured workers are easily discarded. At Gildan, inspectors aren't allowed into the plant, and workers are fired or worse if they try to organize unions. One former worker explained that she would be given a cortisone shot to treat her calcified tendinitis and then sent immediately back to work. It's no surprise then that by age 25, chronic work injuries coupled with poor medical treatment often prevent workers from performing their fast-paced tasks. Worse still, once a worker leaves Gildan, she is likely to have their irreversible health problems which preclude her from finding alternate employment. Some women need crutches to walk, others can't hold their babies or do housework. Savage poverty imposes itself on their already precarious existence, and decimated social institutions perpetuate the misery. Healthcare, schooling, and other social public institutions are abysmal, and only those few with money get adequate service. So what are the drivers behind such misery? Those who control the levers of power in Honduras are governed by interests that do not include the common good. Consequently, society and the economy have been spiraling downwards since the coup. Prior to the 2009 military coup, freedom and democracy were making inroads into the malaise, but now the power structure looks like this. At the top of this asymmetrical and entirely dysfunctional political economy are transnational corporations, including banks. They are seamlessly aligned with governments in Canada and the U.S. They tactily, if not overtly, drive foreign policy decisions. On the ground in Honduras looms the invisible hand of the U.S. military, viewed by locals as an occupying force that arguably enables destabilization. Drug trafficking has increased since the coup and is allied with a corrupt dictator, Juan Orlando Hernandez. Locally, the nexus of powerful politics includes narco gangs, the police, the military, the para-police, and rich oligarchs. Corruption throughout the society is so pervasive that people trying to make a living often have to pay extortion money not only to gangs but also to police. Now, with the growing number of U.S. military bases and the murderous dictatorship of Juan Orlando Hernandez solidified, profits are basically guaranteed for transnational corporations. As Canadians, we need to continue asking important questions. For example, why are these free trade agreements such as Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement so secret? And why have we chosen to profit from the misery of others? Once we get some answers, the article states, we might choose to pay a couple of dollars more for our next T-shirt. Mr. Speaker, this is who we're dealing with. This is the country that we're trying to do a free trade agreement with. Instead of saying, look, clean up your act, ensure that our Canadian companies, and by the way, in these agreements, we have this clause that allows companies to sue, similar to Chapter 11 in NAFTA, to sue the government if they're treated not to their liking. So theoretically, a Canadian company that's perpetuating injustices in Honduras can actually sue the Honduras government if it's not happy with the policies that the government is saying. Why are we signing an agreement with a country with this record of human rights abuse and that even allows our companies to continue this abuse in that country? And I think that's the question that we have to answer here today before we talk about free trade with a country like Honduras. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from British Columbia Southern Interior for his intervention here today. But I think the real concern that we have on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, is that it's not this agreement, it's not the CETA agreement, it's just trade in general with the New Democratic Party. And the specter of trade being bad for our country when 2 million jobs are attributable to our NAFTA trade agreement, which the NDP, of course, opposed. And this member, in his own release on the European trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, said that it will put Canadians, or the Canadian way of life, under threat. Mr. Speaker, whether it's small trade agreements or large, clearly the NDP's philosophical opposition to trade is holding back our economy, Mr. Speaker. And if that member is not in favor of even a huge agreement like CETA, is he not in favor of trade at all, Mr. Speaker?
Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, I'm glad to see that my honourable colleague is reading the stuff that I put out. That's excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Look, I think we have to look at trade agreements as a benefit to our country, first and foremost, and secondly, what effect it has on the countries we deal with. Here we're talking specifically about what's happening in Honduras. But I'll go a little bit farther since my colleague mentioned CETA. If someone were to come from another planet and say, there are trade agreements that are being signed by this country that allow foreign corporations to sue our federal government so that our tax dollars go to fight these lawsuits or pay out to these corporations, they would think it's ludicrous. How can we, as a country, sign an agreement that allows, and we've had cases of companies suing our federal government, our taxpayers' dollars, because they weren't happy with our environmental laws, or they're not happy with what a provincial or municipal government is doing. Australia and other countries are taking that out, something like Chapter 11. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, that if we include provisions in trade agreements that go against the best interests of our country, that we're bordering close to treason.
Comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Here today, I asked the question of the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek. I was really interested in his response, and I would ask if the member would concur with the response from his colleague. And it's in regards to if you are not in favour of having the free trade agreement with Honduras because of humanitarian concerns, would you not apply that same principle for trade in general? Now, that's the essence of the type of question I asked the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek. Here was his response. If we use the same criteria for some of the countries we trade with which we do not have free trade agreements, then I would call into question why we are trading with them. Does the current member agree with his NDP colleague?
Honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. That's a good question. Do we apply the same criteria to every country that we deal with? First of all, I think there's trade, and then there's free trade. We've been a trading nation for years and years and years, and we've traded with some, and we continue to trade with some some countries that are dictatorships, countries that are violating human rights, but there's the idea of free trade. And when we sign a free trade agreement, I would say that we should have certain criteria. And if these countries don't meet the criteria of a free trade agreement, regardless of the country, then I don't believe that we should be signing an agreement with them. In spite of my objections to CETA, for example, Europe meets the criteria that we've established, for example, for free trade, as does South Korea in regard to human rights. So I think there's free trade, which is preferential trade, and there's trade, which we've done with, the Soviet Union and other countries and other countries that we have dealt with. So I'm not sure if that answers my colleague's question, but that's my comment on that question. Thank you.
Time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend from British Columbia Southern Interior for his speech and the excellent other speeches from members who, like me, are very concerned that we are doing a trade deal with a country that's now the murder capital of the world. We're murdering journalists, trade union workers, members of the clergy, anyone who's speaking out for justice and democracy since the coup has been at risk of murder with no effort from the state to bring the murderers to justice, which means that this trade deal is sanctioning a government that's behaving in ways that we should not encourage. I ask my honourable colleague if he doesn't think that there's still time to get the current administration to rethink this kind of trade deal.
Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments. There always has to be time, and we always have to have hope. Yes, I believe that the government could look at this agreement and say, look, why don't we give you some time to clean up these violations? We'll send in a team to observe what's going on. We're going to have a look at our companies that are there. We're going to make sure that they're observing the laws of Honduras, and if all of that is in place, then we'll sign in the dotted line. That would be the reasonable thing to do, and that would respect the people of Honduras and the human rights violations and go against the human rights violations that are currently in place. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on this topic. I've been to Honduras more than once. It's a wonderful country with very warm and friendly, welcoming people. Very proud people, very hard-working people, and I'm so pleased to see this agreement now coming before the House. Canada's development solidarity with Honduras is truly, Mr. Speaker, helping to build prosperity in that country. I also want to say a little bit about how we in Canada are helping to address inequality, social exclusion, and insecurity in that country. This work provides a positive platform, of course, for the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement. Our Conservative government believes strongly that engagement, not isolationism, is the best way to be a good neighbour and friend to Honduras. We want to be truly helpful in addressing its development, security, and human rights challenges. We profoundly disagree with the NDP approach, which can be summed up as the beatings will continue until morale improves. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker. We're pleased to say that Canada is working on several fronts with the Honduran government in this regard. We're also proud that Canada is making a difference. Canada has a long-standing and substantial development relationship with Honduras. Honduras is one of 20 countries of focus for Canada's development work, which provided close to $40 million in the last fiscal year. Canada also delivered close to $70 million in security program in all of Central America to support regional efforts, which include Honduras, to address insecurity in this region. The people of Honduras appreciate their development and security partnership with Canada, which has been provided over the years, and we have a strong relationship with that country based on an open and frank dialogue. I've been there and had these discussions, some wonderful leaders looking for friends and collaborators to help pull their country out of some of the deep difficulties which they have faced for many years. These are issues that are important to both Canadians and the citizens of Honduras. And I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about Honduras' challenging social economic situation and present some compelling statistics on poverty and insecurity in Honduras. These are issues which Honduras leaders are determined to address, and where things like this new trade agreement will provide a real boost. At this time, unfortunately, Honduras is one of the poorest and most unequal countries in the Americas. 60% of the population of Honduras is considered poor. Nearly 1/5 live in extreme poverty. In fact, they live on less than $1.25 a day. Poverty in Honduras is concentrated in rural areas. It affects mostly women, young people, and Indigenous communities. They need, Mr. Speaker, the kinds of opportunities that this trade agreement would provide. It goes without saying that this situation is not meeting the aspirations of the country's proud and hard-working citizens. When I say hard-working, I would point out that Honduras' unemployment rate remains at relatively low, but underemployment is huge. In fact, just over half of the total workforce is underemployed. It holds part-time job despite seeking full-time work, or the workforce is overqualified based on education, experience, and skills. They need opportunities, Mr. Speaker. In addition, Honduras' informal sector accounts for nearly 3/4 of non-agricultural employment and nearly 60% of total employment. And you can appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that many of these workers, therefore, in the informal sector are working under poor conditions in terms of safety, income, and social benefits. And so a free trade agreement opens up the door. It provides certainty and a framework for Canadian investors, Canadian businesses to partner with Hondurans and provide the kind of strong, stable employment opportunities that Hondurans need and want. And here's another huge challenge, Mr. Speaker. Over half of Hondurans are under the age of 19 years of age. It's a very young population. And so it doesn't take a genius to figure out that the lack of economic opportunities for these young peoples is a major driving force behind the country's persistent social and security problems. There are criminal elements that are very happy to draw young Hondurans into their net. And it's very sad to see that, Mr. Speaker. Legitimate business opportunities are so needed to counteract that. The Honduran government has made an effort to address poverty and security issues, but resources are scarce. Progress has been slow. The crime rate and insecurity have increased, Mr. Speaker, to the point where today this beautiful little country, this gem of a country, is one of the most violent in the world. I'm sorry to say that Honduras has the highest intentional homicide rate in the world, averaging 20 murders per day in addition to other violent crime. And that's because, to a large extent, Mr. Speaker, criminal elements are having their way with using this country as a drug route and drawing young people into this terrible violent activity. And that's why Canada's bilateral development partnership promotes sustainable economic growth through investment in rural development, works to reduce social exclusion and inequality through ongoing investments in health, education, human rights, and democratic development. Canada is helping to achieve strong results toward increasing food security and securing the future of poor Honduran children and youth, particularly in rural areas. We're making a real difference in the lives of small farmers and their families by sharing best practices that are improving their sustainable farming. To date, over 27,000 farmers have received critical collaboration to improve the quantity and quality of crops, access to new markets, and diversify income. Many of these are now ready to integrate into more structured supply chains and access local, regional, and global markets like Canada. Mr. Speaker, we're also collaborating to help strengthen health in this country, to improve the quality of education. Mr. Speaker, I just want to give tribute to Dave Hubert and Canadian Peacemakers International, who are putting computers into rural villages and putting the country's education system on the computers. And people in the villages and the small towns will come to these computer stations and work through the programs and increase their education through self-help programs. It's an amazing program by Canadian Peacemakers International. Mr. Speaker, we are working through the Organization of American States, the International Program for Professional Labor Administration, Americas, to promote respect for international labor standards, and to work with the leaders of Honduras in many fronts to lift this country up. Mr. Speaker, prosperity, security, and democratic governments, including the full respect of human rights, go together. They're interconnected. They're mutually reinforcing. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this trade agreement is such good news, such a bright light on the horizon for Honduras. And so, Mr. Speaker, in short, this agreement will benefit Hondurans. It will also help create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians. That's called a win-win, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that all members will leave aside the nonsensical rhetoric of the NDP and will support this important new partnership with our friends in Honduras.
Well said. Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we know that this trade agreement should not be developed at any cost. It will not resolve all the problems in Honduras either. when we negotiate a free trade agreement, then we have the big end of the stick. And therefore, that is the time to see what we can do to resolve the problems, because the economic side won't fix all the problems. We need to move forward a little bit. We need to do more than negotiate a trade agreement to resolve the problems that the member raised.
Well, of course we do, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I just talked about all of the partnerships and all of the sharing of best practices and all the work that's been done over by Canada in this country. We're good friends with Honduras. We have many NGOs working with Hondurans, like Peacemakers International, who love the Honduran people, have such strong friendships with them. And so, yes, the free trade agreement is only a part of what we want to do, but it's an important part. It's a part that Hondurans have longed for, worked for, dreamed of, and finally here it is in the House, their dream coming to fruition. I cannot imagine why the NDP would want to stick us a knife in something so important to this little country.
What they do. Some comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say it's long been a dream of mine to stand up in the House of Commons and ask the member for Calgary-Nose Hill a question. And since I have the floor, I just want to tell the House what a wonderful person she's been and what a mentor to me that she's been, and it's a great pleasure to stand here and ask her the following question. Many of the assertions today in debate has stated that Canada somehow has not contributed to the to seeing cultural and social change in Honduras, and I know that she did a lot of good work during her time as Minister of State for the Americas in this particular country. Some of the stats that I have around Canada's recent contributions, including our cooperation programming through DFID, where we provided over $39 million to the country in terms of support for food security, sustainable economic growth, addressing issues related to human rights, gender equality. I'm wondering if she can talk about some of the assertions that have been made here today, which I believe one of the NDP or the members of the NDP today said that this country is not important. It's not an important trading partner for Canada. Could she talk about Canada's contributions to Honduras in terms of our international aid and what that's done for the community, and also to sort of speak against this assertion that somehow trade can't help see social change in a country?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, I thank my colleague for her kind word. And just to give some specifics, Mr. Speaker, Canada's support has led to a reduction in newborn mortality in Honduras by 11% in the regions we've concentrated on. We've provided health and counseling services to over 85,000 young people. We've contributed to reducing primary school dropout rates so that now the dropout rate is only 1%, and to reducing the average of grade repetition rates to under 5%. Mr. Speaker, this progress is important. These are real people. These are people who are striving and struggling. And, you know, corruption and insecurity is not something confined to Honduras. It's part and parcel of the entire region. It's preyed on by criminal elements, by those in the drug trade. Has a very young population, has a very low income. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the work that we've done to be a friend and neighbor to Honduras. It's important to me. Honduras is important to me. Honduras is important to Canada. It may not be important to the NDP, but, Mr. Speaker, even the poorest and smallest among us deserve support, respect, and friendship.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to this free trade agreement. So, because I have sat on the International Trade Committee when I was first elected, this is something that is very important for me. And what I am wondering today is, as a nation, Canada has not only a role to play overseas where it can create commercial ties, but it also needs to use its reputation, which unfortunately has been somewhat tarnished over the past few years since the Conservatives have held a majority in the House of Commons. So it needs to use its reputation to be able to initiate change in countries where the population is more vulnerable and where political will simply does not exist to ensure that this change occurs. And yes, it is true that Canada participates. I believe that my colleague across the way who is heckling, I don't think she understood. I'm not saying that we never went. I'm saying that Canada should use its role, its clout, to initiate change in a country. I'm not saying that Canada has never done that. I'm not saying it's never been to Honduras, just to correct what my colleague may think. So I understand that we contribute funding through a number of programs, international cooperation programs in Honduras, and I know that we try to do certain work there. But by signing this type of agreement, what message are we sending? And that is what I'm wondering, because this is not the first free trade agreement that Conservatives have signed rather hastily and behind closed doors with no sort of transparency. So what message are we sending to a government which unfortunately does not respect human rights? We are losing our major pillar of negotiation by signing this free trade agreement, because then when we negotiate with another government, we'll say, well, listen, we've signed a free trade agreement with you, and these are our demands. No, you have to do that before. You have to ask the economic partner in question to respect our criteria before signing any kind of free trade agreement with them. And Mr. Speaker, I could give numerous examples of this. For example, by saying, you don't tell a child, here's $5, now go and do the dishes. First, our child does the dishes, and then the rewards come later. So these are basic principles. It's not even a political ideology. It's simple common sense. We ask our economic partners to respect our criteria before signing any kind of agreement. We don't sign our agreement by washing our hands of the conditions in that country by saying, well, we've kept up our side of the agreement. We've reached out to sign a free trade agreement, but then we wash our hands of what happens next. It's none of our business. No, that's not how things work, Mr. Speaker. And that is what is called cheap diplomacy. The international trade policy of the Conservatives is simply cheap diplomacy that puts forward trade interests as a priority, trade interests above all. And I would like to tell you about a witness who testified before the Standing Committee on International Trade, Ms. Sheila Katz, who represents a policy direction group for the Americas for the Canadian Council of International Cooperation. And I would like to tell you what she said. The Group for the Americas recommended that Canada should refrain from signing free trade agreements with countries whose democratic governance is defective and where the human rights situation is unenviable. Canada's haste to recognize the president who seized power further to the 2009 coup in Honduras once again shows that Canada values above all the trade aspect of its strategy for the Americas. Since this coup d'etat in 2009, hundreds of opponents to the regime have been victims of arrest, torture, and murder, and the Group for the Americas is concerned that Canada has validated this regime by pretending that nothing went on there and by reaching a trade agreement in addition with the Honduras, despite its very poor human rights record. And as many of my colleagues have said, the homicide rate is the highest in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not just a political ideology to be opposed to this agreement. It's simple common sense. And I think that it is really too bad that my colleagues across the way, the Conservative government, is not even using common sense and instead is resorting to political attacks. Cheap political attacks simply to try and portray us in a bad light because they're the ones who look bad. So there is really no fundamental principle that could defend this record, whether it be in terms of protecting human rights, protecting individual freedoms, the murder rate, drug trafficking. There is no principle that the Conservatives could put forward to justify such an agreement. Sure, fine, economically, blah, 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 that's all very well, but Mr. Speaker, as I have just said, can we really validate this type of behavior? Because we're losing our reputation, we're losing our clout on the world stage. So the idea is not to sign the agreement and then to wash our hands of what happens. On the contrary, the idea is to ask our economic partners to respect fundamental criteria before signing this agreement. These criteria are recognized across the world as being fundamental to human rights. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues across the way can attack us as much as they want. I have no problem with that. I have no problem rising today and saying that they've made a big mistake. And I have no problem in this House to rise and to vote against this free trade agreement. It is also important to say that, yes, it's true that the Honduras is an economic partner of Canada. I understand that. But it has been widely denounced across the world, by all Latin American countries, the European Union, the United States, the General Assembly of the United Nations. All of our major partners have denounced Honduras and Canada once again. True to their colors, the Conservatives have simply ignored the situation that prevails in the Honduras. It is appalling. They're simply disregarding this, and they've decided to go forward by recognizing a government that does not even respect basic human rights. It's really absurd, and we can see here what the Conservatives' agenda is. It has the highest murder rate in the world, Mr. Speaker, the Honduras does, and according to Transparency International, the Honduras is the most corrupt country in Central America. So how can one negotiate a free trade agreement with a country that is considered as being the most corrupt country in Central America, and to not even mention those kind of things when announcing the agreement? I heard my colleagues talk about this agreement, and none of them even mentioned something like that. So if the Conservatives really want to try and make us believe that they want to change the situation in the country, well, why didn't any of them denounce the situation? Yes, perhaps, okay, my colleague has just done this, but none of the colleagues on the Conservative side have denounced the situation right now in Honduras. So how can we trust the Conservatives when they say, oh, don't worry, we'll make sure that Honduras respects our criteria? We can't trust them to do that. Even in Parliament, they're not even capable of rising, standing up, criticizing this situation and saying that this is the most corrupt government in the world. So we can't trust them, Mr. Speaker. And I have just presented my private member's bill on corporate social responsibility, and that is a huge problem too. The extractive sector is one of the major commercial sectors for Canada, and so the provisions for that sector are an important part of that agreement. And there have been mining companies that have been involved in conflicts, and unfortunately they receive more benefits from this type of agreement than the vulnerable Honduran population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise and congratulate my colleague who always makes very passionate speeches, and I can tell that it comes straight from her heart. And I would also like to commend her on the introduction of her private member's bill. That's always an important moment in parliamentary democracy. I'm always shocked when I hear the comments from across the way and the third party down there who say that the NDP is anti-trade, anti-free trade agreement, anti-international agreement. And I look at that, and of course I think people are forgetting a trade agreement with Jordan, but that's not the issue here. But people claim sometimes that it's better to sign agreements with countries where there are serious problems, and I think that even people across the way can recognize that there are problems with human rights in Honduras. Some of them believe that we need to do business with these people, and we will thus succeed in converting them, if I can say that. I would like my colleague to answer the following question, though. I am concerned to see that on the Conservative side, no one is talking about these problems with human rights. So I'm hoping that they're going to work on converting the Hondurans and to ensure that human rights are properly protected. And wouldn't it be a better idea to ensure that the countries we deal with are already good international citizens before we sign these agreements? Or should we do like the leader of the third party who commended the government and then ask for a copy of the agreements? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her question. I said it in my speech, and a number of witnesses testified before the committee in the same regard. First, the mistake that the Conservatives made is to have recognized whether they were the first company to recognize the Honduran government, and that shows that they wanted to press forward with their agenda, their trade agenda, without taking into account the extremely difficult and problematic situation in Honduras. And as I said in my speech, we are losing our most important negotiation tool. As I said, you don't sign a trade agreement and then say, okay, we've signed this agreement. Now can you please make sure that you respect human rights? No, that's not how it works, Mr. Speaker. There are lawyers in this place. There are economists. There are business people in this place, and they know that is not how things work in real life. You put everyone on equal footing between commercial partners, and then you sign the agreement. That's how it should work, and the Conservatives' logic doesn't make any sense to me. We're losing our most important negotiation tool, and as I said, except for perhaps my colleague who spoke just before me, she mentioned it, but no other Conservative member has mentioned the UN reports, reports by NGOs, which have mentioned very problematic human rights problems, the highest murder rate in the world, the problems journalists experience. So can we trust the Conservatives? No, Mr. Speaker. We have the time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on the presence of Canadian mining companies in Honduras, especially the mine in St. Martin Gold Corp, where before 2009 there were complaints because they were using toxic products. It is an open pit mine rather, and the president at the time, Mr. Zelaya, had prepared a legal framework in order to crack down harder on mining companies. A few days before this was adopted, there was a coup d'etat, and this matter was never readdressed in the debate. So I would like to hear my colleague on this. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. I would like to thank my colleague very much for that question, and as he knows, this is a matter that is very important to me. I've been working on this for 3 years, and I'm very pleased to have introduced my private member's bill today on the creation of an ombudsman on corporate social responsibility of Canadian companies in the extractive sector. What it is important to realize is that Canadian companies must, like any other government or individual, must be subject to the same regulations and respect human rights. And I think it is extremely important for the Canadian government to understand that right now it cannot condone the massive human rights violations that are going on in Honduras. So the question I asked at the beginning of my speech is, what is the message that the Conservative government is sending to Honduran authorities? Unfortunately, it is not a severe, rigorous message that is saying, make sure you adopt proper regulations. Unfortunately, it's a message that is devoid of all content. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Speaker, others have mentioned in this House how many benefits there are in this agreement that will bring to Canadians. Today, I'd like to speak of the importance to Canadian investors. Foreign investment is crucial to any modern economy. It not only brings with it jobs, but it increases the transfer of knowledge, efficiencies, and economies of scale to the host economy. Foreign investment builds people-to-people's ties, helps strengthen the country's competitiveness, and in turn paves the way for new opportunities for Canadian companies in dynamic, fast-growing markets around the world, markets like Honduras. Investment opportunities help Canadian companies remain globally competitive by ensuring their integration into the global economy. At the end of 2012, Canadian direct investment abroad had reached an all-time high of $711.6 billion. The value of the stock on the foreign direct investment within Canada is also impressive. By the end of 2012, Canada had attracted more than $633 billion in foreign direct investment. The global economy has faced tremendous challenges over the last few years. But all throughout Canada proved to be a safe harbor as the global economy faced challenges. It's no wonder that Canada has proven such a draw to foreign investment. Canada is home to 26 of the Financial Times Global 500 companies. More top companies have headquarters in Canada than in Germany, India, Brazil, and Russia or Italy. Canada has outpaced its G7 partners with its economy growing the fastest in the last 10 years as a result of low corporate taxes, prudent fiscal management, a business climate that rewards innovation and entrepreneurship, and an open economy that welcomes foreign investment. That being said, we all know that Canada is not an island. We are not immune to the global economic turbulence. That's why we remain focused on helping create more jobs for today and tomorrow with ambitious pro-trade, pro-economic growth measures. Canada must remain vigilant to ensure that our economic fundamentals remain strong at home and that Canadian businesses continue to have an increasing number of investment opportunities abroad. This is why it is important for us to leverage our investment relationships we have around the world with countries like Honduras. Canadian direct investment in Honduras was estimated by Statistics Canada to be $105 million at the end of 2007. This was predominantly in the financial services and mining sectors, both of which offer strong potential for growth. And these opportunities are just beginning for Canadian investors. We've heard about the tremendous opportunities that exist in Honduras with respect to large infrastructure projects. These projects include the building of improvements of ports, roads, hospitals, bridges, and airports. A country like Canada with so much expertise in these areas can take advantage of these significant opportunities in Honduras. Just these few examples clearly illustrate how important it is to enhance our investment relationship with countries like Honduras. A free trade agreement with Honduras will provide investors from both countries with the benefits that come with enhanced investment protection and stability. These provisions, which will provide the two-way flow of investments, provide a range of obligations that benefit investors from both countries. They are designed to protect investments abroad through the legally binding rights and obligations. The investment obligations of this agreement incorporate several key principles, including treatment that is non-discriminatory and that meets the minimum standard, protection against expropriation without compensation, and the free transfer of funds. In short, Canadian investors will be treated in a non-discriminatory manner. This dynamic will help foster an investment relationship between our two countries and pave the way for an increased flow of investments in the years ahead. This agreement will also provide investors with access to transparent, impartial, and binding dispute settlement. I would make clear to this House, however, that while this agreement will ensure that investors and their investments are protected, it will not prevent either Canada or Honduras from regulating in the public interest with respect to such areas as health, safety, and the environment. This is the position our government has consistently taken in our trade and investment agreements. The investment provisions also include an article on corporate social responsibility. This provision recognizes that Canada expects and encourages Canadian companies operating abroad to observe internationally recognized standards of responsible business conduct. This provision also helps level the playing field for Canadian investors when they invest abroad by encouraging CSR principles among all investors. Fundamentally, this agreement will send a positive signal to our trade and investment partners around the world. This agreement will enhance investment opportunities for Canadian investors in one of the most dynamic markets of the Americas. To date, Canadian companies have shown a significant interest in investing in the Honduran economy. It is important this legislation move quickly through this House. As time lapses, opportunities for Canadian investors are placed at risk. That is why it is critical that Canadian companies have the ability to strike while the iron is hot, Mr. Speaker. The United States is Canada's biggest competitor in Honduras, and many Canadian goods and services compete directly with those of the United States in Honduras. Our government will not stand by and let Canadian companies compete on an uneven playing field. I encourage all members not to delay approval of the agreement. Our government has been very clear that trade and investment are vital to economic growth and the long-term prosperity of Canadians. That's why our government continues to move forward with an ambitious pro-trade plan that focuses on creating partnerships in key markets around the world. Our government is committed to doing everything we can do to open doors for Canadians. That's why I ask all honourable members to show their support for the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member from Fort Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the government is quite simple. Honduras is not a democratic country, doesn't respect its citizens, its people. They are major drug traffickers and they have a high level of corruption. So why is the government going to deal with, in terms of international trade, and undermine Canadian values? And we should be instead dealing with Honduras and ensuring that their people are respected. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly not in terms of talking about a country's democratic agenda and that we're going to change things if we look through a free trade agreement. We're looking at employment standards and occupational health and safety, the commitment that they've made in terms of justice in Honduras, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs is giving financial support to encourage the respect of human rights in that country. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, and indeed I appreciate the work that we do together at the Justice Committee. It's justice and human rights, and I'm going to put the emphasis on human rights here as a continuation of my colleague's previous question. Can the Parliamentary Secretary talk to us about other efforts that are being made, the kind of steps that are being taken? My colleague from La Pointe de l'Île was talking earlier about the importance during negotiations of putting your cards on the table and explaining and what kind of people you're dealing with. So what are the commitments that the government has taken up to ensure that there's follow-up in terms of these very serious contraventions against human rights in Honduras? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. This is a relevant question. In terms of justice, up to now, we have provided funds to train justice officials in Honduras. There has been $4.9 million invested over the last 3 years for training policemen working in justice, for prosecutors and judges working, and also people working on crime scenes, to provide the necessary training so that they have a justice system that's more stable. So there was a coup d'etat that happened there in 2009, and since that time we've been funding a kind of Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Honduras, and we have been working on human rights. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier I was talking about the situation in Honduras concerning murders and assassinations that haven't been dealt with by police and haven't been brought before their courts of justice. A lot of people have not seen any justice, and I know that there are a lot of people in the LGBT communities that have been attacked, and nothing's been done to pursue the people persecuting them. So I'm asking a more specific question. In Canada, do we really want to engage in free trade? And we know that this should include a great deal of respect, nation to nation. Do we really want to do this with governments who can turn a blind eye to the killing of minority groups for reasons that I just don't see why we want to have a free trade agreement with these kinds of countries. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, indeed, it's not by turning our backs on this kind of abuse that we'll make any changes to that sort of democracy. I said that we need to help them with human rights and their justice system, and if we contract a free trade agreement with this country, they'll have more confidence in us, and we will be able to help them more. They'll be able to see what a great democracy Canada is, and that's how we'll help this country.
The Honourable Member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today in the House to talk about the Canadian-Honduras Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has made very clear the priority it places on implementing free trade agreements that will help Canadian business compete in overseas markets. Within an export-driven economy, Canadian companies and producers and investors grow when they have greater access to international markets. 1 in 5 jobs in Canada are related to trade. It is clear that jobs in communities across Canada depend on the business we do with other countries. Our Conservative government committed to protection and strengthening the long-term financial security of hard-working Canadians. And this is why this government has established the most ambitious pro-trade plan in Canadian history. We recognize that bilateral and regional trade brings ever-increasing prosperity to Canada and to Canadians. By signing these trade agreements, the Government of Canada helps increase export of Canadian products into rapidly growing markets around the world, such as Honduras. Deepening our trade relationship with these emerging markets is important for jobs and for long-term prosperity of the Canadian economy. Trade agreements promote Canadian exports to foreign markets by increasing the flow of products with FTA partners. In fact, statistics demonstrate that trade flows more than double with our FTA partners after 10 years. Numerous studies have demonstrated the positive impact of trade agreements on various sectors of the economy. For example, it has been shown that the free trade agreement between Canada and the United States led to an improvement of 13.8% in productivity in the Canadian manufacturing sector, a remarkable trade-related achievement. In turn, this increase in productivity led to higher wages and higher standards of living. The Conservative government understands that by improving access to foreign markets for Canadian business, we are supporting domestic economic growth and creating new opportunities for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the benefit that these trade agreements provide are clear. That is why our government is in the midst of the most ambitious pursuit of new expanded trades and investment agreements in Canadian history. Since 2006, Canada has concluded free trade agreements with 10 countries: Colombia, Jordan, Peru, the European Free Trade Association member states of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, Honduras, Panama, and most recently, South Korea. As well, Mr. Speaker, the historic agreement with the European trade represents the most significant Canadian trade initiative since the North American Free Trade Agreement, and could potentially boost our bilateral trade with this important partner by 20%. It would also provide a $12 billion annual boost to Canada's economy, which is equivalent to a $1,000 increase to the average Canadian family income of almost 80,000 new jobs. At a time of such economic uncertainty, Canadian companies welcome the many benefits that a Canadian-EU trade agreement brings. We are also intensifying our focus on the Asian-Pacific region. On October 8, 2012, Canada officially joined the Trans-Pacific Partnership. This initiative is currently being negotiated by a group of 12 countries, which includes Australia, Brunei, Chile, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, the United States, Vietnam, and now Japan. TPP membership will bring jobs, growth, and prosperity for hardworking Canadians. The potential benefit of this initiative is enormous. The TPP market represents more than 658 million people and a combined GDP of over 20.5 trillion. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Trade announced the launch of the 5th round of negotiations toward a free trade agreement with Japan. In addition, Canada is working to modernize its existing bilateral free trade agreement with Chile, Costa Rica, and Israel. These were signed under the former Liberal government, so of course we needed to improve them. Mr. Speaker, all these initiatives are critical for the economic future of our country. In order to grow at home, Canadian enterprise must be allowed to succeed abroad. They must be able to compete in a predictable, transparent, and rule-based trading environment. More importantly, Canadian firms must be able to compete on a level playing field. They must not be at a competitive disadvantage in markets where other countries have trade agreements in place. There are a growing number of countries where Canadian companies are at a competitive disadvantage because their competitors have preferential market access under some form of preferential trade agreement. And this is precisely what will continue if we do not sign these trade agreements. Honduras is an example of this. While this House debates the merits of trade agreement with Honduras, the United States and the European Union are moving toward an implementation of their respective trade agreements with this prosperous economy. The United States-Honduras Trade Promotion Agreement entered into force in 2006. Honduras has signed a free trade agreement with the European Union, in which entered into force on August 1, 2013. Many Canadian goods and services are in direct competition with these of the United States and the European Union in Honduras. Those trade agreements will provide American and European firms with preferential access to the Honduras market on a number of products which are key exports of Canadian firms. Right now, Mr. Speaker, Canadian firms exporting goods such as frozen French fries, pharmaceuticals, pulp and paper, and vehicles they are at a competitive disadvantage because they continue to face difficulties with products from the United States that are now enjoyed preferential access. Specific to my home province of Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, export sectors include linseed oil, industrial machinery, plastics, pulses, and beef and pork. All of these sectors will have preferential access after ratification of the agreement. Canada cannot afford to sit on the sidelines while other countries vigorously pursue trade deals to secure better market access for their products and service. Mr. Speaker, this government will not stand by and let Canadian companies compete on an unlevel playing field. It is imperative that we implement the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement to ensure Canadian companies remain competitive in the Honduran market and reap the benefit of this trade agreement. The benefits to Saskatchewan and to all of Canada will be generated by this trade agreement, and they're very clear as we look at them from this perspective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, first of all, thank my colleague for his speech. And I would like to ask the member across the way if he knows whether or not Honduras tolerates companies that harm the environment, Aboriginals, and doesn't take into account the wishes of the local population, that they tolerate murder squads and commit acts of violence against people who protest peacefully. So I would like to ask him why his political party is going to want to do business with such a country, and that they should be compensated by preferential trade rules.
Alistair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for his question. Partnership for Development Innovative Branch is from the province of British Columbia. The Honduras budget, $1,099,278 is working with Honduran Law Enforcement and Justice Institute to reduce impunity and improve human results, lost my place here, Mr. Speaker, resisting human transgressions against people. So there is something in place. It's through the University of British Columbia that is working with the Honduras program, and there's also trainees are participated from this training program to work in internship Canadian justice sector. So there's work there that's happening between Canada and Honduras in terms of human relationships, and so, Mr. Speaker, that is in effect and growing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Many of my Conservative colleagues, following my questions about the human rights in Honduras, which I find unacceptable, I don't understand how Canada can shake hands with Honduras and look at this blindly. If you look at statistics, and there's impunity. PEN International, PEN, has said that fewer than 1% of crimes are investigated in that country. So I'd like to ask the Conservative, how can you get in bed with a country like Honduras and do business? It was mentioned in the past that Honduras will use Canada as a model. Well, we're already a model. Why have an economic association with us? Why not then assume the responsibilities and start investigating crimes and render justice to people in Honduras? There's massacres every week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the question from a colleague across the way. Let me share this with you. Canada's Stabilization and Reconstruction Task Force, brackets START, and the deployment of Democratic Development, the DDD, have supported the implementation of recommendations to the Honduras Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the TRC. The TRC was established following the 2009 coup to identify mechanism to avoid retention of similar events. START and TRC monitoring office is working under the Honduras Justice and Human Rights Secretariat for the effective implementation of recommendations. I think it's safe to say, Mr. Speaker, that it takes time to create change. And so Canada is not only working in trade agreement, it is working with the human element, creating that change. And I'm sure we're going to see the evidence of that in the very, very near future.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
I'll let the honourable member for Brandon. Oh no, never mind. Scratch that idea. I was just thinking of a different day of the rubric, and it being Monday, we're carrying on through till the normal time. So the honourable member, resuming debate. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise in the House today to talk about the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement and the many benefits it will bring to our agriculture and agri-food producers and exporters. First, I'd like to emphasize that our Conservative government clearly understands that our standard of living and Canadians' future prosperity will be generated by deepening and broadening our trading relationships. Mr. Speaker, something missing from the comments earlier today by the Liberal and New Democratic comments. That's why our government is committed to securing and deepening access to traditional markets, such as the United States, while broadening and expanding access to dynamic and fast-growing economies around the world. Pursuing new trade opportunities is a win-win for Canada and its trading partners. Canadians benefit from the jobs, prosperity, and consumer benefits that come from increased trade. In turn, our international partners, many of which represent developing countries, benefit from the ever-expanding middle class and improved standard of living that is lifting more of the world's population out of poverty. This was mentioned earlier today by the member from Mississauga South in her comments as well. But we're also creating new opportunities for our exporters, opportunities that are bringing jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity to hard-working Canadians. As Canada's agriculture and agri-food sector becomes more modern, innovative, and competitive, the sector is becoming a more significant part of Canada's economy. In fact, in 2012, the agriculture and agri-food industry accounted for 1 in 8 jobs in Canada, which translated to employment for more than 2 million Canadians. It also accounted for 8% of Canada's gross domestic product. In 2012, our overall agriculture and agri-food exports exceeded $44 billion, ranking Canada the 5th largest exporter of agriculture and agri-food products in the world. That's why our government continues to work tirelessly to improve access to international markets for our agricultural exporters. Whereas over their 13 years in government, the Liberals completed only 3 trade agreements, in 8 years, Canada has signed or concluded new free trade agreements in 38 countries: Colombia, Jordan, Panama, Peru, the European Free Trade Association, including Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, Honduras, the 28 members of the European Union, and most recently, South Korea. Sadly, the ideologically driven NDP has consistently opposed these agreements. The Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement we're debating here today is an example of the actions our government is taking to support Canadians as they compete and win in the global economy. Our government will ensure that Canadian agriculture and agri-food producers and exporters remain competitive with exporters to Honduras. I want to emphasize why this is so important. As members of this House are aware, Honduras has also concluded free trade agreements with the United States and with the European Union. the United States is Canada's biggest competitor in Honduras, and many Canadian exports are in direct competition with those of the United States. Canadian products are now at a competitive disadvantage as they continue to face duties while exports from the United States enjoy duty-free access. Now, over 87% of U.S. exports of consumer and industrial goods to Honduras are entering duty-free. So our government will not let Canadians compete on an unlevel playing field. It's time this House passed this agreement. Our agreement with Honduras is a comprehensive agreement that covers market access for goods, including agriculture and agri-food products. Some of these products include Canada's high-quality beef, pork, wheat products, frozen French fries, malt, maple syrup, pulses, whiskey, canola seed, and canary seeds. These products will enter Honduras duty-free upon implementation of this FTA. This will become news for our agriculture, this is welcome news for our agriculture and agri-food industries and for our exporters, Mr. Speaker. For instance, our beef and pork exporters can take immediate advantage of the restored access to the Honduran market following the recent approval of the Canadian Meat Inspection System. Our pork sector will also be reaping benefits from an FTA with Honduras. Canada's exporters of purebred breeding swine, swine genetics, and pork offal will benefit from the immediate elimination of Honduran tariffs of up to 15%. As well, cuts of Canada's fresh, chilled, and frozen pork will gain from immediate duty-free access. Our pork industry is optimistic about the potential for an increase in our pork exports to Honduras. Canada's exporters of frozen French fries will also benefit from the immediate elimination of Honduran tariffs of 15%. Likewise, our pulse exporters will benefit not only from the immediate elimination of tariffs ranging from 10 to 15%, but also the eventual removal of tariffs of up to 30% within the next 10 years. I have only outlined some of the benefits of the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement for Canadian agricultural exporters and for their producers. Suffice to say, the Canada-Honduras Agreement is excellent news for the Canadian agriculture and agri-food sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This agreement will support more Canadian jobs by enhancing our ability to export more goods and services to this market, including agricultural goods. Expanding Canada's trade and investment ties around the world will help protect and create new jobs and prosperity for hard-working Canadians. All these initiatives are critical to the economic future of our country, and yet they are also a representation of Canada's past. Canada has always been a trading nation. This year we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the North American Free Trade Agreement. 20 years ago, trade within the North American region was over U.S. $288 billion. In 2012, total trilateral merchandise trade reached nearly $1.1 trillion. That's nearly a four-fold increase. Canada is now the top export destination for 38 out of 50 U.S. states. Of course, the U.S. remains by far the top export destination of all provinces. Over 8 million U.S. jobs depend on trade and investment with Canada, and over 2.4 million Canadian jobs, 1 in 7, depend on exports to the U.S. NAFTA has provided a solid foundation for Canada's future prosperity on which Canada continues to build to advance North American trade and competitiveness. Canada has also punched above our weight when it comes to multilateral trade. By continuing to actively pursue broader market access and new investment opportunities, we are providing Canadian businesses and exporters with access on preferred terms to the largest, most dynamic, and fastest growing economies and regions around the world. And this is why the implementation of the free trade agreement is, and all free trade agreements, is a priority for this government. I also ask, Mr. Speaker, that honourable members in this House support Bill C-20. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I get the impression that I've landed on another planet, the liberal conservative planet, which is obsessed with free trade agreements. But I'd like to speak to the conservative government's track record on this. When the Conservatives came to power, we had a trade balance of over $26 billion. They transformed this into a deficit. So all these free trade agreements never really made Canada come out a winner in this. The NDP supported one free trade agreement. The others did not satisfy us because of the humanitarian values in those countries. So I'd like to ask my colleague, how can he justify a trade deficit when they had an excess of $26 billion when they came to power?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, it's clear that the NDP and us and ourselves on the Conservative side of the House have a different view of trade agreements. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's clear that, you know, from the NDP trade critic, who has been quoted as saying that, you know, Honduras, countries like Honduras, Colombia, Peru, Costa Rica, and others are not key economies with any kind of strategic value for Canada. Well, clearly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, any time we can provide trade with countries like Honduras and some of the others that they've listed, we not only improve our own standard of living by providing more jobs and security here in our own country, but certainly we improve the lives of the people in those countries. And I've had the opportunity to visit a few of them, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and anything we can do to try to promote trade with them, because they get to do their exports of products in some of these cases as well. And when you've got a country that relies so heavily on trade as Honduras does, this is a big benefit. And I've just talked about the benefits to the agricultural sector here, Mr. Speaker, more than some of the others. But it certainly is a benefit to us in regards to the industrial machinery. There's tariffs there going off in the neighborhood of 15%. There's aerospace as well with tariffs, and I know the province that I come from, that's a big industry in Manitoba, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are a number of others in coastal provinces as well that will benefit from this. Certainly the plastics industries gain from a trade agreement with Honduras. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been indicated that there was a recession in 2008 by one of my other colleagues today that has replied to this question as well, same question that was just asked, and very, very clearly we're all in recovery from that 08 recession, and Honduras and the Central American countries are no different.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't help but notice we've had a number of the Conservative members of Parliament, when they stand in their place and they talk about Bill C-20, they'll make reference to the fact that they have this 38 free trade agreements with this particular Prime Minister. It's important that we distinguish that when you talk about that number of 38, one of them is with the European Union, and that European Union is 28 of that 38. And from my understanding, and this is where I look for the member to provide comment on, is that it's not the traditional type of an agreement that we are talking about today. So, for example, with the European Union, those 28 other countries, there is no legislation before the House today regarding free trade. And I'm wondering if the member might be able to inform the House as to when it is he believes that we'll actually have the legislation for the European Union. And if he likes, he can also provide comment on the pork industry in Honduras. The trade agreement will be of great benefit, we anticipate, in Manitoba, in particular in his riding.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris, you only have about 45 seconds.
I'd just like to thank the member from Winnipeg North. I appreciate his comments, and and the years that I spent in the Manitoba legislature with him as well. Certainly, the pork industry will benefit from this. As I've indicated, there is a tariff that will be removed. It will certainly help our maple leaf plant in Manitoba, which is located in Brandon, as he's indicated. But these are strategic agreements that we need to continue with trade. He's right in regards to the European trade agreement. It is 28 countries, and it's been indicated from last fall's throne speech that it's a memorandum of understanding that will be hopefully signed by all of those countries in the next 2 years.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we've heard, our Conservative government is undertaking the most ambitious trade agenda in Canadian history. To date, the government has signed 38 trade agreements, and whether they are countries large or small, each one is important. And I want to underscore that because trade is both an opportunity and a necessity in Canada right now. Canada cannot consume all the products that we can produce, and there are other countries that need the products that we produce. So, in fact, 2013 was the most successful year for Canadian trade in history. We reached the historic Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. We brought into force or signed free trade agreements with 3 priority countries, and we concluded or brought into force a record 10 foreign investment promotion and protection agreements. The Minister of International Trade also unveiled Canada's new Global Market Actions Plan, or GMAP. The GMAP is a comprehensive pro-trade and pro-investment plan that really reflects a changing global landscape, and it's focusing on core Canadian strengths. It aligns Canada's trade, development, and foreign policy tools to advance our commercial interests around the world, and it sets really concrete targets to grow the presence of Canada's small and medium enterprises in emerging markets. And this is really where a lot of the job creation has taken place in Canada and will take place in the future. 2014 is shaping up as another real banner year with the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement and launch of negotiations on an expanded Canada-Israel FTA. The Prime Minister and the Minister of International Trade have secured Canada's status as a global champion of trade. The Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement is a really high-quality and comprehensive agreement. It provides enhanced market access opportunities for producers, manufacturers, and exporters from every province, and we've heard several of them with the members of Parliament from those provinces talking about that today. And every province and territory, and will eliminate tariffs. This is very good news for my particular province of Alberta. For Alberta, a free trade agreement with Honduras will benefit exporters through the elimination of tariffs on a number of key provincial exports. Alberta's merchandise exports to Honduras, while they were a modest $629,000, showed an increase of nearly 200% from 2012, and they're set to grow even further with implementation of the Honduras Free Trade Agreement. Each of these agreements, as I've said, is important, growing our customer base and spreading our global reach. Each new opportunity means more jobs for Canadians. Agriculture and agri-food businesses from Alberta, this is a key sector. They're going to see a reduction in Honduran tariffs with this agreement. And with more than 51 million acres of land used for crop and livestock production, Alberta produces an abundant supply of world-class agricultural commodities. In fact, the agriculture and agri-food sectors contributed 2.0% to Alberta's GDP in 2012 and employed nearly 76,000 Albertans. With this agreement in force, those agricultural and agri-food products can be competitive in the Honduran market. And that's estimated by the Central American Economic Integration Secretariat to be $1.3 billion annually. But this is also really a story about beef, because one exciting and growing agri-food export area to Honduras is, of course, Alberta beef. On November 5th last year, the Minister of Agriculture announced a full market access to Honduras for Canada's world-class beef and pork exports. Upon entry into force, the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement will immediately provide duty-free access for high-quality cuts of Canadian beef under a combined quota of 500 tons. Each year, that volume will grow. After 15 years, Canada will have duty-free and quota-free access to the Honduran market for all types of beef. Honduran duties on beef offal currently sit at between 10 and 15%. These will be eliminated immediately upon implementation of this agreement. And you know, I have a personal connection to this story because ranching runs in my family. My uncles have been ranchers in Alberta. My cousins are ranchers. In fact, one of my uncles, Rodney James, brought Charolais cattle to Canada. We want to see Alberta beef expanded with its markets, with markets like Honduras and other markets around the world. Beef production is Alberta's largest agricultural sector, and it adds more than $12.7 million to the economy. Alberta is also the largest cattle-producing province in Canada, with 44% of the total, or nearly 4.87 million head in 2012. And nearly 7% of that production is being exported to countries outside of Canada and the United States. This free trade agreement with Honduras will enhance that. The Honduran market is a dynamic and growing one, growing between 3 and 4% annually, which is a nice clip. And with full market access for beef and the Honduras Free Trade Agreement, the time now is really ripe to expand our beef production there. More and more Hondurans are moving up and into the growing middle class every day. And studies show that these kind of customers have a growing appetite for high-quality agriculture and agri-food products like Canadian beef. So with tariffs on Canadian beef being eliminated, we can help satisfy the demand there and see more Hondurans using more Canadian beef in their dishes. Canada's development program, it should be noted too, is also promoting sustainable economic growth and development in Honduras through investments in rural development, and we're working to reduce social exclusion and inequality by ongoing investments in other social programs. This approach is creating opportunities for Hondurans for improving their household purchasing power, which in turn will allow them to better afford quality agriculture and agri-food products. The U.S. already has a free trade agreement with Honduras, and in fact they're out there right now talking to supermarkets and restaurants across Honduras about using more U.S. beef. So there's some urgency for us to get into this market, because right now our Canadian farmers and agri-food producers are at a disadvantage there. While the quality of our product is higher and Canadian and Canada beef is very well perceived in Honduras, right now where our producers have been uncompetitive with this 15% duty that's currently in place. So key Honduran meat importers are looking forward to the ratification of this agreement, and it will finally allow our Canadian product to compete in this marketplace. The agreement will level the playing field and make the Honduras market accessible. I've spent a lot of time talking about beef, but frankly, many Alberta exports to Honduras are set to grow with the implementation of the Free Trade Agreement. And beyond that, many Canadian exports to Honduras are set to grow, and many exports from Honduras to Canada. Throughout these negotiations of this agreement, our Conservative government really consulted with a broad range of stakeholders, and the message was really clear. Canadian companies look forward to the implementation of this agreement and the benefits it will create. Canadians value these kind of real and tangible benefits, and that's why Canadian companies are supporting our government's initiatives to forge these new trade opportunities around the world. We are a leader in trade, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. and the EU have already recognized that with the FTAs. The Honduras Free Trade Agreement recognizes that. Our businesses deserve the right to compete on a level playing field. They seek this trade agreement. They welcome this trade agreement, and Mr. Speaker, they deserve to have this trade agreement implemented. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not so long ago, Canada imposed economic sanctions on former leaders of the Ukraine because of the crimes they committed against their own people. Now the government wants to sign a trade agreement with Honduras, whose government also commits crimes against its own people, amongst others journalists. And unless I'm mistaken, it was the former profession of the member who just spoke. So I would like to know how she feels about that, first of all. And second, where is the logic? As my colleague said, it seems that there are two different approaches for two different countries.
Thank you very much for the question. Of course, we know that Honduras is not Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, and that the two situations are not directly comparable. And we really believe on this side of the House that engagement, not isolationism, is the best way to promote Canadian values in a country like Honduras. That by lifting Hondurans out of poverty, by engaging in trade with them, by treating them as equal partners who are ready to participate in the world, that this is the best way to a future that all Hondurans can participate in.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party has acknowledged, and we're supporting Bill C-20 because we see the value of free trade agreements. And having said that, we believe that ultimately that is one very effective tool in terms of being able to increase overall trade here in Canada, where we could ultimately deliver on more middle-class jobs, provide other opportunities for both businessmen and women. The question that I have for the member is, to what degree does she believe that her government is going beyond free trade agreements in order to attract investment in Canada or to increase the trade coming into Canada and going out, but more importantly, dealing with the trade deficit that this government is ultimately responsible for? What is the government beyond free trade agreements doing to get Canada back on track where we have a trade surplus, something in which we had prior to this Prime Minister taking office?
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much for the question. Mr. Speaker, I'm gratified to know that the Liberal Party will be supporting this bill. Free trade is a very essential component of the Conservatives' platform. We are headed towards some 60 free trade agreements, with 38 of them now in place, and this is really the key to prosperity. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals might be surprised to know that some countries are saying, well, what is in it for them? Because Canada is this land that is so rich in not only our natural resources, but also many of our manufactured goods, a lot of our environmental technologies, our intellectual property that we're able to export around the world, and they are somewhat concerned that they will not be able to benefit as much as Canada is benefiting from these free trade agreements. So make no mistake about it, Mr. Speaker, that is something that we are concerned about. We want to make sure that other countries can benefit from having these agreements, but these agreements will very much benefit Canada. This is a way to get our exports out into the world. We used to depend on the U.S. as our primary trading partner. They had $368 billion worth of trade with Canadian exports in 2008. In 2009, that dropped to $270 billion. It has still not gotten back to those 2008 levels. We must go out to the world. We must sell our products, and that is the key to Canadian jobs and Canadian success.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today about the implementation bill for the free trade agreement between Canada and Honduras. Despite what the Conservatives have been saying, I would like to point out that the NDP has always been a strong proponent of fair trade. As you know, we believe that Canada should sign free trade agreements if it benefits Canada. As you know, I've been a member of the International Trade Committee for several months, and I always make sure to talk about the NDP's balanced position on free trade. I did so during the study on the free trade agreement between Canada and the EU, and I'm still doing so as far as the Trans-Pacific Accord is concerned. Unlike the Conservative Party, which is programmed to ideologically support any free trade agreement, regardless of the partner involved, we believe that it's important to choose our commercial partners and to insist that they adopt good practices, especially as regards the protection of the environment, human rights, and labor relations. We believe that Canada's trade policy should be based on the principles of fair and sustainable trade, trade which solidifies partnerships with other countries adhering to the principles of social justice and human rights without and while ignoring, rather And while not ignoring other opportunities which might arise, it's important that I insist on our vision of international trade before speaking more specifically to the Honduras-Canada Free Trade Agreement, because this will help to explain how we distinguish ourselves from the Conservatives. So as far as we are concerned, the NDP believes that trade agreements signed by Canada should be part of a comprehensive strategy which includes the 5 following elements. 1, an impact analysis, which would show that the trade agreements signed by Canada will benefit Canadian families, Canadian workers, and Canadian industries. The government should not sign a trade agreement which would lead to a net loss of jobs. Second, a guarantee that trade agreements negotiated by Canada reinforce Canada's sovereignty and its freedom to establish its own policies, which would help us be a force to be reckoned with throughout the world, and that these agreements support a fair multilateral trade system. Third, any trade agreement should defend and protect human rights by prohibiting the import, export, or sale in Canada of any product which would have been created in sweatshops or by forced labor or in conditions which are not commensurate with basic international labor standards. 4, any trade agreement should respect the idea of sustainable development as well as the integrity of all ecosystems. And lastly, every time the Canadian government signs a free trade agreement, the decision to adopt enabling legislation should be put to a mandatory vote on whether to accept the modalities of the agreement. Under the current system, in which agreements are tabled in the House for 21 sitting days before they are ratified, they are not subject to a mandatory vote, tabling or the debate of these agreements do not bind the government. Now let's come back to specifically the agreement with Honduras. So the NDP is against this agreement because of Honduras's poor human rights record. Honduras is led by an authoritarian, repressive, and undemocratic regime. In 2009, the Zelaya government, which was challenged but democratically elected, was overthrown by a military coup. Elections held since were strongly condemned by the international community and did not respect basic democratic standards. Most foreign governments and NGOs even refused to send observers because the situation was so deplorable. Mr. Speaker, we should also remind Canadians that Honduras has the highest murder rate in the world, and there is no country more dangerous for journalists. We should also mention that the current regime does not tolerate dissidents. There have been reports of mistreatment and the systematic persecution of members of the opposition. There have been serious violations of human rights, murders, arbitrary detentions, severe restrictions on public demonstrations and on the freedom of expression, and violations to judicial independence. These are all well-established facts. The Subcommittee of International Rights of the Foreign Affairs Committee conducted an important study on human rights in Honduras last spring. I myself listened to the troubling testimony of Esther Major from Amnesty International. She appeared before the committee last March, and she talked about many cases of violations of human rights, especially with regard to women. For instance, she talked about a young female reporter who received death threats and who was physically attacked as she was documenting forced evictions and abuse by the police. She also talked about Antonio Trillo, a human rights lawyer who was very well known and who was assassinated when he was defending the people from Aguan. Now, the assassination was condemned by the, or was not even condemned by the government. Even worse, Antonio Trillo's brother was also assassinated a few days later when he tried to draw attention to the murder of his brother. So the climate of impunity and violence is so bad that the UN special reporter who visited the country could not even make it to the Agwan region for security reasons. So this gives you an idea of how serious the situation is in that country. Furthermore, there is the issue of corruption. According to Transparency International, Honduras is the most corrupt country in Latin America. Many documents have shown that the police in Honduras is corrupt. In summary, Mr. Speaker, given the human rights situation, the climate of violence, and the weakness of the institutions in Honduras, I am far from certain that it is a good idea for us to sign a free trade agreement with that country, given the current state of affairs. Now, this does not mean that we will abandon the Honduran people to its fate. We believe that they need support to help reform their institutions and to meet the security and human rights challenges they face. Canada provides bilateral and regional aid with regard to security in Honduras. The Foreign Affairs and International Trade Ministers Working Group on the Stabilization and Reconstruction of Honduras supports the recommendations which were made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission with regard to compensation for victims following the violation of human rights, which came as a result of the political crisis in 2009. We have to continue along that road, and because without national reconciliation, it will be difficult to rebuild the country and to bring about a state of law. Further, since 2009, our program to fight crime in that country gave Honduras $2 million to support and train the police and other investigative units. The program also provides training and material to the Honduras Natural Police, and it also provides support with regard to specialized investigative techniques in order to fight crime. The Conservatives believe in magic bullets which could solve all problems, and they believe that money only can solve the problem. So let me conclude, Mr. Speaker. It is clearly time to work harder. We have to support the multilateral negotiations and support countries who support human rights or who are headed in the right direction, such as South Africa, India, and Brazil. These are countries with which Canada must conclude trade agreements, and not countries like Honduras, in which democracy and human rights are not respected, and where the weakness in standards would be to the detriment of Canadian companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Yes, Mr. Speaker, all the speakers coming from the Democratic Party side are very clear in terms of their position on the trade agreement with Honduras. They don't support it, and the primary reason for that is because of human rights issues. In one of the questions that I had posed to the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, he had gone even further by making a statement in regards to trade in general. The question I have for the member, thinking in terms of what her colleague said from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, is that if you oppose the free trade agreement because of human rights, today in Honduras, we have a two-way trade of in excess of $200 million with Honduras. Based on the arguments that members of the Democratic Party are saying, does she believe that that is okay to have trade with Honduras? Or is it just the trade agreement that the NDP oppose? It seems to be a bit of a contradiction because the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, seems to imply or put into question the value of even having trade with Honduras given its human rights violations.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Speaker, and so let's be clear, the NDP supports trade with countries that respect human rights, that have high environmental standards, that have high labor standards, and standards for human rights. And we see as well that DFAID itself has produced a report saying that the benefits for Canada, upon concluding this trade agreement, would be marginal. So we would encourage the government to listen to the reports produced by its own civil servants. And we'd also encourage the government to negotiate trade agreements with countries that are developed, like Japan, like India, like South Africa, as I mentioned in my speech today. But no, we don't believe that this trade agreement with Honduras will bring great benefit to Canadians, and considering its atrocious record on human rights.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Bron.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I'm beginning to understand why the Liberals and the Conservatives agree on this together, why they agree on this free trade agreement with Honduras. Because it's going to be to the benefit of major corporations. Profit is what is of most interest to them. So the lobbies have spoken and has influenced both the Liberals and the Conservatives. It's not important for the Liberals and Conservatives that Honduras is an undemocratic country. It isn't important to them, to the Liberals and the Conservatives, that Honduras has the worst human rights record in the world. Therefore, it's not a just society, and it's not important to them that the murder rate for journalists is the highest in the world. And it's not important to Conservatives that Honduras tolerates drug trafficking of cocaine and has policies that are harmful to the environment. So I'd like my colleague to comment on that comment. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Comment, and I'd like to also reiterate what he mentioned, the fact that the Conservatives and the Liberals are actually of the same stripe on this issue of actually negotiating an agreement with a country with such an atrocious human rights record. But the approach of this Conservative government is, we'll negotiate these trade agreements behind closed doors, just trust us. But we know that this can't be the case, and we've seen that they've negotiated previous free trade agreements in bad faith with civil society. We can only mention the fact that Amnesty International last week revealed that the Conservative government limited the online consultation process to only 6 working days for the Canada-Colombia FTA Human Rights Report, thus preventing any civil society groups from participating. Amnesty International also mentioned in committee last week that they have not been consulted by DFATE on human rights implications to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, particularly considering there are countries such as Vietnam, which may have lower human rights standards than Canada. So we see that this Conservative government, on the issue of human rights and free trade agreements, has consistently worked in bad faith with civil society.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to join my colleagues in voicing my support for the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement. I should also indicate that in my prior life I was in the business of doing business internationally, and Latin America was certainly one of my area of focus, and it certainly has opened a whole new market for my business. But let me also talk about the pervasiveness of what a free trade would do for us. You know, Canada has always been a trading country, and as an export-driven economy, Canada needs open borders. 1 in 5 Canadian jobs is related to export. And that includes not just the export part of it, but the transportation, the communication, the fact that we bring business people in, and we also need transportation to go abroad. Now, our bilateral regional trade agreements are essential to bring continued prosperity to Canadians. This year, we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the North American Free Trade Agreement, and NAFTA has provided a solid foundation for Canada's future prosperity. And Canada continues to build on and advance North American trade and competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, only our Conservative government understands the importance and benefit of trade. Last fall, we announced that a historic agreement had been reached with the 28-member European Union. The Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA, is by far the most ambitious trade initiative Canada has ever negotiated. Once implemented, it will cover virtually all sectors and aspects of Canada-EU trade, from goods and services to labor, mobility, investment, procurement, including subnational procurement, and many regulatory matters. With CETA, Canada will gain preferential access to the world's biggest market with more than 500 million customers and a 17 trillion GDP. The potential benefits for Canada are tremendous. A joint Canada-EU study found that the CETA could boost Canada's GDP by $12 billion annually and bilateral trade by 20%. And while the agreement with the EU will bring important benefit for Canadian companies, it would be a short-sighted to focus exclusively on one area of the world. Canada's prosperity requires expansion beyond our borders into new markets for economic opportunities that serve to grow Canada's export and investment. On March 11, 2014, our Prime Minister and President Park of South Korea announced the conclusion of negotiation for a Canada-South Korea free trade agreement, Canada's first free trade agreement in this fast-growing and dynamic Asia-Pacific region. I might also add that in 1983, I represented a Canadian company exporting Canadian mass transit equipment to South Korea, and it was a pleasure, indeed a joy for me to see that now 42 kilometers of the technology that was developed by us is now exported by Bombardier to South Korea. In October 2012, Canada joined the Multilateral Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP. Talks and bilateral negotiations are also well underway with Japan and India. Furthermore, during his first official visit to the region, the Prime Minister announced the launch of negotiations to expand and modernize the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, free trade agreements are but one tool that we have. Our negotiators are very active in every corner of the world negotiating agreements that will benefit all Canadians. Canada currently has 25 foreign investment promotion and protection agreements in force, 15 additional concluded FIPAs, and 10 ongoing FIPA negotiations. And we continue to explore the possibilities of FIPA negotiations with other commercial partners. Since the introduction of Canada's Blue Sky policy in 2006, we have concluded new or expanded existing air transport agreements that now covers over 80 countries, facilitating the movements of Canadians and Canadian goods and services, and enhancing trade and investment relationships across all sectors. Mr. Speaker, Canada has also been a key architect of international trade rules at the World Trade Organization, helping to establish principles of non-discrimination, transparency, and effective dispute settlement. And Canada continues to welcome progress at the WTO, an organization that advances trade liberalization around the world. Canada was an active participant in the negotiation leading up to the Bali Declaration last December. This led to a new trade facilitation agreement, an agreement that will cut red tape and reduce border transaction costs for Canadian businesses directly benefiting Canada's small and medium-sized enterprises. It is estimated that this trade facilitation agreement could stimulate the world economy by up to $1 trillion and create as many as 20 million jobs worldwide. Canada is also an active participant in the Trade and Service Agreement currently being negotiated with 23 other countries representing 1.6 billion people and a combined GDP of more than 48 trillion. Our government has made it a priority to diversify our international trade negotiation agenda and place increased focus on concluding regional and bilateral free trade agreements, such as the Canada-Honduras agreement that we are discussing today. Mr. Speaker, we need to be sure that we can compete. We cannot afford to hold back while our competitors are securing international trade deals. And this is precisely why boosting Canada commercial relations in the rapidly growing markets around the world, such as Honduras, is an important part of our plan for long-term prosperity. The issue of competitiveness is also at the heart of why we need to implement our free trade agreement with Honduras. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. and EU already have free trade agreements with Honduras. How can we give our companies an edge if we don't even ensure they are on a level playing field? Keeping pace with Canada's main competitors is just one reason why we need to move forward on this deal. Both the 2013 speech from the throne and budget made it clear the government's top priority is to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. As an export-driven economy, the international trade is fundamental to achieving this objective. 1 in 5 jobs were related to export. Over 40,000 Canadian companies are global exporters, including global leaders in sectors such as aerospace and information and communication technology. The Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement is part of our effort to liberalize trade with our partners in the Americas. The Americas offer great potential. Total merchandise trade between countries in the Americas and Canada at $56.2 billion in 2012 has increased by 32% since 2007. And Canada's direct investment in the region at $169 billion in 2012 has increased by 58% since 2007. Our government recognizes the protectionist restriction which will stifle our exporters and undermine Canada's competitiveness, which in turn adversely affects middle-class Canadian families. Canada's Trade Commission Service already works with Canadian companies that are interested in doing business in Honduras, such as Gildan Activewear, Aurora Mines, Minerals, and the Canadian Banknote Company. Once the free trade agreement is ratified, our Trade Commissioner will ensure that companies, and in particular small and medium-sized enterprises, are aware of how they can benefit from the agreement and fully take advantage of greater stability, transparency, protection in the Honduran market. In addition to opening doors for Canadian companies and building our trade relationships, Canada is also committed to supporting Honduras in other ways. Canada and Honduras established diplomatic relations in 1961 and have a broad and diverse relationship driven by a wide range of links and collaboration, from political dialogue and commercial exchanges to people-to-people ties, as well as long-standing and substantial Canadian development corporations. We maintain an open dialogue with the government of Honduras as we believe that engagement, not isolationism, is the best way for us to help Honduras meet its challenges. Thanks to these actions under our government, a free trade leadership, and Canada's workers, business, and exporters now have preferred access and a real competitive advantage in more markets around the world than any other time in our history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. Comme il est 18h15.
It being 6:15, pursuant to an order made Thursday, March 6, 2014, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, move that Bill C-20, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Honduras, the agreement on environmental cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Honduras, and the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Honduras be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinions, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that Bill C-20, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Honduras, the agreement on environmental cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Honduras, and the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Honduras, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Ms. Leach. Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadow, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown lives Granville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Alan Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Monsieur Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John's.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seabag.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr.
Mr.
Carmichael.
DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beau Séjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamour.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Radgaber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc, La Salimar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salimar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Ms. Sitzweisen.
Mrs. Sitzweisen.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, la Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Lavelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 92, 92.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill is Standing Committee on International Trade. It being 6:44, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.